Quito, January 18, 1963. Student election operations through Alberto Alarcón have again been successful in Quito. In December, the elections for officers of the Quito FEUE chapter were so close that both sides claimed fraud and the voting was annulled. Today another vote was held and Alarcón's candidate, a moderate, won. The national FEUE seat is now in Cuenca, where anti-communist forces are also in control. The Guayaquil base has made several PCE documents public, by having Colonel Lugo, commander of the National Police in the coastal provinces, add them to a 3-ton haul of propaganda he captured last October. In a few days these documents will come to light in the report emerging from a Senate Commission's investigation of the propaganda. Included is the PCE Central Committee resolution expelling Ribadeneira. Dean is determined to create as much fear propaganda as possible as part of a new campaign for government action against the extreme left. Quito, January 30, 1963. Our new station officer under public safety cover has arrived and Dean put me in charge of handling his contact with the station. His name is John Burke and he's the most eager beaver I've ever met. Seems to think he'll be crawling in the attic of the presidential palace next week to bug Orosmena's bedroom. His problem is that he broke his leg training, and while it mended for the past year and a half he took every training course offered by the Technical Services Division, for lack of anything else to do. In recent months he has sent to the station masses of audio, photo, and other technical equipment including about 200 pounds of car keys, one for every Ford, General Motors and Chrysler model built since 1925. Dean finally blew up over this equipment and fired off a cable telling headquarters not to send one more piece of technical gear unless he specifically asks for it. Poor Burke. He's not off to a very good start, and Dean has told me to make him stick exclusively to the aid police work until further notice. His first aid project, it seems, will be to take a canoe trip down in the Amazon jungles to survey rural law enforcement capabilities there. Not exactly clandestine operations, but it could get interesting if he runs into any Aka head shrinkers. In fact, Burke will have plenty to keep him busy in the straight police work. Under the public safety program this year, aid is giving about $1 million worth of weapons and equipment to the police, 2,000 rifles with 1 million rounds of ammunition, 500.38 caliber revolvers with 500,000 rounds, about 6,000 tear gas grenades, 150 anti-riot shotguns with 15,000 shells, almost 2,000 gas masks, 44 mobile radio units and 19 base radio stations, plus laboratory and investigations equipment. In addition to training the national police here in Ecuador, the Public Safety Office is also sending about 70 of them to the Inter-American Police Academy at Fort Davis in the Panama Canal Zone. This academy was founded by our Panama station last year and is intended to be a major counterinsurgency facility similar in many ways to the training programs for Latin American military officers under the military aid programs. Quito, February 15, 1963. Dean is getting more determined each day to avoid a surprise insurgency situation. He wants to increase coverage of 2 groups in particular, and he wants me to do most of the work. The 2 groups, not surprisingly, are those led by Araujo and Echeverria. We've had a breakthrough in coverage of the Araujo group through the recent recruitment of one of his close collaborators, a Velasquista political hack named Jaime Jaramillo Romero. Jaramillo was arrested last month with Araujo and 2 of the expelled PLPR leaders while recruiting in the provinces. Soon after, he was a walk-in to the embassy political section, and after being informed by the State Department officer who spoke with him, we decided to make a discreet contact with him using the non-official cover operations officer of the Guayaquil base. I arranged for this officer, Julian Zambianco, to come to Quito, and with automobiles rented through a support agent, Jose Molstina, Zambianco called on Jaramillo at his home. A meeting followed in Zambianco's car, which I recorded in another car from which I was providing a security watch for Zambianco. Earlier I had rigged the Zambianco car with a radio transmitter to monitor their conversation. Jaramillo's information looks good, including information about an imminent trip by Araujo to Cuba for more money. As Dean is a great believer in the polygraph, I have requested that an interrogator come as soon as possible to test Jaramillo. If he's clean, I'll turn him over to a new cutout so that we won't have to call Zambianco to Quito for each contact. Telephone coverage continues on Araujo, but it hasn't produced good information. On the other hand, telephone coverage of Antonio Flores Benitez, one of Echeverria's principal lieutenants, is still providing excellent information. Flores is obviously getting very good intelligence from his agents in the Ministry of Defense, the Presidential Palace and the police. Our problem is inadequate coverage of Echeverria's plans and of his organization for terrorism and guerrilla warfare, although we are getting some information from Mario Cardenas, one of our PCE penetration agents who is close to Echeverria. On Dean's instruction, I am studying 3 new operations for increasing coverage of Echeverria. First, we will try to install an audio penetration of the Libreria Nueva Cultura, the PCE bookstore in Quito run by Jose Maria Rura, the number 2 PCE leader in Quito and Echeverria's closest associate. The two of them often meet at the bookstore, which is a rendezvous for PCE leaders in general and consists of a street front room on the ground floor of an old colonial house in downtown Quito. On checking records for the owner of the house, I discovered that it belongs to a golfing companion of mine, Ecobedo Davalos. Davalos has agreed to give me access and security cover during the audio installation, which we will make from the room above the bookstore on a Sunday when it is closed. For a listening post, LP, I hope to obtain an office in a modern, multi-story building across the street from the bookstore, where we could also photograph visitors and monitor the telephone. Second, we will try to bug Echeverria's apartment. He lives in a fairly new building in downtown Quito, but access for the installation will be difficult. On the floor beneath his apartment is the Club de Lojanos, the regional club of people from Loja, from which we might be able to drill upwards to install the microphone and transmitter. This installation would be very slow and difficult, especially if we have to do it while Echeverria or his wife are at home, but Cardenas believes Echeverria has important meetings at home and probably discusses all his activities with his wife, who is a Czech. I am also checking on whether I can get an apartment across the street from Echeverria's that would serve as listening and observation post for this operation. The third new operation is another technical installation, this time against Antonio Flores Benitez. He has recently moved into a modern multi-story apartment building where we might be able to monitor both his telephone and an audio installation from the same LP. Although there seems to be little chance for access to his apartment or to those around it for the installation, an apartment above and just to the side of his is coming free in a few weeks. I may take that apartment in order to begin monitoring the telephone from there, rather than from the LP in Rafael Buccioli's house, and see later whether the audio technicians can drill to the side and down or whether we will have to make the bugging by surreptitious entry. Already we know that Flores meets many of his contacts in his apartment, and he discusses most of his activities with his wife, who gossips about them by telephone when he's not at home. On the government side, Dean also wants me to intensify my work with Pablo Maldonado, the Director of Immigration, and to work into a liaison relationship with Manuel Cordova, the Subsecretary of Government, and with Jamie Del Hierro, the Minister of Government. Although I have avoided until now regular contact with Cordova and Del Hierro, on Nolan's instruction last year, picking up with them now should not be difficult. The reason, Dean said, is to discover and to monitor their willingness to take action on information we give to them. Once we determine willingness on the high level, we'll be able to determine more accurately what information will bring action when passed through police agents such as Pacifico de los Reyes and Oswaldo Lugo. With all this technical coverage, I'll need some new agents for transcribing, photographic work and courier duties, but if they work, we'll not be surprised by either Araujo or Echeverria. The team for processing the telephone taps will be Edgar Camacho and Francine Hakame, with Francine as courier. Rodrigo Rivadeneira can switch to transcribing the new audio penetration, and Francine will serve as courier for receipt of his material as well. I'll have Francine come by my house each morning at 8 to leave transcripts and pick up any instructions for the others. One other effort coming up that could be important, I've given money to Jorge Gortaire so that he can buy a used Land Rover to make a trip to military garrisons in the southern Sierra and on the coast. The purpose of this trip is for Gortaire to sound out military leaders on all the rumors going around about a move against Orosmena, while at the same time weighing the predisposition of the military leaders to such an action, even if the rumors aren't true. Quito, March 1, 1963. This morning's newspapers give prominent coverage to Mr. McCone's testimony to the Senate yesterday in Washington on training for guerrilla warfare in Cuba. The director mentioned Ecuador as one of the countries from which the largest number of trainees has been recruited, and he explained how the Cuban embassy in Mexico City tries to conceal travel to Cuba by issuing the visa on a slip of paper with no stamp in the passport. His report follows another headquarters report, issued last month by the State Department, that between 1,000 and 1,500 Latin American youths were given guerrilla training in Cuba during 1962. In commenting on the press reports this morning, Dean told me that one of his operations in Mexico City was the airport travel control team. There the passports of travelers to Cuba are stamped by the Mexican immigration inspectors with arrived from Cuba or departed for Cuba to make sure the travel is reflected in the passports. The station there also photographs all the travelers' passports, and with large press-type cameras photographs are taken as they embark or deplane. Results of the Mexico City travel control operation are combined with other data on travel, mostly from the other important routes to Cuba via Madrid or Prague, for machine processing. In order to intensify operations with Pablo Maldonado, Dean wants me to pass him copies of the monthly machine runs on Ecuadorians traveling to Cuba. In addition, Mexico City is cabling the names and onward travel data to stations throughout the hemisphere so that the travelers can be detained or thoroughly searched when they arrive home. I'll also pass this type of information to Maldonado and use it as an entree to Córdoba and Del Hierro. I tried to get Dean to reveal why he wants me to work with the minister and subsecretary, because usually a chief of station handles the high-level liaison contacts. He says he wants me to get the experience now because it will help me later. He's bitter about Winston Scott, the chief of station in Mexico City. Scott has very close relations with both the president, Adolfo López Mateos, and the minister of government, Gustavo Díaz Ordaz. When Scott left the country from time to time or went on home leave, he made arrangements for communications to be kept open with the president and the minister, but would never let Dean make personal contact even though he was acting COS when Scott was away. Guayaquil, March 31, 1963. The best part of being a CIA officer is that you never get bored for long. On Friday, 2 days ago, I flew down from Quito to recruit someone I've known for about a year and whom the base chief, Ralph Seehofer, wants to use as a cutout to one of his PCE penetration agents. The recruitment went fine, and tomorrow I'll introduce the new agent, Alfredo Villacres, to Seehofer. I came down on a Friday so that I could spend the weekend out of the altitude, but mostly because Alfredo and I usually spend Saturday nights making the rounds of Guayaquil's sleazy dives. Last night was typical, and we left the last stop about 8 o'clock this morning with Alfredo roaring down the unpaved, potholed streets of a suburban shanty town, firing his .45 into the air while his dilapidated, windowless old Jeep station wagon practically shook apart. This afternoon he called me at the hotel to advise that we had barely escaped involvement in a new Orosmena scandal. It seems that a few minutes after we left the Cuatro Y Media last night, it had been an early stop and we left about 1 a.m. Orosmena and his party arrived. The story is all over town now of how Orosmena and his friends began to taunt the waiters, all are homosexuals there, finally ordering one of them to put a lampshade on his head. Orosmena took out the pistol he always carries and instead of shooting off the lampshade he shot the waiter in the head. No one is certain whether the waiter died or is in the hospital, but the blame is going to be taken by Orosmena's private secretary, Galo Ledesma, known to all as Veneno, Poison, Ledesma. Ledesma apparently left today for Panama, where he's going to wait to see what happens here. Alfredo said that if we had been there when Orosmena and his group arrived we would have had to stay since it's a small, one-room place and Orosmena always invites everyone to join his group. I can see the ambassador's face if that had happened and my name was included in the story. Goodbye Ecuador. Guayaquil, April 2, 1963. I was to have returned to Quito on the first flight this morning, but a very interesting situation suddenly developed yesterday. After introducing Villacres to the base chief over lunch, Seehofer and I returned to the consulate and had a visit from the chief of the USIS office. He told us that a young man had come into the consulate this morning asking to speak to someone about information and was eventually directed to him. The person said he was a Peruvian and that he had information on the revolutionary movement in Peru and on Cuban involvement. The USIS chief said the Peruvian was so nervous and distracted that he is probably a mental case, but Seehofer asked me to see him if I had nothing better to do. We arranged for the USIS chief to give him my hotel room number. The Peruvian was to return to the consulate in the afternoon, where he would call in the evening. The Peruvian came around to the hotel and we talked for 2 or 3 hours. I took copious notes because I know none of the names on the Peruvian scene and sent off a cable this morning to Lima and headquarters. The Peruvian is Enrique Amaya Quintana and is a middle-level militant of the movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR. He has just finished a 3-month training course in Cuba along with several hundred other MIR members. They are all rainfiltrating to Peru right now, overland from Colombia and Ecuador. The important aspect of this future agent, if he's telling the truth, is that he was selected out of the MIR group to receive special training in communications. He showed me a notebook full of accommodation addresses throughout Latin America to which secret correspondence will be sent. Moreover, he also showed me a dictionary that serves as the key to a code system that he will use in secret writing and radio communications with Havana. This afternoon we got cables back from both headquarters and Lima confirming Amaya's status in the MIR and warning us not to let this one slip away. The MIR is the most important potential guerrilla organization in Peru with hundreds of people trained in Cuba and with advanced plans for armed insurgency. Lima sent a list of questions for Amaya which I'll go over with him tonight. He really is a case of nerves and won't like working with a tape recorder, but I'm going to insist we record everything so that we don't have to depend on my notes. This way I can get more out of him too. It's not going to be easy getting him to stay with us. What he wants is financial assistance to get his wife and child out of Peru and to resettle in some other country. He says he became disillusioned during the training in Cuba, but my guess is that he's lost his nerve now that he's almost on the battlefield. Quito, April 5, 1963. This MIR case has people jumping all around headquarters, it seems. Not just the Peruvian and Ecuadorian desks, the Cuban branch and even the Soviet Russia division are also getting into the act. As a cutout and handling officer I brought in Julian Zambienko, and yesterday Wade Thomas arrived from headquarters to take close charge of the case. He's a specialist in CP penetration operations. Meanwhile I had sessions each day with Amaya on the tape recorder, summarizing the results in cables to Lima and headquarters. The guy is definitely coming clean, everything seems to check out, and yesterday I finally got him to agree to spending at least a short period back in Peru with his former friends. From the sound of the cables from Lima, Amaya is going to be their first important MIR penetration. My participation ended today when I came back to Quito. Quito, April 12, 1963. A report is just in from Mario Cardenas, one of our best PCE penetration agents and a close but not intimate associate of Echeverria. Cardenas reported that Jose Maria Rura, Echeverria's principal lieutenant in Quito, has left for Communist China, where he expects to get payments started that will enable the Echeverria group finally to begin armed action. Echeverria has told Cardenas to stand by for travel to Colombia at a moment's notice, so that he can receive money and documents that Rura, who is very well known, should not bring into the country himself. We discussed in the station whether to advise Jamie Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, or Manuel Cordova, the Sub-Secretary, but for better security we decided to post a special watch on Rura's return through Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury. Sevilla, who has been a golfing companion of mine for over a year, jumped at the chance, just as I thought he would, and he assigned his personal secretary, Carlos Rendon Chiribega, to watch for Rira's return at the Quito airport. Now we can only hope that Rira comes straight back to Quito with no stop in Colombia so that we're not forced to protect Cardenas. If by chance we learn that Rira will arrive in Guayaquil, Sevilla can send his secretary there to await Rira. Meanwhile I'm moving along with the audio operation against Rira's bookstore, and in a couple of days Larry Martin, the audio technician from the Panama Station Support Unit, will arrive to make the installation. Besides Rira's trip, we are also monitoring for Araujo's return. He is in Cuba right now and perhaps he too will bring back money, although the chances are slim that either he or Rira will be so careless as to bring back money on their persons. So that we can get timely information after his return, I've had Zambianco come up from Guayaquil again to turn over Jaime Jaramillo to a new cutout, Jorge Andino, who is a hotel owner and Ecuador's best polo player. Andino is another acquaintance from about the time I arrived, and he too was quite willing to help. He'll receive the reports at the hotel but pass them to me at another business he owns a couple of blocks away. One of the mysteries we're trying to solve right now is whether there is any close relationship between Araujo's group and Echeverria's group, because Echeverria has given several indications that he is in contact with the Cubans. Medardo Toro, the Velasquista gunman whom Noland picked up in a developmental status last year, is now reporting on a regular basis. Dean told me to get him into the groove, so I brought Zambianco into the case in an arrangement similar to the one we used with Jaime Jaramillo 2 months ago. Until I get a good cutout for Toro, we'll have to keep it going with Zambianco, but this way it's very secure. Mainly we want to keep abreast of Velasco's plans to return for next year's elections. Too bad Toro is so far from Araujo's group. Quito, April 14, 1963. Each day, it seems, a new wave of rumors spreads around the country signaling the imminent outbreak of guerrilla warfare and terrorism. Partly the rumors reflect our continuing propaganda campaign to focus attention on communism in order to provoke a serious crackdown by the government. But partly the tension is based on real cases such as captures of propaganda by Colonel Lugo's police in Guayaquil and the recent near-death of a terrorist when a bomb exploded during a training session. Our worry is that the Ecuadorian police and military wouldn't be able to cope with a determined guerrilla movement. A recent incident underlines our doubts. 2 nights ago a Navy logistics ship was returning from the Galapagos Islands with a group of university students who had been in the islands on an excursion. A coastal Navy patrol was lurking in the darkness just offshore in wait for an expected incursion by a contraband vessel. The coastal patrol mistook the logistics ship for the contraband vessel and a 2-hour gun battle between the 2 Navy ships followed. The coastal patrol finally called by radio to Guayaquil for help and the Navy Communications Center called off the battle. What was worse was that their firing was so bad that no serious hits were made during the 2-hour battle and only 1 sailor was wounded. After arriving in Guayaquil, the students spread the story, which was published in Guayaquil Today, but the Navy isn't talking. When Dean heard this story this morning, he told me to get moving faster on the new technical operations. He said headquarters will get all over us if we get surprised by Araujo, Echeverria, or others, what with the guerrilla movements already underway in Peru, Venezuela, and Guatemala, and Brazil steadily going down the drain under Goulart. Here the only encouraging sign of late has been increasing willingness by the Minister of Government and Sub-Secretary to increase general travel control efforts and to allow police action such as Colonel Lugo's recent operations. However, Del Hierro and Córdoba are clearly being restrained by Arosmena from really effective action. Quito, April 19, 1963. Another important trip to wonder about, this time it's Antonio Flores Benitez, one of Echeverria's lieutenants, who left today for Cuba. What we can't figure out is why Echeverria would send Flores to Cuba when Araujo is there and Rira is in China. Rira's trip to China, according to Cardenas, was made without the authorization of the PCE Executive Committee in Guayaquil, and if Pedro Saad finds out, there will be serious trouble for Rira, a member of the PCE Central Committee, and possibly for Echeverria. No doubt now that Echeverria is moving ahead fast with his organization outside the party. Flores was very careful not to mention his trip by telephone, but his wife let it slip out a couple of days ago. We're monitoring the telephone now from the apartment above and to the side of Flores's. Rodrigo Rivadeneira moved into the apartment with his brother Ramiro and his mother, and between him and Ramiro the transcriptions are kept right up to date. The connection was easy because the building is completely wired for telephones, and Rafael Buccioli and an assistant simply made the connections in the main terminal box in the basement of the building. While Flores is away, we'll try to get going on the audio operation, although the audio technician isn't enthusiastic about drilling through reinforced concrete at such a difficult angle. I also decided to use Rodrigo Rivadeneira in the listening and observation post for the technical operation against the PCE bookstore. On Sunday, Larry Martin and I made the installation from the room above with Ecobedo Davalos giving us security and cover. Davalos was very nervous because his caretaker is a communist and spends most of the time in the bookstore. Although I assured him that we would be very quiet, Martin decided to make the installation behind the baseboards and underneath several of the floorboards. The noise when we ripped them up was so screeching, what with their centuries-old spikes, that Davalos almost had a coronary. The same thing happened when we hammered the boards back into place, but luckily the caretaker showed no signs of suspicion, at least according to Davalos. The audio quality is good. Echevarria is running the bookstore while Rura is in China, although street noise at times drowns the conversations. Rivadeneira rented the office across the street as an LP, and he sits in a false closet I had built by Fred Parker, a U.S. citizen support agent who has a furniture factory in Quito. Parker built the closet so that it could be carried in by pieces, and Rivadeneira sits in it looking through a mask side, listening, recording, snapping pictures of visitors to the bookstore, and keeping a log. I had good luck also in getting just the right apartment across the street from and slightly above Echevarria's apartment. This observation and listening post, OP-LP, has just been rented through Luis Sandoval, the chief technician of police intelligence, who accepted my offer to work with us full-time for the foreseeable future. Sandoval is resigning from the police and will open a cover commercial photography studio in the OP-LP. I've given him enough equipment to start, more is coming later, and he will do the developing and printing of the photographs taken by Rivadeneira at the bookstore. As soon as we have a chance, we'll get Larry Martin back and try for the audio installation against Echevarria's apartment, probably by drilling up from the Loja Club that occupies the entire floor underneath Echevarria's place. Quito, April 24, 1963. A sensational case that may be our first real breakthrough has just developed, but it looks as though interference from Arosmena may hamper follow-up. A few days ago, the Guayaquil base received information from one of its penetration agents that a Cuban woman was training URJE members there. The base passed the information to Colonel Lugo, who managed to arrest her. Her name is Gelida Cordova Reyes, at least that's what her documentation says, and we may well have here the first case of the Cubans sending out training missions to work in Latin American countries where they don't have diplomatic missions. Certainly it's the first case of its kind in Ecuador. Colonel Lugo, however, reported that after her arrest he was ordered not to conduct an extensive interrogation. I took up the matter with Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, in order to emphasize the great importance of this case for discovering the extent of Cuban involvement, especially whether there are other Cubans here besides the woman, and all the details about when she arrived, whom she trained, where and whom she has trained before, her intelligence service in Cuba, communications, and much more. We are prepared, I told the minister, to bring down an expert from Washington who could assist in the interrogation but who would not be recognizable as an American. All I got from the minister was evasion, and we've concluded that Arosmena gave the order not to exploit the case. 2 days ago the governor of Guayas ordered her expulsion from the country. We're trying to salvage the case, but right now we're not hopeful. The extreme left has been forced into the dubious position of supporting the very government that broke with Cuba. Arosmena certainly isn't fooling the extreme left, or anyone else for that matter, on how hard he must fight for political support. 2 days ago he cancelled a provision of last November's budget law prohibiting any government salaries higher than the president's. The purpose of the law was to limit the very high salaries and benefits being received by the heads of certain autonomous government agencies and by other officials who hold more than one government job. Some, for example, were making the equivalent of $1,000 per month, twice as much as a Rosmena. Obviously he cancelled the law in order to glue on a little more firmly his Liberal Party supporters and others who had been hurt by the salary limitation bill. Disgusting for a desperately poor banana republic where over half the population receives less than $100 per year. Quito, May 1, 1963. Some success on the de Cordova case. On April 27 she was deported to Mexico but was refused entry and returned to Guayaquil. Colonel Lugo can't proceed with interrogation until he gets the go-ahead from the ministry, so I'll bring up the case again with Del Hierro or Manuel Cordova. Warren Dean is happy. He told me very confidentially that Gustavo Díaz Ordaz, the Mexican Minister of Government, is really in the Chief of Station's pocket, and that's where I ought to try and get Del Hierro. The way to do it, according to Dean, is to provide money for a high government official's mistress keeping, the Caso Chico rent, food, clothing, entertainment. In Mexico, he said, the chief of station got an automobile for the Minister of Government's girlfriend. The Mexican president, with whom the CAS also works closely, found out about the car and demanded one for his girlfriend too. That must be an interesting station. Gil Saudade has made some progress in labor operations. Last month the Provincial Trade Union Federation for Guayas, FETLIG, was established as the CIOSLO affiliate there, replacing CRICL. This was a long sought after development and perhaps will now end the dissension that has racked CIOSLO for so long. The IFLD courses, largely the work of our agents, Ricardo Vázquez Diaz and Carlos Vallejo Baez, continue to expand. Vázquez was recently confirmed as permanent CIOSLO organization secretary and Matias Ulloa Capiano was confirmed as permanent secretary general. They had been acting in these jobs since the expulsions in January of the old CRICL agents. Today only the CTE and the Catholic CDOC were in the streets to celebrate Labor Day. Instead of a parade, which would have turned out very few people, the CIOSLO group were invited by our ambassador to a reception at his residence which was highlighted with entertainment by Matias Ulloa. Quito, May 11, 1963. Today a sensational new case has solved at least some of the recent bombings and kept the city in a commotion all day. It started just after midnight this morning when 4 terrorists, 2 from URJE, hailed a taxi, overpowered and drugged the driver, tied him up and placed him in the trunk. The terrorists then drove around town passing various embassies where they intended to throw the bombs they were carrying, along with a quantity of weapons and ammunition. Because of recently increased police protection at the embassies, however, they decided against the bombings. Just after dawn the driver regained consciousness and after slipping out of his ropes managed to open the trunk of the taxi. The terrorists saw him escaping but he got away and went for the police. Major Pacifico de los Reyes took charge of the case. The terrorists panicked and drove to the edge of town where they tried to escape on foot up the volcano that rises on one side of Quito. The manhunt during the day caused widespread alarm and exaggerated fears in Quito, but eventually the terrorists were captured. They have already confessed to various recent bombings and armed robberies, through which they were raising funds to finance guerrilla operations. Most sensational of all, however, is that their leader is Jorge Ribadeneira of Santo Domingo guerrilla fame and another member is Claudio Adigo Francia, the Argentine who was arrested in 1961 for training URJE members. We didn't know about this new Ribadeneira group, and I've told De Los Reyes to try to determine if there is any connection between them and the Echevarria group. Quito, May 17, 1963. Major De Los Reyes has arrested Francia but Ribadeneira is still in hiding. He has also arrested Echevarria and Carlos Rodriguez, Echevarria's chief lieutenant for Indian Affairs, but they protested their innocence and he had to let them go. Propaganda play on the case is sensational, with photographs of the weapons and ammunition spread all across the newspapers. Dean wants to press ahead with propaganda exploitation of every possible case, Letra, de Cordova, this one, also the current trips of Araujo, Rura, and Flores. Somehow Arosmena has got to be forced into taking repressive action. It's too soon to be sure, but perhaps a change of policy is already underway. Today Pablo Maldonado's immigration service denied passports to 10 young Ecuadorians who have scholarships to study in Cuba. I've given Maldonado this type of information before, but this is the first time he has taken strong action, and it may work. The students asked for passports, saying they were only going to Mexico, where they would arrange visas and onward travel. The protests have already started, and we shall see how long Del Hierro, Maldonado's superior, takes to weaken. Quito, May 19, 1963. Rura's hooked. Juan Sevilla, Minister of the Treasury, called me this morning to advise that Rura arrived at the airport and was discovered to be carrying $25,000 in cash. Carlos Rendon, Sevilla's personal secretary, was at the airport and made the body search, and right now Rura is being held incommunicado by the police with the money impounded. I suggested to Sevilla that he add to the sensation of the case by starting a story that Rura was also carrying false documents, compromising papers, and other similar material. This is going to be a big one. Jorge Gortaire was back here in Quito a couple of days ago. He has finished his trip to the military garrisons in the south and on the coast, making several long delays through breakdowns. He's going to write up a complete report back in Ambato, but he said there is very considerable disgust with Arosmena in the military commands. If it weren't for Reynaldo Varia, in fact, there would be nothing to keep the military leaders, once they got organized, from forcing Arosmena's resignation. For now they see nothing to do because they still favor constitutional succession. Varia is still the fly in the ointment, because the junk swindle led to so much ridicule of the military. All the officers with whom Gortaire spoke seriously are concerned about communist infiltration in the government and preparations for armed action, but something more serious will have to happen before they begin to move against Arosmena. So we must keep up the pressure, exploiting every case to the maximum through propaganda media and political action agents. On Varia, Dean is considering whether or not to ask him to resign, with encouragement in the form of a generous termination bonus, but he hasn't decided. Quito, May 21, 1963. The Rura case is headlines, super sensational. Everyone in the country is talking about it. Jamie Del Hierro has taken charge and is keeping up the suggestions about compromising documents. He told the press that Rura's documents are more important than the money and relate to recent reports from the US that Che Guevara is leading guerrilla warfare planning for several South American countries including Ecuador. The documents are also said to include a secret plan for guerrilla warfare and terrorism in Ecuador. Last night Del Hierro asked me if I could get someone in Washington to determine whether the bills are counterfeit because the central bank experts here believe they're real. I suppose he and his friends want to keep the money, so I cabled headquarters to see what can be done. Del Hierro's action puzzles me somewhat because of his sudden enthusiasm. Perhaps Sevilla is pushing him hard because he was responsible for the arrest, yet Del Hierro still refuses to give the go-ahead on interrogation of the Cuban, July de Cordova Reyes. Quito, May 23, 1963. Del Hierro is getting worried because the press and others keep urging him for the compromising Rura documents. There aren't any, of course, and now Rura's lawyers are beginning to move. Nevertheless, both Del Hierro and Sevilla are keeping the publicity going by calling the Rura case an example of the importation of foreign ideology to enslave the country. Del Hierro is also citing the case of the 10 students who were refused passports as another example of falsification of documents for travel to Cuba for guerrilla warfare training. Yesterday, Sevilla's secretary, who made the airport arrest, said in a press statement that the Rura documents include instructions on how to organize a Marxist revolution, how to intensify hatred between classes, and how to organize campesinos and salaried agricultural workers. Yesterday Del Hierro ordered the arrest in Guayaquil of the local correspondent of the New China News Agency, whose press carnet was in Rura's pocket when he arrived. The correspondent only returned from Europe a few days ago, and his trip must have been related to Rura's. Rura's defense began yesterday with publication of a statement that shows he is worried about repercussions from Saad and the PCE leadership in Guayaquil. He defended having the money, saying that he had been invited to London by Gozishudian, International Bookstore of Peking, and that his trip was sudden and without authorization of the PCE. Because of recent confiscations by the government of material purchased for sale in his bookstore, Rura said, he had obtained $25,000 for a printing shop to reproduce the materials provided by Gozishudian. From London he went to Peking, he said, and he denounced the confiscation of his notes on visits to communes and other sites. No doubt Rura will end up in terrible trouble with the PCE, possibly even expulsion like Ribadenera. More important, his arrest will drive the wedge deeper between the Saad and the Echevarria groups. What a ridiculous cover story. Quito, May 24, 1963. Rura has had a bad day all around. He made his formal declaration to the court alleging that he discussed the new printing facility in Peking with one Chan Kongwen. The money, however, was given to him, so he said, in Bern on his return by someone named Pulfo. We're checking these unlikely names with headquarters. Rura's imagination knows no bounds. Rura's lawyer also had a session before the Council of State, the highest body for appeal against government violation of personal liberties, which refused Rura's plea for liberty and took under advisement Rura's charges against Sevilla and Del Hierro for violating the Constitution. Now he'll have to stand trial on the basis of the documents and the money. We'll have plenty of time to fabricate appropriate documents for Del Hierro to use against Rura, but first we're working on something else. John Bacon, the station reports officer, and I suggested to Dean that we prepare an incriminating document to be used against Antonio Flores Benitez, to be planted on Flores when he arrives at the airport. There's a chance, of course, that he'll come overland from Colombia or that he'll arrive in Guayaquil, but Dean likes the plan and asked us to go ahead. The document will appear to be Flores's and Echevarria's own report to the Cubans on the status of their organization and on their plans for armed action. We are describing what we know about the organization, filling in with imagination where necessary, on the basis of the information from the Equite telephone tap and reports from Cardenas and Vargas, our two best penetrations of the Echevarria group. We are emphasizing, for propaganda afterwards, Flores's penetration agents in the Ministry of Defense, Army Communications, the Presidential Bodyguard and the Presidential Archives. We are also planning to mention relations with Araujo's group and Gonzalo Sono Magros, who seems to be training a separate organization in explosives and weapons. Quito, May 26, 1963. It has been a busy weekend. Bacon and I finished the Flores report yesterday and he took it out to Mike Bourbonneau to put in final form, correct Spanish and proper commie jargon. He knows this usage best because he's the cutout for Cardenas and Vargas. No question but that we've got a really sensational and damaging document. Bacon included in the report a general analysis of the Ecuadorian political scene with appropriate contempt for the Saad PCE leadership for its reformist tendencies. He infers that the Echevarria group has already received funds from Cuba and that this report is the justification for new funds. The date for commencing an all-out terrorism campaign will be late July, since we already have a report that the CTE plans to announce a general strike for that date. Bombing targets and guerrilla attacks will be set for the homes of police and military officers as well as key installations such as the waterworks and the telephone and electric companies. Bourbonneau passed it back and I typed it this morning. It filled 5 sheets of flimsy blue copy paper. Then Dean came to the office and we agreed that Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury, would be better for getting it planted than Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government. I went to see Sevilla. He agreed immediately and said he'll use Carlos Rendon, the same secretary and customs inspector who nailed Rura. When I got back to the embassy, Dean was acting like a little boy. He had gone over to the Favorita to buy a tube of toothpaste and had spent 3 hours squeezing out the paste and cleaning the tube. Then he crumpled the papers, ground them a little with his shoe, folded them to fit into the tube and pronounced the report genuine beyond doubt. I took the tube, now with the report neatly stuffed inside, back over to Sevilla, and tomorrow he will give it to Rendon, who will plant it if possible. Rendon won't move from the airport until Flores arrives, and if he comes via Colombia or Guayaquil, we'll figure out some other way to get the document out. One way or another this one should really provoke a reaction. Quito, May 29, 1963. Yesterday still another sensation broke when Araujo arrived back from his trip to Cuba. Too bad we didn't have a document prepared for him, but he did just what we wanted. Sevilla's customs people, whom I had advised through Sevilla of Araujo's imminent return, tried a body search, but Araujo provoked such a scandal that he was taken to the central immigration offices for the search. He only had $41, however, and was later released, but his screams at the airport that revolution will occur very soon in Ecuador were prominently carried in this morning's newspapers. Other propaganda is coming out nicely. The Council of State meeting on the Rura case was in the headlines, featuring Sevilla's very effective condemnation of communism and Cuba in defense of his action against Rura. The case of Guillermo Ledra, who blew his hand off training URJE members to make bombs, is in the courts, and Jorge Ribadeneira's latest caper is still causing sensation. Still, we haven't been able to get an interrogation of the Cuban woman. Quito, May 31, 1963. First try at the Echeverria bugging was a near disaster. The audio technicians, Larry Martin and an assistant, came back from Panama during the week, and I worked out an elaborate plan for security and cover. Gil Saudade brought up from Loja one of his agents who works in Catholic student activities there, Cristobal Mogrovejo, who is the only agent we have who could easily rent the Loja club, which occupies the floor underneath Echeverria's apartment. I brought up Julian Zambianco from Guayaquil to be team leader and to direct Mogrovejo as the shield for cover. Luis Sandoval and I were in the UP-LP across the street observing and communicating with Zambianco via walkie-talkie. I also arranged for 2 getaway vehicles through Pepe Molestina. Mogrovejo earlier this week arranged to rent the entire club for this afternoon, a Friday, and to have an option to rent it for the rest of the weekend if his business conversations with the foreigners required additional meetings. From observation we knew which room Echeverria uses as a study, and we selected the proper spot beneath from which to drill up. The team entered the club about 10 o'clock this morning, and Martin and his assistant began quietly drilling, slowly and by hand, in order not to arouse Echeverria or his wife, who were coming and going. About 4 o'clock this afternoon the club manager burst in with about a dozen flower-hat ladies to whom, he said, he wanted to show the club. Mogrovejo protested that he had been promised absolute privacy, but because of the insistence of the club manager and the ladies, Zambianco had to intervene to keep them from proceeding to the room where the drilling was going on. The incident produced enough suspicion in the club manager and enough panic in Mogrovejo to warrant calling the operation off for now. I radioed to Zambianco to have the technicians fill in their holes with plaster and to paint over. This only took a few moments, and shortly the team had evacuated the building. For the time being we'll let this one cool off while I try to discover another way to get access to the Loja club. Mogrovejo was a bad choice. We won't forget it because Echeverria, according to Cardenas, has given several indications that he has some kind of communications with Cuba, possibly, one would suppose, with a secret writing and radio link. A photo technician from Panama was recently here, and he said that TSD has large lenses that could be used to see through the curtains Echeverria sometimes draws in front of the table where he works, so that readable photographs of documents on the table might be obtainable. This would be one way to read his communications. Quito, June 2, 1963. Flores is hooked and we've got another big case. Juan Sevilla and I were playing golf together this morning when a caddy came running out to call him to the telephone. We rushed into the clubhouse and sure enough it was Carlos Rendon, his personal secretary, calling to say that Flores had arrived and that the plant had worked perfectly. Sevilla rushed straight to the airport and I went home to wait. Late in the afternoon he telephoned, and when I went to his house he explained that Rendon had seen Flores arrive and had put the toothpaste tube up his sleeve. He let it fall out carefully while he was reviewing Flores's luggage, found it and began to examine it, finally opening it and discovering the concealed report. Arriving with Flores was another well-known communist, Hugo Noboa, who was discovered to be carrying $1,400 in cash in a secret pocket. This money, propaganda material, and phonograph records of revolutionary songs were confiscated along with the Flores report, and both Flores and Noboa were taken under arrest to the political security offices for questioning. Now to get the publicity going. Quito, June 3, 1963. We're going to have to fight for this one. Only a small notice appeared in the press today on the Flores and Noboa arrests, and the only reference to the Flores report was an allegation that microfilm had been found in his suitcase. Flores, according to this notice, is protesting that if any microfilm was found it was planted either in San Juan, Puerto Rico, where he was in transit, or here in Quito. I checked with Juan Sevilla and he told me that he thinks Arosmena is going to try to quash the whole case including the false document. This is why, according to Sevilla, Flores is still in custody of the Political Security Office instead of the Police Investigations Department under Major Pacifico de los Reyes. He added that the key figure is Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, and added that if I know Del Hierro, I should confirm the importance of Flores and the document. Neither Sevilla nor Del Hierro knows that I am in a working relationship with the other. For most of the afternoon I've tried to get either Del Hierro or Manuel Cordova, the Sub-Secretary of Government, by telephone. It's not like them to avoid me like this, and Dean is about to blow up because the report hasn't been surfaced. Quito, June 4, 1963. There's no doubt now that Arosmena has tried to cover up the case and protect Flores, but we're prying it loose almost by the hour. Sevilla threatened to resign if the case were suppressed, and the rumors of a new cabinet crisis were so strong yesterday and today that the Secretary General of the administration made a public denial of the crisis. Del Hierro finally called me back today, and when we met at Cordova's house he gave me the Flores report asking that I check it for authenticity because it is so grave. I couldn't simply give it a moment's look and pronounce it genuine, so I took it back to the station. When I told Dean of this he went into a fury, stamped up and down and said I'd better get that report surfaced or else. He's really disgusted with Del Hierro, whom he thinks is trying to delay making it public in order to protect the Liberal Party from embarrassment. The document, after all, is pretty damaging to the government, even though it is primarily aimed at exposing the Echeverría group. A positive sign is that Flores has been passed from the Political Security Office to the police, which places him directly under Del Hierro. In his declaration Flores only said that he had been in Europe on a 45-day trip as a journalist. He writes for the leftist weekly La Mañana, with no mention of travel to Cuba. Quito, June 5, 1963. Dean's fit of temper shows no signs of diminishing. This morning he demanded Jaime Del Hierro's private telephone number at the ministry, which I gave him. He called Del Hierro and told him angrily that of course the document is authentic and that every Ecuadorian should read it. Dean was careful to record this call on his dictaphone just in case Del Hierro complains to the ambassador. Then I proposed to Dean that I give a copy of the document to Jorge Rivadeneira Araujo, the brother of Rodrigo Rivadeneira, the transcriber of the Flores telephone tap. Jorge has long participated in the clandestine printing operation, along with his brothers, and is a writer for El Comercio, Quito's leading daily. We don't usually place propaganda through Jorge, but Dean agreed since it is the fastest way to put pressure on Del Hierro to release the original document. Later I took a copy to Rodrigo which he is passing to Jorge, who will show it to his editors at the newspaper. This may destroy my relationship with Del Hierro and Cordova, but Dean doesn't care. He doesn't think Arosmena and the liberals can last much longer anyway. Quito, June 6, 1963. Our ploy against Del Hierro worked like a charm. This morning about 10 o'clock Cordova called me from the embassy receptionist's desk, and when I went down he took me out back to Del Hierro, who was waiting in his car. He said he urgently needed back the Flores document because the press had somehow got a copy and he would have to release the original later today. I rushed up for the document, returned it to Diarypart and told Dean, who whooped for joy. Then I called Rodrigo Rivadeneira to alert his brother Jorge that the Ministry of Government would release the document later today. It may not be printed in today's evening newspapers, but already the whole town is buzzing about it. Today the Council of State formally rejected Rura's case against Diarypart and Sevilla, which wasn't unexpected. Rura will be on ice for a long time and now Flores's chances of getting off are nil. Tomorrow, Sevilla's formal statement to the Council of State will be published in the newspapers, a full page which we're paying for and which includes PCE data like membership figures and recruitment priorities that I passed to Sevilla for documentation. Both Mario Cardenas and Luis Vargas report that Echeverria has been crushed psychologically by this blow. He fears that with the Rura arrest and now Flores, he'll surely be reprimanded by the SAD leadership, possibly even expelled from the PCE. He has now gone into hiding and the agents are trying to find out where. Quito, June 7, 1963. Finally it's in print and the sensation is immense. Everything's included, description of SAD and the PCE Guayaquil leadership as old bureaucrats full of bourgeois vices, faithful to the Moscow line and acting as a brake on revolution. Also, we, the Echeverria Group, are faithful to the experiences of the Cuban Revolution and the necessity to prepare for armed insurrection. Araujo is described as having a good number of trained and armed teams and the Rivadeneira Group is cited as possibly useful for our purposes. All the different critical government offices where Flores has his contacts are mentioned, including the Presidential Palace, and the date for commencing operations, urban terrorism and rural guerrillas, is given as late July to coincide with our urging of the CTE to call a general strike for that time. As if this document weren't enough in itself, by sheer coincidence the CTE yesterday announced a general strike for late July. Our agents had reported that this announcement would come sometime and we had included it in the Flores document. This announcement was carried in the press today, alongside the Flores document, as proof that the latter is genuine. Moreover, Sevilla's statement to the Council of State also came out this morning. Quito, June 15, 1963. Several pieces of good news. First, I've just received my second promotion since coming to Quito, to GS11, which is about equivalent to captain in the military service. The other is that I'm being transferred to Montevideo, Uruguay, at the end of the year. This I learned informally in a letter from Nolan the other day. I had asked to be transferred to Guayaquil as base chief if the job became vacant, but the Montevideo assignment is good news because we'll be near the seashore again. These mountains are getting oppressive lately, and besides, Nolan says Montevideo is a great place to live with good operations going. Meetings between Zambianco and Medardo Toro, the Velasquista gunman, have been fruitful, but Dean is getting nervous about collecting timely intelligence on Velasco's plans to return for next year's elections. Through Zambianco I have worked out a plan to send Toro to Buenos Aires under cover of medical treatment for a back injury that has needed special attention for some years. Toro will take the treatment in Montevideo but will contact Velasco in Buenos Aires and stay as close to him as possible. Our hope is that Velasco will take Toro into his confidence as a kind of secretary and general handyman. This shouldn't be difficult as Toro was at Velasco's side with 2 submachine guns draped over his shoulders up to the moment Velasco left the presidential palace. I've notified the Buenos Aires station, set up a contact plan for an officer of that station, and requested that Toro be placed on the list for the polygraph the next time the interrogators come around. Hopefully Toro will have his affairs arranged so that he can leave by the end of the month. Over the weekend I'm going to Guayaquil and to the beach for a day, then to Manta and Puerto Viejo, the 2 principal towns of Manabí province just north of Guayas. In Puerto Viejo I'll introduce Julian Zambianco to Jorge Gorter's brother, Federico Gorter, an army lieutenant colonel and commander of the army units in the province. Because of the extreme poverty in Manabí province, even by Ecuadorian standards, communist activities there have prospered in recent years. Zambianco has been working several operations in the province including support of a well-known anti-communist priest, and he'll be able to handle contact with Gortaire on his frequent trips there. Contact arrangements were made by Jorge Gortaire when he was in the province last month, so getting this new operation going will be easy. The purpose is to be able to pass information on communist activities in Manabí to Lieutenant Colonel Gortaire who, according to his brother, will not hesitate to take strong and prompt action unfettered by the political restraints often imposed on Colonel Lugo in Guayaquil. Warren Dean is leaving shortly for 6 or 8 weeks home leave. Too bad about Gil Saudade. Normally when a chief of station leaves, the deputy simply takes over as acting COS. But with all the tension and instability right now, Dean asked for a temporary replacement from headquarters. It'll be Dave McLean, a special assistant to Colonel King, the division chief who, surprisingly, managed to survive the head-rolling exercise after the Cuban invasion. While at headquarters, Dean is going to push for 1 or 2 more slots for case officers under embassy cover. Quito, June 22, 1963. The struggle is growing within the government among the factions favoring different lines of action in the face of the growing tension and fear of imminent insurgency. Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury, is the leader of the hardliners, while Jaime Del Hierro, Minister of Government, is somewhere in between, trying to maneuver so that the liberals can stay in the government and retain their emoluments. Arosmena leads the Doves, who refuse to see the danger, and the leftists, who would like to see the power of the traditional parties broken. Thus the cooperation we're getting from Del Hierro in the security field is mixed. Today, for example, the government finally announced a program that I've been pushing since last year to restrict travel to Cuba. From now on, travel to Cuba by Ecuadorians is formally banned and all passports will be stamped not valid for travel to Cuba. This program is the work of Pablo Maldonado, who told me only recently that such a drastic measure would still be very difficult to get approved. On the other hand, Del Hierro still evades all my requests for access to the Cuban woman who was training in Guayaquil. Now she's been sent to Tulcan, which is practically isolated and a place from which she could escape and disappear across the border in Colombia. In Guayaquil 2 days ago, an anti-communist television commentator narrowly escaped when a bomb demolished his car. Yesterday, Colonel Lugo's police raided a bomb factory and storage facility at the isolated house of Antonio Chang, a militant of a new RJE faction, following a lead provided by a base agent. Chang's wife, 2 sons, a Spanish bomb technician and a helper were all arrested and have made sensational declarations, including the fact that they were trained by a Cuban. The Cuban hasn't lived in Cuba since the 1940s, but this item was hidden in small print in the propaganda coverage. Meanwhile, we're trying to keep media coverage going on all the cases, old as well as new, and stations in countries nearby are helping. As each case breaks, we advise Caracas, Bogotá, Lima, Rio de Janeiro, Santiago, and others, mailing immediately the clips of what's been published. These stations generate editorial comment on the communist danger in Ecuador and send clips back to us, which we use to generate still more comment based on the Ecuadorian image abroad. Dean has made one last effort before going on home leave to salvage a little mileage from Reynaldo Varia, our discredited vice president. He told Varia to get going on speeches related to all the recent cases revealing communist plans for action and the bombings. Yesterday, Varia began with a speech at the National Convention of the Chamber of Industries, denouncing communism as a cancer seeking to destroy the national life. Hopes for his succeeding Arosmena are ever so slim, but 3 days ago the Supreme Court began hearing charges against 3 persons in the junk swindle, and Varia, happily, wasn't one of them. Quito, June 25, 1963. Yet another sensation broke today, this one without our help. The case began this morning when one of the revolutionary paratrooper group led by Lenin Torres, still under arrest since they were discovered last year trying to help the guerrillas they had arrested to escape, themselves escaped and joined with 3 others in order to hijack one of the area airlines DC-4s that fly between here and Guayaquil. The plan was to fly over Quito distributing fly sheets from the aircraft telling people to mass at the presidential palace and demand the release of Torres and the other paratroopers still being held. Also, while the aircraft was circling, URJE members would have carried out a series of intimidation bombings and would have demanded the release of Flores, Noboa, and Rura as well as the paratroopers. They would have landed, taken aboard the released prisoners and flown to Cuba. The paratrooper who escaped had been outside the prison under guard on an urgent family matter, but the guard, who was overpowered, tied, and gagged, and left behind, got loose and reported the planned hijacking which he had overheard. Pacifico de los Reyes, chief of criminal investigations in Quito, placed some of his men in maintenance uniforms at the airport, and when the 4 hijackers arrived they were immediately taken into custody. Seized with them were arms, bombs, tear gas canisters, walkie-talkies, and TNT, as well as the fly sheets. After their arrest they implicated Araujo and Ribadeneira in the plan, although this may well be a little provocation by de los Reyes. The whole episode, in fact, may have been staged or at least well penetrated. The story is headlines in the afternoon papers and has sent another shockwave across the country as it's the first political hijacking here. Quito, June 27, 1963. Today is a bigger day for propaganda than most, but it illustrates how our campaign to arouse concern over the communist problem has been going. The front page of El Comercio carries 4 articles related to it. The headlines report a press conference yesterday by Reynaldo Varia in which he condemned communism for threatening the country with organized subversion, including acts of terrorism and massacre. He also pointed to Cuba, supported by Russia and China, as the focal point for communist terror in America, adding that when the Congress convenes in August a special law against terrorism should be passed, possibly to include the outlawing of communism. A second article reports a press conference by Jaime Del Hierro, in which he promised to exterminate every center of communist terrorism in the country. A third article describes follow-up raids of Colonel Lugo's police in Guayaquil and the discovery of another bomb factory from which 150 bombs were seized. It also reports a strategy meeting held 2 days ago between Colonel Lugo, Manuel Cordova, the commanding general of the National Police, and the governor of Guayas province. A fourth article describes the latest revelations in the frustrated airliner hijacking. Not to be forgotten, of course, is the junk swindle, and a fifth front-page article relates the latest development in this case. Aside from the front page, the lead editorial expresses alarm over the recent terrorist cases, and still another editorial wishes success to some Cuban exiles who recently landed a raiding party in Cuba. Quito, June 28, 1963. Police in Guayaquil under Colonel Lugo seized some 300 more bombs in raids yesterday, and arrests of terrorists there now number 19. Also yesterday, Juan Sevilla, Minister of the Treasury, was honored at a banquet given by the Chambers of Industry and Commerce and the Textile Association. In condemning communism, Sevilla said, "The country is suffering a grave moral crisis. It is discouraging to walk through government offices and see how moral values have deteriorated. It is indispensable that we re-establish moral values." He was given a parchment in appreciation of his clear democratic position in defense of free enterprise and of our country's Western ideology. Media exploitation of the airliner hijacking continues, as does the Rura case. Today it was announced that the money taken from Rura will be examined by experts to see if it is counterfeit. This is a delaying formality because I've already told Jaime Del Hierro that the Treasury Department in Washington has refused to certify that the U.S. currency is counterfeit. Quito, July 5, 1963. The chain of recent cases, particularly the Rura and Flores cases, has produced one of the results we wanted. At a special meeting of the PCE Central Committee, the whole Pichincha Provincial Committee under Echeverria was dismissed, with Rura expelled from the party and Echeverria suspended. Already Jaime Galarza, one of Echeverria's lieutenants, has published an article suggesting that Pedro Saad, PCE Secretary General, was behind the revelations in the Flores document and Rura's arrest, because such information could only come from highly placed party members. the momentum of the last 3 months' campaign is having other effects. Most of our political action agents, particularly the rightists in the Ekactor project, are reporting improving disposition to a military rather than a congressional move against Orosmena, what with the alarm and gravity of the current situation. At the ambassador's reception yesterday, moreover, the politicians talked considerably of their surprise that communist preparations have progressed so far. Moreover, everyone seemed to be apprehensive over the specter of Velasco's return and the probability that he'll win again next year. Some members of Congress are anxious to begin proceedings against Orosmena, but many realize the odds favor Orosmena and his patronage over a weak and divided Congress. Quito, July 8, 1963. Rafael Echeverria is still hiding and has seen our agents only rarely. In order to get closer monitoring of his activities, and possibly to discover his hiding place, I've arranged to turn over the Land Rover bought for Jorge Gortier's trip to Luis Vargas, a PCE penetration agent. I gave the car to Jose Molestina, a support agent and used car dealer, to place on sale, and at the same time John Bacon sent Vargas around to make an offer. Molestina doesn't know Vargas, much less as a communist, and when he told me of the offer I told him to take it. Now Vargas will probably be asked by Echeverria, who has no private transportation, to drive him around for his meetings. Media exploitation continues on the recent cases as well as on efforts to salvage Veria. The Guayaquil base placed an editorial in El Universo, the main daily there, praising Veria for his recent anti-communist speeches. We replayed the editorial here in El Comercio. We've also used the COSLO to condemn communist plans for terrorism. Operations at the Georgetown Station, British Guiana, have just brought a big victory against the Marxist Prime Minister, Cheddi Jugun. Jugun has led that colony down a leftist nationalist path since coming to power in the 1950s on the strength of Indian, Asian, predominance over blacks there. The Georgetown Station operations for several years have concentrated on building up the local anti-Jugun trade union movement, mainly through the Public Service International, PSI, which is the International Trade Secretariat for Public Employees. Cover is through the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the U.S. affiliate of the PSI. Last year through the PSI the Georgetown Station financed an anti-Jugun campaign over the budget that included riots and a general strike and precipitated British intervention to restore order. This past April, with station financing and direction, another crippling strike began, this one led by the Guyana Civil Servants Union, which is the local PSI affiliate, and it has taken until just now to force Jugun again to capitulate. Visitors here who have also been to the Georgetown Station say eventually the agency hopes to move the leader of the black community into power even though blacks are outnumbered by Jugun and the Indians. Quito, July 11, 1963. Orosmena is out and a 4-man military junta is in. It began last night at a banquet Orosmena gave for the president of the Grace Lines. W.R. Grace & Co. has large investments in Ecuador, to which high-ranking Ecuadorian military men were invited because the Grace Line's president is a retired U.S. Navy admiral. During the toasts Orosmena made favorable commentary about U.S. business operating in Latin America, but he insulted our ambassador by derisive reference to U.S. diplomatic representatives. In his drunkenness Orosmena also demonstrated incredible vulgarity and finally left the banquet and his guests. This morning the chiefs of the military services decided at a meeting at the Ministry of Defense to replace Orosmena with a junta, and about noon the presidential palace was surrounded by tanks and troops. I went down to the Hotel Majestic just in front of the palace where Jorge Andino, a support agent and owner of the hotel, arranged a room where I could watch the action. I also monitored the military intelligence radio and reported by telephone and walkie-talkie back to the station where frequent progress reports on the coup were being fired off to headquarters and to Panama, for the military commands there who receive all agency intelligence reporting in Latin America. Several hours of tension passed as Orosmena, known to be armed, refused to receive a delegation from the new junta. He remained in the presidential living quarters while the junta members arrived and went to work in the presidential offices. Eventually Orosmena was disarmed by an aide and taken to the airport where he was placed on a military aircraft for Panama, the same place that Velasco was sent to less than 2 years ago. As the coup was taking place, a leftist protest demonstration was repressed by the military with 3 killed and 17 wounded, but these figures will probably be much higher if an accurate count is ever made. Also during the coup, Reynaldo Varia tried in vain to convene the Congress in order to secure his succession to the presidency, but it's no use, he's finished. The junta is composed of the officers who commanded the Army, Air Force, and Navy plus a colonel who was Secretary of the National Defense Council. The Navy captain is the junta chief, but Colonel Marco Scandara of the Defense Council is said unanimously to be the brains and main influence. No question that these men are anti-communist and will finally take the kind of action we want to disrupt the extreme left before they get their serious armed operations underway. Quito, July 13, 1963. No problem for the junta in consolidating power. Loyal messages were received from military units throughout the country, civil liberties have been suspended, and communist and other extreme leftists are being rounded up and put in jail, more than 100 in Guayaquil alone. Communism is outlawed, the junta's first act, censorship has been imposed, there is a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., and next year's elections are cancelled. It will take some days for formal U.S. recognition of the junta, but we've already started passing data from the Subversive Control Watch List to Major de los Reyes here in Quito and to Colonel Lugo in Guayaquil, which they are using with military colleagues in the arrests campaign. For the time being we'll keep working with these police agents, and after U.S. recognition of the junta and Dean's return, decisions will be made on new contacts in the government. The most likely liaison contacts are the Minister of Defense, Colonel Aurelio Naranjo, who was chief of the Cuenca garrison and leader of the movement that forced Orosmena to break with Cuba, the Minister of Government, Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, and the junta leader, Colonel Marco Scandara. Besides outlawing communism, the junta is looking favorably at the reforms that the civilians were never able to establish. In their first statement, the junta said its purpose is to re-establish moral values because the country had reached the brink of dissolution and anarchy. Their rule will be limited to the time necessary to halt the wave of terrorism and subversion and to resolve the country's most urgent problems. They have also declared that their government will not be oligarchic and will have policies designed to stimulate economic and social development in order to raise the standard of living, not just through development, however, but also through the redistribution of income. Among its highest priorities are agrarian, tax and public administrative reforms. In a press conference, Colonel Gandara said that reforms will be imposed by decree and that after repressing the extreme left, the junta will call for a constituent assembly, a new constitution and elections. However, he added, the junta might stay in power for 2 years to accomplish these plans, which immediately caused a cry of outrage from politicians in all quarters. Today, rather sheepishly, the junta issued a statement saying that they will not be in power for a long time. In justifying their takeover, the junta said that Orosmena had spotted the national honor with his frequent drunkenness and his sympathy for communism. Orosmena, for his part, is saying in Panama, as Velasco did, that he still hasn't resigned. Varia is also in Panama now, but he had a happy departure. At the Quito airport where he was taken under arrest yesterday, he was given an envelope from the junta containing a month's pay. Quito, July 31, 1963. The first 3 weeks of junta rule have been rather mild as military dictatorships go. In fact, after all the crisis and tension in recent months, one can even note a feeling of euphoria. Today the junta was recognized by the US, but all along we've kept busy getting information to Major de los Reyes and Colonel Lugo. Goes to show how important station operations can be at a time when conventional diplomatic contacts are suspended. Even so, the most important communist leaders from our viewpoint, Echeverria, for example, have eluded all efforts to catch them. Very possibly some have even left the country. At least for the time being, the junta has considerable political support from conservatives, social Christians, and others, not formally as parties but as individuals. How long this will last is unknown because the junta is obviously determined to end the power struggle between Velasco and Ponce and the instability such caudillismo brings. Moreover, by stressing that they intend to wipe out special privilege and the rule of oligarchies while pledging projects in community development, housing, public health, and education, the junta is attracting considerable popular support. From our standpoint, the junta definitely seems to be a favorable, if transitory, solution to the instability and danger of insurgency that were blocking development. By imposing the reforms this country needs and by taking firm action to repress the extreme left, the junta will restore confidence, reverse the flight of capital and stimulate economic development. Quito, August 15, 1963. Dean is back from home leave and is moving fast to get established with the junta. Already he is regularly meeting Colonel Gandara, the most powerful junta member, Colonel Aurelio Naranjo, the Minister of Defense, and Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, the Minister of Government. With Gandara he is using as bait the weekly Latin American and world intelligence summaries, Kryptonimlband, that are received from headquarters each Friday, translated over the weekend and passed to Gandara on Monday. Already Gandara has given approval in principle to a joint telephone tapping operation in which we will provide the equipment and the transcribers, and he will arrange the connections in the telephone exchanges and provide cover for the LP. Tentatively they have agreed to set up the LP at the military academy. What Dean wants is a telephone tapping operation to rival the one in Mexico City where, he said, the station can monitor 30 lines simultaneously. After this operation gets going, we'll save Rafael Buccelli for monitoring sensitive political lines without the knowledge of the junta. Gil Saudade has been transferred to Curitiba, Brazil, a one-man base in the consulate, and his replacement, Lauren Walsh, doesn't speak Spanish. Walsh, who transferred to WH from the Far East Division after a tour in Karachi, had to cut short his Spanish course in order to take the interdepartmental course in counterinsurgency that is required now for every officer going out as chief or deputy chief of station. What this means to me is that I've got to take over most of Saudade's operations, Wilson Almeida and Voz Universitaria, the Cioslo labor operation with Matias Oloa Capiano, Ricardo Vázquez Diaz and Carlos Vallejo Baez, and the media operation built around Antonio Oloa Capiano, the Quito correspondent of Agencia Orb Latino Americano. Most of these agents are also leaders of the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, and Antonio Oloa runs the PLPR radio station that we bought through him and Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr. as a media outlet. This development is more than a little aggravating because the new deputy won't be able to take over any of these operations as none of the agents speaks good English. Dean said relief will come soon because he got 3 new embassy slots, 2 will be filled in coming months and 1 early next year. All I can do with these new agents is hold their hands until somebody with time can really work with them. Right now there are about 125 political prisoners in Quito, including not only communists but Velasquistas and members of the concentration of popular forces. The junta policy is to allow them to go into exile, although some will be able to stay in Ecuador depending on their political antecedents, judgment of which, in most cases, is based on information we're passing to Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, the Minister of Government. Processing these prisoners, and others in Guayaquil and elsewhere, is going to take a long time because of interrogations and follow-up. Although Dean is working closely with the Minister of Government in processing the prisoners, he hopes to use these cases to start a new unit in the Ministry of Defense that will be solely dedicated to anti-communist intelligence collection. Basically this is what we had previously set up in the police. In fact, the Ministry of Defense will be better because politics sooner or later will come back into the Ministry of Government and the police, while the military unit should be able to remain aloof from normal politics, concentrating on the extreme left. First on the junta's program of reforms are the universities and the National Cultural Foundation called the Casa de la Cultura, both of which have long traditions as centers of leftist and communist agitation and recruitment. Several station and base operations are focused on giving encouragement to the junta for university reform, including agents controlled through Alberto Alarcón in Guayaquil and the student publication Voz Universitaria published by Wilson Almeida. According to Gandhara, the first university reform decree will be issued in a few days with the important provision that student participation in university administration will be greatly reduced. Quito, August 30, 1963. Labor operations always seem to be in turmoil, but now and then they produce a redeeming flash of brilliance. Ricardo Vázquez Diaz, one of the labor agents I took over from Gil Saudade, told me the other day that his mistress is the official shorthand transcriber of all the important meetings of the cabinet and the junta, and that she has been giving him copies so that he can be well informed for his slow work. He gave me samples, and after Dean saw them he told me to start paying her a salary through Vázquez. From now on we'll be getting copies of the record of these meetings even before the participants. In the embassy we'll make them available just to the ambassador and the minister-counselor, and in Washington short summaries will be given limited distribution with the entire Spanish text available on special request. The ambassador, according to Dean, is most interested in seeing how the junta and cabinet members react to their meetings with him and in using these reports to plan his meetings with them. Eventually we'll try to recruit Vázquez's mistress, XI1, directly, but for the moment I'll have to work this very carefully in order not to jeopardize the slow operation. Vázquez claims he's told no one of the reports, which I believe, because, if he told anyone, it would be one of the other slow agents who probably would have mentioned it to me. These reports are jewels of political intelligence, just the sort of intelligence that covert action operations should produce. There has been a change, incidentally, in terminology. The operations that used to be called PP operations, labor, youth, and students, media, paramilitary, political action, are now called covert action, or CA, operations. In headquarters this change in terminology was made at the same time the old PP staff was merged with International Organizations Division to form what is now called the Covert Action Staff. In labor operations themselves we've had serious problems with the new government, partly as a result of the junta's arbitrariness. The right to strike, for example, is suspended. In this respect the junta tends to treat the slow trade union movement much in the same fashion as it treats the CTE. This general trend is aggravated by the Minister of Economy, Enrique Amador Marquez, who is one of the former labor agents of the Guayaquil base terminated last year for regionalism. Amador is doing all he can to promote decisions favorable to his old CRICL and COG friends and detrimental to slow. Right now the most serious case involves the junta's attempts to reorganize the railways, which are one of the many inefficient government autonomous agencies that together spend about 65% of public revenues. The lieutenant colonel appointed to run the railways is favoring the CDOC, Catholic, Railway Union, which is backed by COG and CRICL, against the other railway union which is part of slow and is an affiliate of the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, in London. I arranged for Jack Otero, the Assistant Inter-American Representative of the ITF and one of our contract labor agents, to come to Quito from Rio de Janeiro to help defend the slow Railway Union. He is here now, but instead of following my instructions to approach the matter with restraint he started threatening an ITF boycott of Ecuadorian products. The specter of boatloads of rotten Ecuadorian bananas sitting in ports around the world provoked counter threats from the junta, and we've had to cut Otero's visit short. The ITF Railway Union may have to suffer for a while, but we're going to get action now from Washington, probably from someone like Andrew McClellan, who replaced Serafino Romualdi as the AFL-CIO Inter-American representative when Romualdi set up the IFLD. What the junta needs is a little education on the difference between the free trade union movement and the CTE, but this may not be easy with Amador working behind the scenes for slow's rivals. The Minister of Government is very cooperative in following our advice over the matter of the political prisoners. We have a special interrogation team here now from the U.S. Army Special Forces Unit in the Canal Zone. They're from the counter-guerrilla school there and are helping process the interrogation reports and prepare follow-up leads. The results aren't especially startling, but they are providing excellent file information. As a result, the prisoners are being released in a very slow trickle and most are choosing exile in Chile. Araujo is one of the big fish that was able to hide, but, a few days ago he and 6 others got asylum in the Bolivian embassy. Chances are he'll be there a long time before the junta gives him a safe conduct. University reform continues. Already the universities in Loja and Guayaquil have been taken over and Central University here in Quito is due next. What this means is the firing of communists and other extreme leftists in the university administrations and faculties. The same process is underway in the primary and secondary schools and is in charge of the military governors of each province. Reforms in the government administration are also widening. Already the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Economy are being reorganized. So far the junta's not doing so badly. Tomorrow Teodoro Moscoso, the coordinator of the Alliance for Progress, arrives to negotiate new aid agreements. Quito, September 8, 1963. These labor operations are so messy they're forcing me to put practically all my other operations on ice for lack of time. No wonder Saudade had so few agents, they talk on and on so that one agent meeting can fill up most of an afternoon or morning. Our call for help from McClellan backfired. He sent a telegram to the junta threatening AFL-CIO efforts to stop Alliance for Progress funds and appeals to the OAS and UN if the junta doesn't stop its repression of trade unions. 3 days ago the Secretary General of the administration denounced McClellan's telegram and showed newsmen documents from Crickle and Cog backing the junta and the colonel in charge of the railways. Now the junta is going to suspend the railway workers' right to organize completely. Somehow we have to reverse this trend and we asked for a visit from some other high-level labor figure from Washington, hopefully William Doherty, the former PTTI Latin American representative and now with the IFLD. Doherty is considered to be one of our more effective labor agents and Dean thinks he might be able to change the junta's attitude towards our organizations. Not long ago the CA staff sent 2 operations officers to the Panama station to assist in labor operations throughout the hemisphere much as the Technical Services Division officers in Panama cover the area. They came for a short visit to Quito, more for orientation than anything else, but they're going to get ORIT to send someone to see the junta about these problems. Recently, according to Bill Brown who is one of the labor officers, the Secretary General of ORIT, Arturo Llorregui, was fully recruited so that now he can be guided more effectively. Before, our control of ORIT in Mexico City was exercised through Morris Palladino, the Assistant Secretary General and the principal AFL-CIO representative on the staff. Possibly we will get Llorregui himself to intervene. We've also had 2 polygraph operators here for the past week testing agents. I decided finally to meet Atahualpa Busuns, one of our PCE penetration agents who has been reporting since 1960 but who had never been met directly by a station officer, using the polygraph as the excuse. The interview with Busuns was interesting because it showed how useful the flutter is for things other than determining honesty in reporting and use of funds. In the case of Busuns, which is not unusual according to the operator, the polygraph brought out a flood of remarks about his motivation and his feeling towards us and his comrades in the party. He's certainly a confused man, drawn to us by money yet still convinced that capitalism is destructive to his country. Why does he work for us? Partly the money, but he rationalizes that the PCE leadership is rotten. From now on I'll try to see him at least once a month. His reporting has fallen off during the last 6 months, mostly because Dr. Ovalle is such a poor agent handler, so I'm now looking for a new cutout. Instead of a raise in pay, which could be insecure, I've agreed to pay the premium on a new life insurance policy for Busuns. It's expensive because he's in his late 40s and his health is poor, but it'll be one more control factor. The polygraph operator who worked with me on the Busuns case is Lei Fanon. Fanon was arrested in Singapore in 1960 while he was testing a local liaison collaborator whom the station was trying to recruit as a penetration agent of the Singapore police. The agency offered the Singapore Prime Minister some $3 million as a ransom for Fanon, and Secretary of State Rusk even wrote a letter of apology in the hope of getting Fanon out. Nevertheless, he spent months in the Singapore jail before being released. He told me the agency analysis of the case suggested that the British MI6, which controlled the Singapore service at the time because Singapore was still a British colony, had been aware of the attempted recruitment from the beginning. In a strong reaction to this violation of the long-standing agreement that the CIA refrains from recruitments in British areas except when prior permission is granted, MI6, according to Fanon, arranged for the Singapore security official to play along, and then at the moment of the polygraph they had Fanon arrested. One of Saudad's agents whom he sent to Cuba has just been arrested on his return to Guayaquil and nobody seems to know what to do about him. The agent is Cristobal Mogrovejo, the same Loja agent whom we used to front for the near-disaster audio installation in the Loja Club beneath Rafael Echevarria's apartment. Dean is taking a hard line on Mogrovejo because the agent was told not to return to Ecuador when he was met by officers from the Miami, ex-Havana, station after leaving Cuba. We had sent that instruction precisely to protect Mogrovejo, but since he refused to comply, Dean isn't anxious to spring him loose. He was arrested because he had Cuban propaganda material in his baggage, incredibly stupid, on his arrival. Already the arrest is causing wide comment in Loja where Mogrovejo is president of the University of Loja Law Student Association and well known as a staunch Catholic. For the time being the audio operations against Echevarria's apartment and Flores's apartment are suspended. Sooner or later Flores will go into exile and Echevarria is still hiding. The audio photo operation at the PCE bookstore is also suspended since the junta closed the bookstore right after the coup. Now we'll have to take out the audio equipment with more pounding and squealing of spikes. Quito, September 20, 1963. This has been a month of constant movement of people, agents, visitors, and news station personnel. The first of the news station operations officers has arrived. He's Morton, Pete, Palmer and his cover is in the Embassy Economic section. Unquestionably he'll be an excellent addition to the station and I'm already beginning to unload some of the covert action operations on him. Dean appointed me to look after another visitor, Ted Shannon, the former chief of station in Panama and now chief of the section of the CI staff in headquarters responsible for CIA officers under aid public safety cover. Shannon was the founder of the Inter-American Police Academy in Panama, which, incidentally, will be moving next year to Washington with a new name, the International Police Academy, and he was rather upset that we haven't been fully using our public safety cover officer, John Burke. Dean explained to Shannon his fears about Burke's getting into trouble through his overeagerness, but after Shannon left Dean told me to start thinking about what operations we can give to Burke. Dean is worried about criticism in headquarters that he's not using his people, but in fact there's lots of work Burke can do. The first thing will be to integrate him with the Special Forces interrogation team working on the political prisoners. Reynaldo Varia returned to Ecuador yesterday but his troubles are far from over. Immediately after the coup the junta cancelled the impeachment case against Varia but announced that he would have to stand trial if he ever returned. His return means that his trial begins again, and he has also agreed to refrain from political activity. From Panama he had gone to Houston where a headquarters officer gave him termination pay, but if Dean needs to see him he can establish contact through Otto Clayton-Sky. Manuel Naranjo was replaced as Ecuador's UN ambassador and has also returned. Headquarters was highly impressed with his work for us at the UN, and Dean feels the same. In fact he's going to nominate Naranjo, who is now back at work in the Socialist Party, for career agent status which would mean considerable income, fringe benefits, job tenure, and retirement pay. Juan Sevilla, Arosmena's Minister of the Treasury, is the only one of our political action assets in the old government to get a new job with the junta. Probably because of his firm action during the months before the junta took over, he's been named by the junta as Ecuador's new ambassador to West Germany. We're forwarding the file to the Bonn station and making contact arrangements in case they want to use him in Germany. A few weeks ago I gave Sevilla money for Carlos Rendon, his private secretary, who caught Rira and made the plant on Flores. Apparently Rendon has been threatened and is going to leave the country for a few months. Lieutenant Colonel Federico Gortaire was reassigned from Army Commander in Manabí Province to Military Governor of Chimborazo Province. For the time being we'll communicate with him through Jorge Gortaire in order to save time, but Dean wants to have one of the new officers begin going directly to Riobamba to see Colonel Gortaire as soon as possible. Dean still refuses to intercede with the Minister of Government, Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, on behalf of Cristobal Mogrovejo. Mogrovejo told the police that he went to Cuba on our behalf, and his mother even came to see the ambassador, but Dean is playing real dumb. I think he ought to help the poor guy out of that stinking, miserable jail. The country's honeymoon with the junta is fading fairly fast. The traditional political parties are getting worried that the junta may stay in power longer than they've admitted, and their massive promotions of military officers haven't been very popular. Especially since among the first to be promoted were the junta members themselves. Now they are 1 colonel, 1 admiral, and 2 generals. Quito, October 15, 1963. Labor operations are still unsettled because of the junta's arbitrary actions. Since last month, a new national traffic law has been in preparation, but the junta refuses to consult the National Drivers Federation, taxi, truck, and bus drivers, which will be the organization most affected by the law. Everyone understands the need to stop the general traffic chaos and the carnage that so frequently occurs on the roads, especially when overcrowded buses roll off the mountainside because of their poor mechanical condition. Traditionally, the driver, if he's alive and can move, flies from the scene as fast as he can go. But the Drivers' Federation is our top priority to woo away from the CTE and eventually into the CO slow. So we called Jack Otero back from Rio de Janeiro to see if he could intercede with the junta on the traffic law question, even though the Drivers' Federation isn't affiliated with the ITF. Something may come from the effort, perhaps not with the junta but with the Drivers' Federation. Even the IFLD operation is beset with problems. The country program chief here isn't an agent, and so we can't guide him, except through Washington, so that his program harmonizes nicely with ours. Doherty finally came to help straighten out the IFLD program for us, but this isn't the end of it. He's going to arrange to have Emilio Garza, the IFLD man in Bogota who is a recruited and controlled agent, come here for as long as is needed to make sure the IFLD program is run the way Dean wants it run. Mostly it's a question of personnel assignments through which we want to favor our agents. Sooner or later all the IFLD programs will be run closely by the stations. Until now the expansion has been so fast that in many cases non-agents have been sent as IFLD chiefs and can only be controlled through cumbersome arrangements of the kind we've had here. Political prisoners are being released to go into exile as their cases are reviewed. There are still well over 100 of them. Flores and Rera are both going to Chile in exile. Araujo finally got a safe conduct and left for Bolivia a week ago. Echeverria is still in hiding, rejecting the bait we set with the Vargas Land Rover. Cardenas, Vargas, Busunce, and our other penetration agents have somehow managed to avoid arrest. For a few days last week our Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party agents were also taken as political prisoners. They held a meeting in violation of the government's prohibition of all political meetings without prior permission, and among those arrested were Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr., Carlos Vallejo Baez and Antonio Ulloa Capiano. They were only held for a couple of days and later Vallejo and Ulloa admitted to me that they staged the whole thing for publicity. Pete Palmer is going to take over these agents so that next time they will discuss this sort of caper with us first, otherwise they can't expect us to bail them out if the junta is slow in letting them go. Another new station officer arrived, Jim Wall, an old friend who went through the training program with me at Camp Peary. Wall has just finished 2 years under non-official cover in Santiago, Chile, as a university student. He's going to take over some of my operations too, probably the ECACTOR political action agents. His cover will be in the embassy economic section, along with Palmer. The polygraph operators are now in Buenos Aires and Dean wants to be sure that Medardo Toro is fluttered. Our impression is that the Buenos Aires station isn't taking this case very seriously. Undoubtedly they have plenty of Argentine problems to worry about. In order to see why production from the operation is not better, Dean asked me to go to Buenos Aires to interpret for the polygraph examination of Toro. I'll also go to Montevideo because Toro is taking the treatment for his back there and has made contact on behalf of Velasco with an officer of the Cuban embassy in Montevideo. Moscoso's visit brought good news for the Ecuadorians. $10 million in new loans from the Inter-American Development Bank have been announced this month. Quito, November 7, 1963. It was a strange trip, disappointing on the Toro case but very encouraging for my coming assignment in Montevideo. In Buenos Aires the station considers the Toro case something less than marginal, just as we had suspected. About all we can hope for is to have an officer from the station meet Toro occasionally to receive his reports and pay his salary. In Montevideo it's worse. The chief of station there, Ned Holman, doesn't want anything to do with Velasco. Holman was Nolan's predecessor as chief of station in Quito, so he's had plenty of chance to get soured by Velasco. Even so, the case is interesting because Velasco is opening a channel to the Cubans through Toro, who has already met Ricardo Gutierrez 2 or 3 times. Gutierrez is carried by the Montevideo station as the chief of the Cuban intelligence operation, which the station believes is targeted in large part towards Argentina and the guerrilla operations now going on there. It will be interesting to see whether Velasco gets money from the Cubans. It wouldn't be too unlikely, if he were to become a candidate again for president, because he refused to break with Cuba and has often spoken highly of Castro. In Buenos Aires, besides interpreting on the Toro case, I interpreted on 2 other cases. One was a labor leader who is one of the station's best penetrations of the Peronist movement, and the other was an Argentine naval intelligence officer and his wife who are working together as a penetration of the Naval Intelligence Service. Quito, November 10, 1963. On October 31, the National Drivers Federation was required by the government to undergo fiscal analysis, which means they're going to bring under control the one organization that can stop the country completely. It'll be a long time before this union can be brought into the ITF. In fact, it's not really a union because many of its members are owners of taxis, trucks, and buses, and even gasoline stations. Its orientation, then, is middle class rather than working class, but for our long-range planning it's the most important of the organized trade groups to be brought under greater influence and control. Bill Doherty arranged for Emilio Garza, the Bogotá Eiffel agent, to come to help us smooth out the problems between our CO-SLO agents and the Eiffel operation. The agent was an excellent choice, and I've already recommended that he be transferred to Ecuador when his assignment in Bogotá ends. He's the most effective of the career labor agents that I've worked with. For the past 6 weeks there have been regular terrorist bombings, mostly against government buildings. They started in Quito, 5 occurred in 1 week in mid-October, but now they've spread to Guayaquil. None of our agents seems to know what group is behind the bombings, and Dean's getting jittery. It's embarrassing because the bombings make the junta look inept in spite of all the arrests and forced exiles. The day after tomorrow I'm going to try to recruit Jose Maria Rura, who's been rotting away in the Garcia Moreno prison since May. He's being allowed to leave the country and will fly to Guayaquil, then to Lima, La Paz, and eventually to Chile. Colonel Lugo has been in Quito for the past few weeks, and he told me that the police interrogators report that Rura is very depressed, even disillusioned, about his political past. He is also extremely concerned about his family, which is completely destitute and living on the charity of friends. This information coincides with what we've learned from the interrogation reports received through other sources and from information on Rura's family obtained through the PCE penetration agents. Lugo suggested to me that Rura may be ripe for a recruitment approach, but he doesn't think it should be made in the prison. After discussing the possibilities, Dean asked me take the same Guayaquil-Lima flight as Rura and to try my luck on the plane. We've arranged for Ekblis 1, the Braniff manager in Guayaquil, who is an American and a base support agent, to have me seated next to Rura. Headquarters approval just came in, and the Lima station is going to get the police to allow Rura to stay over for a few days if he wants, because he only has about 2 hours between arrival from Guayaquil and departure for La Paz. For our purposes, any possible follow-up after the flight should be in Lima rather than La Paz. When I talk to him, I'll invite him to stay in Lima at my expense. After all these months in one of the world's gloomiest prisons, he might just accept. In any case, it's worth the risk of a scene on the plane. Rura is known to be extremely volatile, because we need a penetration of the exile community in Santiago, and Rura would be an excellent source when he eventually returns here. Quito, November 13, 1962. It didn't go perfectly, but it wasn't a disaster either. I took the noon flight to Guayaquil, and to my surprise Rura was on the same flight under police guard. Colonel Lugo had told me that Rura was going on the morning flight, and the last thing I wanted was to be seen in Quito by Rura or in any connection with him at all. Arrangements by the base with the Braniff manager were perfect. He was waiting for me at the airport at 3 o'clock this morning and gave me the seat right next to Rura, who would be released from his police guard when he boarded the aircraft. When I walked on the plane, I was shocked to see that there were only about 10 passengers in the whole cabin. The stewardess conducted me to the seat next to Rura, who was already there, and my planned introduction and cover story began to crumble. I had wanted to begin the conversation as some anonymous traveler striking up a conversation with another anonymous traveler. And I wanted the seat next to Rura in case the flight were crowded, so that someone else wouldn't be sitting in that seat. But now it was too obvious. A seemingly endless silence followed after I sat down next to Rura. I tried desperately to think of some new excuse to ease into a conversation. Somebody had to say something because I was clearly there for a purpose. Suddenly the stewardess returned and suggested that I might like to move to where I could sleep, since row after row was vacant. Time for recovery and a new plan. I went forward to a different seat, maybe 10 rows ahead, and began to get depressed. We rolled down the runway and into the air. As the minutes began to go by, 5, 10, 20, I felt more and more glued to my seat. I was going into a freeze and beginning to think up excuses, like bad security, to offer later for not having talked to Rura. But somehow I had to break the ice, and I finally stood up and began walking back to Rura's seat, in mild shock as when walking into a cold sea. I introduced myself, using an alias, and Rura agreed nonchalantly as I asked if I could speak with him. I sat down and went into my new introductory routine, relaxing a bit as I went on. I was an American journalist who had spent the past few weeks in Ecuador studying the problems of illiteracy, disease, and poverty for a series of articles. At the airport before the flight, I learned to my happy surprise that he was going to be on the same flight, and I wondered if he would mind discussing Ecuadorian problems with me from the point of view of a communist revolutionary. I added that I knew of his arrest earlier in the year, and I expressed wonderment that such arbitrary and unfair proceedings could occur. Over coffee we passed the flight discussing Ecuador. Rura spoke openly and relaxedly, and we seemed to be developing a little empathy. About 20 minutes before we were to land in Lima, I shifted the conversation to Rura's personal situation. He told me that he was taking a connecting flight to La Paz and after a few days would proceed to Santiago. He was bewildered over what to do about his family and was expecting hard times in exile. Now I had to make my proposal, ever so gently, but clear enough for Rura to understand. I said I would be seeing friends in Lima who are in the same profession, more or less, as I am. They too would probably like to speak with him, and I was certain that they would offer him a fee for an interview since they represent a large enterprise. He was interested, but said he had permission from the Peruvians only to remain in the airport until the connecting flight. I said my friends could probably arrange permission for him to remain a few days, and that he should ask the immigration authorities if he could spend at least the day in Lima and proceed to La Paz on a later flight, perhaps tonight or tomorrow. Who knows, I said, whether some kind of permanent financial support might be arranged for him in Santiago and for his family in Quito. Perhaps, even, he could arrange for the family to go to Santiago to live with him. I sensed he was taking the bait and was beginning to understand. When the fasten seatbelt light came on, I took out a piece of paper with my alias typed on it and the number of a post office box in Washington. I said I would be staying in Lima at the Krillin Hotel, and if he was able to stay for a few days he could call me at the hotel and we would continue talking. If not, he could always reach me through the post office box. He didn't say he would ask the airport authorities for permission to stay, but he didn't say no either. I thought he was deciding to stay. As a final touch, something I hoped would convince him I was knowledgeable, in fact I now hoped he realized I was CIA, I bade farewell pointedly calling him Pepito, which is the name his PCE comrades call him. I returned to my other seat for the landing. At the terminal building I walked down the steps and headed for the entrance where I was met by the Lima station officer who is in charge of liaison with immigration authorities. He had arranged for permission to be granted if asked by Rura, and indeed offered if Rura didn't ask, without, of course, creating suspicion that we were trying to recruit Rura. From just inside the terminal building we watched the Braniff aircraft because Rura had delayed inside. Eventually he appeared, descended the steps, but suddenly turned and rushed back up the steps and into the aircraft. At that moment about 10 uniformed police who had been striding swiftly, practically rushing, towards the aircraft arrived at the steps. The leader boarded the aircraft and a long delay followed. The Lima station officer went to see his airport police and immigration contacts to find out what happened, and I went to the station offices in the embassy to await news from the airport. If Rura stayed, I would check into the Krillin and wait for his call. If he proceeded to La Paz I would take the noon Avianca flight back to Quito. When I reached the embassy they gave me the bad news. Rura had been frightened by the police when they rushed towards him and thought something terrible might happen. In the aircraft he refused to descend to the terminal until the flight continued. Then he was extremely nervous in the terminal and interested only in being sure he didn't miss the flight to La Paz which he took as planned. The Lima chief of station, Bob Davis, apologized for the over-enthusiasm of their liaison service. The police approaching the aircraft were only trying to give him a warm welcome in preparation for immigration's offer of permission to stay for a few days. The Lima station botched the operation. I am convinced that Rura would have stayed, and now we can only wait for a telegram or letter to the post box. On the other hand, Dean is thinking of a follow-up visit to Rura once he gets to Santiago. At the Lima station I asked how the penetration operation of the Mir is progressing, the one I had started in Guayaquil with the recruitment of Enrique Amaya Quintana. The deputy chief of station, Clark Simmons, is one of my former instructors at Camp Peary and is in charge of the case. He told me that Amaya's information is pure gold. He has pinpointed about 10 base camps and caching sites plus identification of much of the urban infrastructure with full details of each phase of their training and planning. The Lima station has a notebook with maps, names and addresses, photographs and everything else of importance on the Mir, which the station considers to be the most important insurgency threat in Peru. The notebook is in Spanish and is constantly updated so that just at the right moment it can be turned over to the Peruvian military. At the Lima station I sent a cable on the Rura recruitment to headquarters with information copies to Quito and La Paz. Dean had already seen the cable when I got back this afternoon and he's elated even though we can't be sure yet that Rura has accepted. Tomorrow I'll get Bolivian and Chilean visas for quick departure when Rura sends a telegram to the Washington Post box. Quito, November 17, 1963. It didn't take long to resolve the Rura recruitment. This morning we had a cable from the La Paz station with the special Ribat sensitivity indicator, reporting that Rura was in a secret meeting with 2 of the leading Bolivian communists. At the meeting he told them of my attempt to recruit him and he said if he ever sees me again he'll kill me. One of the 2 Bolivians is an agent of the La Paz station, it would seem, although possibly the source is an audio operation. I won't need the visas now, but Dean still thinks Rura may change his mind in 6 months or a year or 2. At least he knows we're interested and he has the post box number. I only have about 3 more weeks before leaving, and as I turn over operations to the 3 new officers I am also terminating a number of the marginal cases, with provision, of course, for picking them up again if needed. Among those I've terminated is Dr. Philip Ovalle, Velasco's personal physician, and the cutout to Atahualpa Busunce, the PCE penetration agent. Ovalle is getting senile and is probably the main reason why Busunce's reporting has been in such a slide. Before termination I was able to get the ambassador to have Ovali placed back on the list of approved physicians for visas. The consular section had thrown him off because he sent some people with syphilis to the US, or otherwise he might have been difficult. The chances of Velasco's coming back are now so slight that there's no reason to waste time seeing Ovali for information on the Velasquistas. I recruited a new cutout for Busunts who I think can get the agents reporting jacked up. He's Gonzalo Fernandez, a former Ecuadorian Air Force colonel who was military attaché in London until he was forced to retire for political reasons. As Busunts is also a former military officer, the chances are that they will work well together. I also terminated the letter intercepts which I had taken back when the administrative assistant left a couple of months ago. The agents were pretty rattled at first, but after I explained that we just don't have time for opening, reading, photography, closing, plus the 2 meetings for pickup and return, they seemed to accept it. They liked the termination bonus and we made arrangements for meetings every 2 or 3 months to pay for propaganda they burned. Not too bad at a couple of $100 a ton. These postal intercepts are a waste of time, in my opinion, and only the headquarters desks that are ready to take anything, like the Cuban branch, will waste effort poring over letters and testing for SW. Tampa, December 10, 1963. On the flight home I compared the existing situation in Ecuador with what I met when I first arrived there. Noland practically wouldn't recognize the place with all the growth. In the Quito station we now have 8 officers, including Gabe Lowe who will arrive in the spring to fill the last new slot, as opposed to 5 when I arrived, plus 2 additional secretaries, several new working wives and an additional communications officer. In Guayaquil we still have only 2 officers inside the consulate but have added 1 officer outside. Now Dean plans to add even more officers under non-official cover, particularly in Guayaquil. The station budget has also risen dramatically, from about $500,000 in 1960, to almost $800,000 now. Operations are better now, too. The counterinsurgency program has improved, helped along by all the arrests, the exiling, and the general repression undertaken by the junta. We have some new operations underway, particularly the new telephone tapping and military intelligence unit that Dean is setting up. Many of these activities are carried out in cooperation with the junta, which, in turn, we have managed to penetrate through police and military officers and the junta's chief stenographer whom we have on our payroll. It looks as if operations in the student field are going to improve, and in our labor operations, both Oslo and the Eiffeld are well established in spite of all the problems they have had to face. The best of our PCE penetration agents have survived and we have added several more, including those of the Guayaquil base. So far as the general political situation is concerned, the position is even more favorable. When I arrived in Ecuador, Araujo was Minister of Government and for 2.5 years the traditional parties made a mess of things, thus encouraging the people to look for extremist solutions. All politicians, Velasco and his followers, the conservatives, the social Christians, the liberals and the socialists, had struggled for narrow sectarian interests, sometimes under the leadership of our agents and close liaison contacts. But they failed to establish through the democratic process the reforms to which they all paid at least lip service. Now, at last, these reforms can be imposed by decree, and it seems certain that the order imposed by the junta will speed economic growth. Land reform is still the greatest need. In a report published earlier this year, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization noted that some 800,000 Ecuadorian families, over 3 million people, live in precarious poverty, while 1,000 rich families, 900 landowners and 100 in business and commerce, enjoy inordinate wealth. Notes: one wall against which people are executed by the firing squad. Part 3. Washington, D.C., February 8, 1964. One can't help being impressed on a first visit to the new headquarters building out in Virginia. It's a 20 or 30-minute drive up the Potomac River from Washington, very beautiful parkway along the cliffs with the headquarters exit marked Bureau of Public Roads as if to fool someone. The building itself is enormous, about 7 stories with a somewhat H-shape, surrounded by high fence and woods, extremely complicated to orient oneself on the inside. I read that it was built for 10,000 employees, and from the numbers of cars in the vast parking lots it seems that number may already have been passed. I spent 2 days with the Ecuadorian desk officer filling in the items that never get into formal reporting and catching up somewhat on the changes in the headquarters bureaucracy. The most important change is the recent establishment of a new deputy directorate, the DDS&T, for Science and Technology, which was formed by merging the old Office of Scientific Intelligence and Office of Research and Reports, both of the DDI, with several other offices. This new unit has taken over all the processing of information and setting of requirements on progress around the world in the different key fields of science and technology, with special emphasis, not surprisingly, on Soviet weapons-related developments. It is also responsible for developing new technical collection systems. The Deputy Directorate for Coordination has been eliminated. The other major change is in the DDP-1, where the old International Organizations Division and the Psychological and Paramilitary Staff merged and adopted the new name, Covert Action Staff. Headquarters Coordination and Guidance for all CA operations, formerly known as PP operations, now centers in this staff. The people in the new CA staff, perhaps because many are veterans of the traditional friction between IO division and the geographical area divisions over activities of IOD agents in the field, have developed a new terminology that provokes no little humor in headquarters halls. Instead of calling their agents anymore, they now insist in their memoranda and other documents on calling them covert associates. Problems relating to agent control, the old IOD wound that would never heal, seem now to have diminished simply by not calling CA operatives agents anymore. Another change in the DDP that will take effect shortly is the merging of the Soviet Russia Division with the Eastern Europe Division, except that Greece will pass to the Near East Division. Now all the communist countries in Europe will be in the same area division, which will be called Soviet Bloc Division. The communications indicator for action by SB Division is also changing, from redwood to redtop. Also, there is a completely new DDP division called the Domestic Operations Division, DOD, which is responsible for CIA intelligence collection within the US, on foreign targets, of course. DOD engages mostly in recruiting Americans for operations, e.g. recruitment of scientists and scholars for work at international conferences. DOD has a station in downtown Washington, D.C. and offices in several other cities. In WH Division, the big news is that Colonel J.C. King is finally on his way out as division chief. His power has gradually been chipped away since the Bay of Pigs invasion by separating Cuban affairs from regular division decision-making and by surrounding King with various advisors such as Dave McLean, who was acting chief of station in Quito when the junta took over, and Bill Hood, who has had the newly created job of chief of operations for the past year. King is being replaced as division chief by one of the senior officers who were brought into the division after the Bay of Pigs from the Far East Division. He is Desmond Fitzgerald, deputy chief of WH Division for Cuban Affairs, also a newly created job after the Cuban invasion. The regular deputy division chief, Ray Herbert, continues to handle personnel assignments and matters not related directly to operations against Cuba. Washington, D.C., February 10, 1964. I spent a night out at Jim Nolan's house. They live in McLean, not far from headquarters. Everyone seems to have moved out that way. After return to headquarters, Noland was assigned as chief of the Brazil branch in WH Division, a key job, with Brazil's continuing slide to the left under Goulart. Noland made several trips to Brazil last year, and from what he says, Brazil is the most serious problem for us in Latin America, more serious in fact than Cuba since the missile crisis. Operations in Brazil haven't been helped by a Brazilian parliamentary investigation into the massive 1962 electoral operation. This investigation began last May and is still continuing in the courts. The investigation revealed that one of the Rio station's main political action operations, the Brazilian Institute for Democratic Action, IBAD, and a related organization called Popular Democratic Action, ADEP, spent during the 1962 electoral campaign at least the equivalent of some $12 million financing anti-communist candidates, and possibly as much as $20 million. Funds of foreign origin were provided in 8 of the 11 state gubernatorial races, 415 candidates for federal senators, 250 candidates for federal deputies and about 600 candidates for state legislatures. Results of the elections were mixed, with station-supported candidates elected governors in Sao Paulo and Rio Grande, both key states, but a leftist supporter of Goulart was elected governor in the critical northeast state of Pernambuco. In the Chamber of Deputies the balance among the 3 main parties stayed about the same, which in some ways was seen as a victory. The Parliamentary Investigating Commission was controlled somewhat. 5 of its 9 members were themselves recipients of IBAD and ADEP funds, but only the refusal of the First National City Bank, the Bank of Boston and the Royal Bank of Canada to reveal the foreign source of funds deposited for IBAD and ADEP kept the lid from blowing off. At the end of August last year President Goulart decreed the closing of both ADEP and IBAD, and the parliamentary report issued in November concluded that IBAD and ADEP had illegally tried to influence the 1962 elections. Washington, D.C. February 12, 1964. For the past few days I've been shuttling between the Uruguayan desk and the Cuban branch getting briefed on operational priorities against the Cubans, as my primary responsibility in Montevideo will be Cuban operations. Only 5 Latin American countries still have diplomatic relations with Cuba, and in Montevideo operations against the Cubans are the highest priority on the station-related missions directive, the only station in the hemisphere where operations against a Soviet embassy are in second place on the priorities list. The reason is that communist strength in Uruguay is growing considerably, particularly in the trade union field, and is undoubtedly assisted by the Cuban embassy there. Moreover, there have been strong indications that current guerrilla and terrorist activities in the north of Argentina are being supported from the Cuban embassy in Montevideo. Right now there are 2 main objectives for Cuban operations in Montevideo. First, in order to promote a break in relations, we are using all appropriate operations to support the Venezuelan case against Cuba for intervention and aggression based on the arms cache discovery on the Venezuelan coast last November. The arms have since been traced to a Belgian manufacturer who claimed to have sold them to Cuba. The purpose of the Venezuelan case is eventually to get a motion through the OAS calling on all Latin American countries with diplomatic relations with Cuba to break them. The hope is that such a motion, coming from Venezuela and not the US, would have sufficient momentum to get adopted by the OAS, particularly if enough propaganda of non-US origin can be generated over the coming months. For the sake of discretion I haven't asked, but the whole campaign built around the arms cache has looked to me like a Caracas station operation from the beginning. I suspect the arms were planted by the station, perhaps as a joint operation with the local service, and then discovered. While our overall objective in Uruguay is to effect a break in diplomatic relations with Cuba, we must meanwhile penetrate their Cuban mission in Montevideo either technically or by recruiting an agent, in order to obtain better intelligence about their activities. We already have a number of valuable operations going against the Cuban embassy, but so far we haven't been able to penetrate it technically or to recruit any of its officers. Not that the station hasn't tried. Last year several cold recruitment approaches were made and there was the unsolicited defection of Rolando Santana. Unfortunately, in the case of Santana, he had been in Montevideo only a short while and had not had access to sensitive information because he wasn't an intelligence officer. The case served nevertheless for propaganda operations. On another occasion we very nearly recruited the officer believed to be the chief of Cuban intelligence in Montevideo. This officer, Earl Perez Freeman, had spurned a cold street approach for recruitment last December in Montevideo just before he was due to return to Cuba after some 3 years in Uruguay. In Mexico, where he was awaiting a flight to Havana, he suddenly appeared in the U.S. Embassy and in discussions with station officers agreed to take asylum in the U.S. The officer in charge was Bob Shaw, one of my former instructors at Isolation, and headquarters halls are still reverberating over his carelessness. After making all the arrangements to evacuate Perez in a military aircraft from the Mexico City airport, Shah took Perez in a car to the airport. On the way to the airport, Perez panicked, jumped out of Shah's car and disappeared in a crowd. No one yet can understand how Shah failed to follow the first rule in cases like these, to place Perez in the back seat with other officers by the doors on either side. Had he changed his mind before leaving Mexico City, conversations in a controlled situation could perhaps have convinced him to come. At least a sudden panic and loss of contact would have been avoided. Perez returned to Havana, and there has been no sign that his short contact with the Mexico City station became known to the Cubans, but opinion is unanimous in headquarters that the Mexico City station did a remarkably inept job on the case, not even an initial debriefing on Cuban operations in Montevideo. On agent recruitment priorities in Montevideo, the Cuban branch is most interested in the code clerk, whom the station has identified as Roberto Hernandez. According to Division D officers in charge of Cuban communications matters, the Soviets are supplying the Cubans with cryptographic materials that are used for their diplomatic and intelligence traffic, impossible to break and read. If I could get the code clerk recruited, they said, arrangements could be made to have a headquarters technician copy the materials, one-time pads, for safe return to the code room. Traffic afterwards, and perhaps traffic before, now stored by the National Security Agency for eventual breakthrough, could be read. Miami, March 14, 1964. We divided our home leave between Janet's parents' home in Michigan and mine here in Florida. 2 weeks ago another son was born, right on the day calculated by the doctor many months ago. Such joy, again everything went perfectly. When the new baby is able to travel in a few weeks, Janet and the children will fly to Montevideo, but I'm going now because the officer I'm replacing is in a rush to leave. On my way down to Montevideo I've stopped off here and spent most of today discussing ways the J-Wave, Miami, station can help our program against the Cubans in Montevideo. Charlie McKay, the J-Wave officer who met me at the airport, suggested we spend the day discussing matters at the beach instead of at the station offices at Homestead Air Force Base, so we relaxed in the sun until he finally brought me back to the airport. He was just the right person for these discussions because he was assigned to the Montevideo station in the early 1960s and is familiar with the operations there. Miami CIA operations are vast but mainly, it seems, concerned with refugee debriefings, storage and retrieval of information, and paramilitary infiltration-exfiltration operations into Cuba. They have both case officers and Cuban exile agents who can assist hemisphere stations on temporary assignments for recruitments, transcribing of audio operations and many other tasks. Just recently the Montevideo station proposed that J-Wave attempt to locate a woman who could be dangled before the Cuban code clerk, who is exceptionally active in amorous adventures. According to McKay, they have just come up with the candidate, a stunning Cuban beauty who has done this sort of work before. Next week he will forward biographical data and an operational history on her, together with the photograph he showed me, to the Montevideo station. The main Miami operation related to Uruguay, however, is the Amhoff project involving 3 Uruguayan diplomats assigned in Havana. They are the charge d'affaires, Zolik Ayala Cabota, and 2 diplomats, German Rosen, the second secretary, and Hamlet Goncalves, the first secretary. No one of them is supposed to know that the others are working for the CIA, but the Miami station suspects they have been talking to each other. Their tasks in Havana include arranging for asylum for certain Cubans, loading and unloading dead drops used by other agents, currency purchase, and visual observation of certain port and military movements. Communications to the agents from Miami are through the one-way voice link, radio, but every week or two at least one of them goes to Nassau or Miami on other tasks unrelated to the CIA, such as bringing out hard currency and jewels left behind by Cuban exiles. Such contraband serves as cover for their CIA work but adds to the sensitivity of this operation, already extreme because of the implications of using diplomats against the country to which they're accredited. The Department of State would have no easy time making excuses to the Uruguayan government if this operation were to blow. Montevideo, March 15, 1964. This is a marvelous city, no wonder it's considered one of the plums of WH Division. Gary O'Grady, the Deputy Chief of Station, met me at the airport and took me to the Hotel Lancaster in the Plaza de la Libertad where I stayed when I came last year. We then went over to his apartment, a large 7th floor spread above the Rambla overlooking Pasitos Beach, where we passed the afternoon exchanging experiences. O'Grady came in January but his family won't be down until after the children finish school in June. He's another of the transfers from the Far East Division, previous assignments in Taipei and Bangkok. Very friendly guy. Montevideo, March 18, 1964. Moving from the next to the smallest country in South America to the smallest is nevertheless taking several giant steps forward in national development, for contrast, not similarity, is most evident. Indeed, Uruguay is the exception to most of the generalities about Latin America, with its surface appearance of an integrated society organized around a modern, benevolent welfare state. Here there is no marginal East Indian mass bogged down in terrible poverty, no natural geographic contradictions between coastal plantations and Sierra farming, no continuum of crises and political instabilities, no illiterate masses, no militarism, no inordinate birth rate. In Uruguay I immediately perceive many of the benefits that I hope will derive from the junta's reform program in Ecuador. Everything seems to be in favor of prosperity in Uruguay. The per capita income is one of the highest in Latin America at about $700. 90% of the population is literate with over 10 daily newspapers published in Montevideo alone. The country is heavily urban, 85%, with over half the 2.6 million population residing in Montevideo. Healthcare and diet are satisfactory while social security and retirement programs are advanced by any standards. Population density is only about 1/3 of the Latin American average and population growth is the lowest, only 1.3%. Most important, Uruguay's remarkable geography allows for 88% land utilization, most of which is dedicated to livestock grazing. Here we have a model of political stability, almost no military intervention in politics in this century, and well-earned distinction as the Switzerland of America. Uruguay's happy situation dates from the election in 1903 of José Batlle y Ordóñez, certainly one of the greatest and most effective of Western liberal reformers, who put an end to the violent urban-rural struggle that plagued Uruguay, as in much of Latin America, during the 19th century. To Batlle, Uruguayans owe social legislation that was as advanced as any of its time, 8-hour day, mandatory days of rest with pay each week, workers' accident compensation, minimum wage, retirement and social security benefits, free, secular, state-supported education. In order to set the pace in workers' benefits and to check concentration of economic power in the hands of private foreign and national interests, Batlle established government monopolies in utilities, finance and certain commercial and industrial activities. And in the political order Batlle established the principle of co-participation wherein the minority Blanco Party, also known as the National Party, could share power with Battle's own Colorado Party through a collegiate executive that would include members of both parties. Through this mechanism patronage would be shared, fringe parties excluded and bloody struggles for political control ended. It is to Batlle, then, that Uruguayans attribute their political stability, their social integration, and an incomes redistribution policy effected through subsidies, the social welfare system, and the government commercial, financial and utility monopolies. However, since about 1954 the standard of living in Uruguay has been falling, the GDP has failed to grow, productivity and per capita income have fallen, and industrial growth has fallen below the very low population growth rate. Investment is only about 11% of GDP, an indication, perhaps, of Uruguayans' resistance to lowering their accustomed levels of consumption. Nevertheless, declining standards of living of the middle and lower classes have produced constant agitation and turmoil reflected in the frequent, widespread, and crippling strikes that have come to dominate national life. What has happened in this most utopic of modern democracies? The economic problem since the mid-1950s has been how to offset the decline of world prices for Uruguay's principal exports, beef, hides and wool. Because export earnings have fallen, they're below the levels of 30 years ago. Uruguay's imports have been squeezed severely with rising prices of manufactured and intermediate goods used in the substitution industries established during the Depression and the 1945-55 prosperity. Result: inflation, balance of payments deficits, economic stagnation, rising unemployment, now 12%, currency devaluation. In part, Uruguay's problems are inevitable because recent prosperity was based on the unusual seller's market during World War II and the Korean War. However, the problems have been aggravated by certain government policies, particularly the creation of new jobs in the government and its enterprises in order to alleviate unemployment and to generate political support. Because of the 3-2 system for distribution of government jobs, 3 to majority party appointees and 2 to minority appointees, established during the 1930s, one could fairly say that both parties are at fault for the current top-heavy administration. Indeed, government employees grew from 58,000 in 1938 to 170,000 in 1955 to about 200,000 now. Because of attractive retirement and fringe benefits, the belief prevails that everyone has a right to a government job, although salaries trail so far behind inflation that most government employees need more than one job to survive. But the overall result has been deficit financing for a public administration often criticized for ineptitude, slow action, interminable paperwork, high absenteeism, poor management, low technical preparation and general corruption. Uruguay's system of paying for its state employment welfare system is to retain a portion of export earnings through the use of multiple currency exchange rates. Thus, the exporter is paid in pesos by the central bank at a rate inferior to the free market value of his products, with the retention being used by the bank for government operations. This system of retentions is at once a means for income redistribution and the equivalent of an export tax, damaging to the competitiveness of the country's products in international markets. Retentions also serve as a disincentive to the primary producing sector, the cattle and sheep ranchers, who resist taxation to support the Montevideo government bureaucracy and the welfare system. The result in recent years has frequently been for ranchers to withhold wool and cattle from the market or to sell their products contraband, usually across the unguarded border to southern Brazil. The contradiction between rural and urban interests, aggravated by decline in export earnings, resulted in Uruguay's falling productivity and declining standard of living. In 1958, after almost 100 years in opposition, the Blanco Party won the national elections in coalition with a rural pressure group known as the Federal League for Ruralist Action, or Ruralistas. This coalition instituted programs to favor exports of ranching products, but with little success at first. In 1959, major international credit was needed for balance of payments relief, and at the insistence of the International Monetary Fund, fiscal reforms were adopted in the hope of stabilizing inflation, balancing trade, and stimulating exports. The peso was devalued, retentions on exports lightened, import controls established, and consumer and other subsidies curtailed. The recovery program failed, however, partly because industrial import prices continued to rise while inflation and other ills have also continued. The peso, which was devalued from 1.5 to 6.5 per dollar in 1959, has continued to fall and is now down to about 18 per dollar. The cost of living increase, a not extreme 15% in 1962, went up by 33.5% in 1963. In spite of continued economic decline, however, the Blancos were able to retain control of the executive in the 1962 elections, largely because of new government jobs created before the elections. Perhaps more fundamental than the disincentives to ranchers and other contradictions in the income redistribution policies is the dilution of Uruguayan political power. The collegiate executive, conceived as a power-sharing arrangement between the two major parties and as a safeguard against usurpation of excessive authority, consists of 9 members, 6 from the majority party and 3 from the minority party. In practice, however, the National Council of Government has many of the appearances of a third legislative chamber because of the factionalism in the major parties promoted by the electoral system. The current NCG, for example, consists of 3 members from one Blanco faction, 2 from another and 1 from a third faction. The Colorado minority members are similarly divided, 2 from one faction and 1 from another. Thus 5 separate factions are represented on the executive, each with its own program and political organization. Ability of the executive to lead and to make decisions is considerably limited and conditioned by fluctuating alignments of the factions, often across party lines, on different issues. The legislature is similarly atomized and moreover self-serving. A special law allows each senator and deputy to import free of duty a new foreign automobile each year, which at inflated Uruguayan prices means an automatic double or triple increase in value. Legislation in 1961 similarly favored politicians, providing for privileged retirement benefits for political office holders, special government loans for legislators and exceptionally generous arrangements for financing legislators' homes. What are some of the solutions to this country's problems when already they have so much going in their favor? Some degree of austerity is necessary, but reforms are also needed in the government enterprises, the ranches, and, most of all, in the executive. The 28 government enterprises, commonly known as the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, are noted for inefficiency, corruption, and waste. For such a small country the scope of their operations is vast: railways, airlines, trucking, bus lines, petroleum refining and distribution, cement production, alcohol production and importation, meat packing, insurance, mortgage and commercial banking, maritime shipping, administration of the port of Montevideo, electricity, telephones and telegraphs, water and sewerage services. Improved management and elimination of waste and corruption in the central administration, the various ministries as opposed to the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, is without doubt equally important. In the ranching sector 2 major problems must be solved: concentration of land and income, and low capital and technology. On land concentration, some 5% of the units hold about 60% of the land, while about 75% of the units hold less than 10% of the land. The latifundia-minifundia problem escaped Battle's attention. Over 40% of the land, moreover, is exploited through some form of precarious tenure with the corresponding disincentive to capitalize. Clearly the large land holdings must be redistributed in order to intensify land use both for production and employment. As for the executive, commentary has started on constitutional reforms such as a return to the one-man presidency or perhaps retention of the collegiate system, but with all members elected from the same party. No one seems to know just how Uruguay will solve these problems, but all agree that the country is in an economic, political, and moral crisis. Montevideo, March 21, 1964. The Montevideo station is about medium-sized as WH stations go. Besides the chief of station, Ned Holman, and O'Grady, we have 4 operations officers, 1 each for Soviet operations, Communist Party, and related groups, covert action operations and Cuban operations, a station administrative assistant, 2 communications officers and 3 secretaries, all undercover in the embassy political section. On the outside under non-official cover we have 2 U.S. citizen contract agents who serve as case officers for certain FI and CA operations. Uruguay's advanced state of development, as compared with Ecuador, is clearly reflected in the station's analysis of the operational environment, which is much more sophisticated and hostile than in poor and backward surroundings. Although there are similarities in the station's targets, the differences are mostly the greater capability of the enemy here. The Communist Party of Uruguay, PCU. In contrast to the divided, weak and faction-ridden Communist Party of Ecuador, the PCU is a well-organized and disciplined party with influence far beyond its vote-getting ability. Thanks in part to the electoral system, the ley de Lemus, the PCU has only minimal participation in the national legislature, 3 seats of a total of 130. The party's strength is growing, however, largely because of the deteriorating economic situation. Whereas in the 1958 elections the PCU received 27,000 votes, 2.6%, in 1962 they received 41,000, 3.5%. Station estimates of PCU are also rising, from an estimated 3,000 members in 1962 to about 6,000 at the present, still less than the PCU claim of membership in excess of 10,000. The PCU's political activities are largely channeled through its political front, the Leftist Liberation Front, better known as FIDEL, for Frente Izquierda de Liberación. Besides the PCU, FIDEL includes the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, and several small leftist splinter groups. Ariel Colazo, the principal leader of the MRO, holds a seat in the Chamber of Deputies which, with the 3 PCU seats, brings FIDEL congressional representation to 4. Uruguay's exceptionally permissive political atmosphere allows free rein for the PCU's activities in labor and student organizations as well as in the political front. The party's newspaper, El Popular, is published daily and sold throughout Montevideo, a fairly effective propaganda vehicle for the PCU's campaigns against North American imperialism and the corruption of the traditional Uruguayan bourgeois parties. While many communist parties are increasingly rocked with splits along the Soviet-Chinese model, the PCU is only minimally troubled and maintains unwavering support for the Soviets. Support for the Cuban Revolution and opposition to any break in relations with Cuba are principal PCU policies. The Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, CTU. Throughout its 40-odd years of existence the PCU has been active in the Uruguayan labor movement, peaking in 1947 when the party controlled the General Union of Workers which represented about 60% of organized labor. Following the death of Stalin, however, ideological division led to a decline in PCU trade union influence while the rival Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, backed by the Montevideo station, became the predominant organization. The CSU affiliated with ORIT and the ICFTU, but began to decline when the Uruguayan Socialist Party withdrew support and the PCU renewed its organizational efforts. In the early 1960s under PCU leadership the CTU was formed, and it has now become by far the largest and most important Uruguayan trade union organization. Besides PCU leadership in the CTU, left-wing socialists are also influential. Major policies of the CTU are support for the Cuban Revolution and opposition to government economic policies, particularly the reform measures adopted at the insistence of the International Monetary Fund, devaluation, austerity, that hurt the lower middle and low-income groups. While only a small percentage of the workers are communists, most workingmen vote for the traditional parties. The PCU and other extreme left influence in the CTU allows for mobilization of up to several 100,000 workers, perhaps half the entire labor force, what with the prevalence of legitimate grievances. Action may range from sit-down or slow-down strikes of an hour or two, to all-out prolonged strikes paralyzing important sectors of the economy. As should be expected, the CTU is an affiliate of the Prague-based World Federation of Trade Unions. The Federation of University Students of Uruguay, FEUU. The situation in the National Student Union is similar to the labor movement. Communists are a small minority of the student population but control the federation. There are 2 institutions of higher learning in Uruguay, the University of the Republic with an enrollment of about 14,000 and the National Technical School, Universidad de Trabajo, with about 18,000, both in Montevideo. FEUU activities, however, are concentrated at the University of the Republic but extend into the secondary system. A PCU member is Secretary General of FEUU, and, when a cause is presented, large numbers of students can be mobilized for militant street action and student strikes. Campaigns of the FEUU include support for the Cuban Revolution and CTU demands, and attacks against North American imperialism. The Socialist Party of Uruguay, PSU. Although the pro-Castro PSU is waning as a political force in Uruguay, In the 1962 elections they were shut out of national office for the first time in many years. It retains some influence among intellectuals, writers, and trade unionists. A considerable part of the socialists' problem is internal dissension over peaceful versus violent political action. A portion of PSU militants under Raúl Sendic, the leader of the sugar workers from Bella Union in northern Uruguay, have broken away and formed a small, activist revolutionary organization. They continue to be weak, however, and Sendic is a fugitive believed to be hiding in Argentina. The Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO. Although the MRO participates in Fidel with the PCU, it retains its independence and a much more militant political posture than the PCU. Because it is dedicated to armed insurrection, it is considered dangerous, but it is thought to have no more than a few hundred members, which considerably limits its influence. Trotskyist and anarchists. The Revolutionary Workers' Party, POR, under Luis Nagel is the Trotskyist group aligned with the Posadas faction of the Fourth International. They number less than 100 and their influence is marginal. A similarly small number of anarchists led by the Gatti brothers, Mauricio and Gerardo, operate in Montevideo, but they too merit only occasional station coverage. Argentine exiles. Uruguay, with its benevolent and permissive political climate, is a traditional refuge for political exiles from other countries, especially Argentina and Paraguay. Since the overthrow of Perón in 1955, Montevideo has been a safe haven for Peronists whose activities in Argentina suffer from periods of severe repression. The Buenos Aires station is considered rather weak in penetration operations against the Peronists, particularly those on the extreme left. The Montevideo station, therefore, has undertaken several successful operations against Peronist targets in Uruguay, through which Cuban support to Peronists has been discovered. One operation, an audio penetration of the apartment of Julio Gallego Soto, an exiled Peronist journalist, revealed a clandestine relationship between Gallego and the former chief of Cuban intelligence in Montevideo, Earl Perez Freeman, the would-be defector in Mexico City. Our station, in fact, has made the most important analysis of the complicated arrangement of groups within Peronism. Those of CIA interest are termed left-wing Peronists and Argentine terrorists, but current signs are that the Argentine government is to allow Peronists to return, and much Argentine revolutionary activity will soon begin moving back to Buenos Aires. Paraguayan exiles. To an even greater extent than the Argentine extremists, the Communist Party of Paraguay, PCP, is forced to operate almost entirely outside its own country. Based mainly in Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and Sao Paulo, the PCP is largely ineffectual, with only about 500 of its 3,000 to 4,000 members living in Paraguay. Harassment and prison for PCP activists under the Stroessner government is most effective. Nevertheless, the PCP has formed a political front, the United Front for National Liberation, FULNA, which includes some non-communist participation, mainly from the left wing of the Paraguayan Liberal Party and from the Febrerista movement, neither of which is allowed to operate in Paraguay. FULNA headquarters is in Montevideo. The Soviet Mission. The Soviet mission in Montevideo consists of the legation, the commercial office and the TASS representative. About 20 officers are assigned to the legation, of whom only 8 are on the diplomatic list of the Uruguayan Foreign Ministry, with the rest listed as administrative and support officials. Of the 20 officers in the embassy, 12 are known or suspected to be intelligence officers, 6 known and 2 suspect KGB, state security, and 2 known and 2 suspect GRU, military intelligence. The commercial office, located in a separate building that is also used for Soviet mission housing, consists of 5 officers, of whom 2 are known and 1 is suspect KGB. The TASS representative is known KGB. Thus, of 26 Soviets in Montevideo, 16 are known or suspected intelligence officers, about the average for Soviet missions in Latin America. Targets for Soviet intelligence operations in Uruguay, other than the U.S. Embassy and the CIA station, are fairly obvious, although station operations have failed to turn up hard evidence except in rare circumstances. Thought to be high on the Soviet priority list are support to the PCU and CTU, penetration of the Uruguayan government and the leftist factions of traditional political parties through their agents of influence programs, propaganda publishing and distribution throughout Latin America through the Fermitaciones Pueblos Unidos among others, cultural penetration through various organizations including the Soviet Uruguayan Friendship Society, travel support through the Montevideo office of Scandinavian Airlines System, and support for illegal intelligence officers sent out under false nationalities and identities. The Cuban mission. Like the Soviets, the Cubans have an embassy and separate commercial office, but Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, is operated by Uruguayans and Argentines. The embassy is headed by a charge d'affaires with 4 diplomats, all either known or suspected intelligence officers. The commercial office is operated by a commercial counselor and his wife, both of whom are thought to be intelligence officers. Contrary to agency operations against the Soviets, however, there is no known framework for classifying Cuban intelligence operations, and practically nothing is known about the organizational structure of Cuban intelligence. Nevertheless, the Montevideo station has collected valuable information on Cuban involvement with Argentine revolutionaries, and strong indications exist that the Cubans are providing support from their Montevideo embassy to current guerrilla operations in northern Argentina. Other Cuban activities relate to the PCU, CTU, FEUU, artists, intellectuals, writers and leftist leaders of the traditional parties. Other communist diplomatic missions. Czechoslovakia, Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia also have diplomatic missions in Montevideo. The Czechs are considered the most important from a counterintelligence viewpoint, but station personnel limitations preclude meaningful operations against any of these other communist missions. There is also an East German trade mission. Because of the higher priorities, we don't cover their activities closely, and the chief of station is trying through the Minister of the Interior to have them expelled. As I read the files and briefing materials on Uruguay, it becomes clear that the operational climate here, with the Soviet, Cuban, and Czech intelligence services, and a sophisticated local political opposition in the PCU and related organizations, is rather less relaxed than in Ecuador. Care will have to be taken in operational security, especially in agent meetings and communications. Nevertheless, as Uruguayans are generally well disposed to the U.S., and because the station has a close relationship with the police and other security forces, the operational climate is generally favorable. Montevideo, March 22, 1964. Until about a year ago, the Montevideo station had the typical anti-communist political operations found at other hemisphere stations, the most important of which were effected through Benito Nardon, leader of the Federal League for Ruralist Action, and president of Uruguay in 1960–61. Other operations were designed to take control of the streets away from communists and other leftists, and our squads, often with the participation of off-duty policemen, would break up their meetings and generally terrorize them. Torture of communists and other extreme leftists was used in interrogations by our liaison agents in the police. An outstanding success among these operations was the expulsion, in January 1961, just before Nardon's term as NCG president ended, of the Cuban ambassador, Mario Garcia Inchostegui, together with the Soviet embassy first secretary, for supposedly meddling in Uruguayan affairs. The station's goal, of course, had been a break in diplomatic relations, but resistance was too strong among other members of the NCG. These operations had been expanded, much as the Icactor operations in Ecuador, under Tom Flores, who arrived in 1960 as chief of station. However, when Ambassador Wimberly Coir arrived in 1962, he insisted that Flores put an end to political intervention with Nardon and to the militant action operations which had caused several deaths and given the communists convenient victims for their propaganda campaigns against the fascist Blanco government. Flores resisted, and in 1963 Ambassador Coir arranged to have him transferred and the objectionable operations ended. Holman was sent to replace Flores, but he has maintained a discreet communication with Nardon, only for intelligence collection and without political action implications. At this moment Nardun is in the terminal stages of cancer and for all practical purposes operations with him have ended. The rest of the station operational program, however, covers all areas. First, the related missions directive. Priority A. Collect and report intelligence on the strength and intentions of communist and other political organizations hostile to the U.S., including their international sources of support and guidance. Objective 1. Establish operations designed to effect agent and/or technical penetrations of the Cuban, Soviet, and other communist missions in Uruguay. Objective 2. Effect agent and/or technical penetrations at the highest possible level of the Communist Party of Uruguay, the Communist Youth of Uruguay, the Leftist Liberation Front, Fidel, the Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, the Socialist Party of Uruguay, Revolutionary Branch, the Federation of University Students of Uruguay, the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, and related organizations. Objective 3. Effect agent and/or technical penetrations of the Argentine terrorist and leftist Peronist organizations operating in Uruguay, the Communist Party of Paraguay, the Paraguayan United Front for National Liberation, FULNA, and other similar third country organizations operating in Uruguay. Priority B. Maintain liaison relations with the Uruguayan security services, principally the Military Intelligence Service and the Montevideo Police Department. Objective 1. Through liaison services maintain intelligence collection capabilities to supplement station unilateral operations and to collect information on Uruguayan government policies as related to U.S. government policies and to the communist movement in Uruguay. Objective 2. Maintain an intelligence exchange program with liaison services in order to provide information on communist and related political movements in Uruguay to the Uruguayan government, including when possible information from unilateral sources. Objective 3. Engage in joint operations with Uruguayan security services in order to supplement station unilateral operations and to improve the intelligence collection capabilities of the services. Objective 4. Through training, guidance, and financial support attempt to improve the overall capabilities of the Uruguayan security services for collection of intelligence on the communist movement in Uruguay. Priority C. Through covert action operations, 1. Disseminate information and opinion designed to counteract anti-US or pro-communist propaganda, 2. Neutralize communist or extreme leftist influence in principal mass organizations or assist in establishing and maintaining alternative organizations under non-communist leadership. Objective 1. Place appropriate propaganda through the most effective local media, including press, radio, and television. Objective 2. Support democratic leaders of labor, student, and youth organizations, particularly in areas where communist influence is strongest, the Federation of University Students of Uruguay, the Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, and where democratic leaders may be encouraged to combat communist subversion. Foreign intelligence and counterintelligence operations, FICI. Of CAVE. Of the 4 agent penetrations of the Communist Party of Uruguay, of CAVE 1 is the most important, classified as middle level while the others are low level. The station's very limited success in running agents into the PCU in comparison with other countries, Ecuador, for example, is due in large part to the higher standard of living and welfare system. Uruguayan communists simply are not as destitute and harassed as their colleagues in poorer countries and thus are less susceptible to recruitment on mercenary terms. Of equal if not greater importance are the higher level of political sophistication in Uruguay, superior party leadership, minimal internal party dissension and the growth the party has experienced in recent years. There may even be a flicker of revolutionary hope given the mess the traditional parties are making of the country. Not that the station hasn't tried to get a high-level agent. Periodic letter recruitment campaigns and approaches by cold pitch in the streets have been undertaken regularly but without success. Of CAVE 1's access derives from his membership of one of Montevideo's district committees and his close relation with an incipient pro-Chinese faction. His position enables the station to anticipate some PCU policies but he is far from the power locus of the Secretariat. Of some interest, however, is of Cave 1's guard duty at PCU headquarters. At Pearl. For many months Paul Burns, the case officer in charge of operations against the PCU, has been studying ways to bug the conference room at PCU headquarters where meetings of the Secretariat and other sensitive conversations are held. Through Avoidance 9, one of the low-level penetration agents who is occasionally posted to guard duty at PCU headquarters, the station has obtained clay impressions of the keys to the conference room from which duplicate keys have been made. However, the 24-hour guard service at PCU headquarters renders an audio installation in the conference room almost impossible by surreptitious entry. Avoidance 9 has also photographed the electrical installations in the conference room, which the guards check on their rounds of the building, and the station pouch to Washington identical electrical sockets of the bulbous, protruding type used in Uruguay. The Technical Services Division in headquarters is casting bugs, microphone, carrier current transmitter, and switches all sub-miniaturized, into identical porcelain wall sockets of their own manufacture. The Minox photographs of the conference room sockets were also needed so that the slightest details of painted edges and drops can be duplicated on the bugs being cast at headquarters. Installation will consist simply in removing the current sockets and replacing them with those cast by TSD. If successfully installed, the stereo audio signal will be transmitted down the electric power line as far as the first of the large transformers usually located on utility poles. A study of the power lines has also been made in order to determine which apartments and houses are between the target building and the first transformer. One of these locations will have to be acquired as listening post because radio frequency, RF, signals cannot pass through the transformer. Several agents already tested in support operations are being considered for manning the LP. Avoidance 9, however, has been kept as unaware as possible of the true nature of this operation because he is extremely mercenary, and there is some concern that he might use his knowledge of the installation, if he made it, to blackmail the station later. Thus of Cave 1, whose loyalty is of a higher type, was instructed to volunteer for guard duty, and he too is now spending 1 or 2 nights per month in a position to make the Pearl installation. At this moment the station is awaiting the devices from headquarters for testing before installation. Of Basque. The station's only penetration of the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, is Aníbal Mercader, a young bank employee developed and recruited by Michael Berger, the officer whom I am replacing. The agent's information is generally low to middle level because he is some distance from the MRO leadership. He is well motivated, however, and there is some hope that he could rise within this relatively small organization. Nevertheless, as the MRO is terrorist-oriented, there may be a problem over how far the agent should go, even if willing, in carrying out really damaging activities for his organization. The agent, moreover, is torn between emigrating to the US, where his banking talents could provide a decent income, and remaining in Uruguay where he faces only turmoil and strain. Of Butte. This is the support and administrative project for all matters to do with a US citizen who is working under contract as an operations officer. His name is Ralph Hatry and he is involved in FI operations. His cover is that of Montevideo representative for Thomas H. Minor and Associates, a Chicago-based public relations and marketing firm. Hatry, who is about 60 years old, has a long history of work with U.S. intelligence, including an assignment in the Far East undercover of an American oil company. The immediate background to his assignment to Montevideo was a difficult contract negotiating period, in which Gary O'Grady, the deputy chief of station, was involved, and which revealed Hatry to be a very difficult person but with important sponsor. The assistant DDP, Thomas Caramesines, gave instructions to find Hatry a job somewhere and his file was circulated, eventually landing on the Uruguayan desk. Hatry came to Montevideo last year and has been causing problems continuously, for the most part related to his personal finances and his efforts to increase fringe benefits. Holman, the chief of station, is trying to keep as much distance as possible between Hatry and himself, the opposite of Hatry's efforts. Because Berger is the junior officer in the station, he was assigned to incorporate Hatry into his operations and to handle his needs in the station, and as is often the case with officers under non-official cover, the time involved in solving his problems inside the station practically wipes out the advantage of having him in the field. Nevertheless, Hatry is handling 4 operations: a letter intercept, an exiled Paraguayan leader, several penetration agents of the Paraguayan Communist Party and Fulna, and an observation post at the Cuban embassy. Of bomb. The contact in this operation is Epifanio Mendez Fleitas, the exiled leader of the Paraguayan Colorado Party. Although the Colorado Party provides the political base for the Stroessner dictatorship, Mendez Fleitas' past efforts to promote reform and to unite Colorados against Stroessner have earned him a position of leadership in the exile community. He is chiefly dedicated to writing and to keeping together his popular Colorado movement, Mopico, which he formed several years ago. We keep this operation going in Montevideo in order to assist the Asunción station and headquarters in following plotting by Paraguayan exiles against General Stroessner. Of Casque. This operation is also targeted against Paraguayan exiles, specifically the Communist Party of Paraguay, PCP, and Fulna. The principal agent, of Casque 1, is active in a leftist group within the Paraguayan Liberal Party, and he reports on leftist trends within the party while serving as cutout and agent handler for 2 lesser agents, A Casque 2 and A Casque 3. Of Casque 2 is also a Liberal Party member, but he works in Fulna and reports to Of Casque 1 on Fulna and PCP work in Fulna. Of Casque 3 is a PCP member who is currently moving into a paramilitary wing that is preparing for armed action against the Stroessner government. Only Of Casque 1, of these 3 agents, knows that CIA is the sponsor of the operation, and he uses his own Liberal Party work as cover for the instructions and salaries he pays the other 2. Yearly cost of this project is about $5,000. Hatry meets with Of Casque 1 and reports back to Michael Berger. Avidity. The station letter intercept provides correspondence from the Soviet bloc, Cuba, Communist China, and certain other countries according to local addressee. The principal agent is Avendana, an elderly man of many years' service going back to Europe during World War II. He receives the letters, which come from Avidity 9 and Avidity 16, both of whom are employees of Montevideo's Central Post Office. Avendana meets one of the sub-agents each day, receiving and returning the correspondence. Payment is made on the basis of the numbers of letters accepted. The letters are processed by Avendana at his home, where he has photo equipment and a flatbed steam table. He writes summaries of the letters of interest which he passes with microfilm to Hatry, who passes them to Berger. This operation costs about $10,000 per year. Of Blinker. When the station decided to set up an observation post in front of the Cuban embassy, it was decided to man the op with a Vengeful 7, who is the wife of Avendana, his assistant in the Avidity letter intercept, and an occasional transcriber for the Vengeful telephone tapping operation. The op is in a large house across the street from the embassy in the elegant Carrasco section of Montevideo. The station pays the rent for Of Blinker 1 and 2, an American couple who live in the op house. The husband is employed by an Uruguayan subsidiary of an American company, and a Vengeful 7 spends each day in an upstairs front room taking photographs of persons entering and leaving, and maintaining a log with times of entry and exit and other comment that she reconciles with the photographs, which are processed by Avendana. A Vengeful 7's work with U.S. intelligence also goes back to World War II days when she worked behind enemy lines in Europe. In addition to the logs and photographs, a Vengeful 7 also serves as a radio base for the Avenin surveillance team, which works most of the time on Cuban targets. From the 0p she signals by radio when the subject to be followed leaves the embassy, with different signals if by foot, by car, or by one street or another. The team waits in vehicles 4 or 5 blocks away and picks up the subject. The logs and photographs are passed to Hatry, who also passes back instructions on surveillance targets. Avenin. The station has 2 surveillance teams, the oldest and most effective being the Avenin team directed by Roberto Musso. The team consists of 7 surveillance agents, 1 agent in the state-owned electric company, and one agent in the telegraph company who provides copies of encoded telegrams sent and received by the Soviet bloc missions through commercial wire facilities. Most of the surveillance agents, like Musso, are employees of the Montevideo municipal government, and communications and instructions are passed by Paul Burns, the case officer in charge, at a safe office site a block from the municipal palace. The team is well trained and considered to be one of the best unilateral surveillance teams in WH Division. Vehicles include 2 sedans and a Volkswagen van equipped with a periscope photography rig with a 360-degree viewing capability for taking pictures and observations through the roof vent. Concealed radio equipment is also used for communication between the vehicles and the op at the Cuban embassy, and between the vehicles and the people on foot. These carry small battery-operated transmitter receivers under their clothing and can communicate with each other as well as with the vehicles. They are also trained and equipped for clandestine street photography using 35mm automatic robot cameras wrapped to form innocuous packages. The Avenyn team was formed in the mid-1950s with the original nucleus of agents coming from part-time police investigators. Until last year, when a new, separate team was formed, the Avenyn team was almost constantly assigned to follow Soviet intelligence officers or related targets. Their most sensational discovery was a series of clandestine meetings between an official of the Uruguayan Foreign Ministry and a Soviet KGB officer in which all the clandestine paraphernalia of signals and dead drops had been used. Photographs and other evidence passed by the station to Uruguayan authorities led to expulsion of the Soviet officer and considerable propaganda benefit. Last year, however, the Avenyn team was taken off Soviet targets and assigned to the Cubans, partly because of increasing importance of the Cubans and partly because the team was considered to be fairly well blown to the Soviets. The Avenyn agent in the electric company is valuable because he has access to lists of persons who are registered for electric service at any address in Montevideo. Not only are the lists helpful in identifying the apartments or offices where surveillance subjects are followed, but the lists are also used to check building security of potential safe sites. The same agent also provides on request the architect's plans for any building served by the electric company, and these plans are used for planning audio installations or surreptitious entries for other purposes. The same agent, moreover, can be called upon to make routine electrical inspection visits, ostensibly for the electric company, which gives him access to practically any office, apartment, or house in Montevideo for inside casings. Avengeful. The station telephone tapping operation is effected through the Avalanche Liaison Service, the Montevideo Police Department, with a history dating back to World War II when the FBI was in charge of counterintelligence in South America. This is currently the most important joint operation underway between the station and an Uruguayan service. Connections are made in telephone company exchanges by company engineers at the request of the police department. A 30-pair cable runs from the main downtown exchange to police headquarters where, on the top floor, the listening post is located. The chief technician, Jacobo de Enda, and the assistant technician and courier, Juan Torres, man the LP, which has tables with actuators and tape recorders for each of the 30 pairs. Torres arranges for lines to be connected by the telephone company engineers, and he delivers the tapes each day to another courier, Avoidance, who takes them around to the transcribers who work either at home or in safe site offices. This courier also picks up the transcriptions and old tapes from the transcribers and passes them to Torres, who sends them to the station each day with yet another courier who works for the intelligence department of the police. The police department thus arranges for connections and operates the LP. The courier Avoidance is a station agent known only to Torres among the police department personnel involved. Each of the transcribers is unknown to the police department, but copies of all the transcriptions, except in special cases, are provided by the station to the police intelligence department. Each operations officer in the station who receives telephone coverage of targets of interest to him is responsible for handling the transcribers of his lines. Thus the Soviet operations officer, Russell Phipps, is in charge of the 2 elderly Russian émigrés who transcribe, in English, the Soviet lines. The CP officer, Paul Burns, is in charge of the transcriber of the PCU line, and the Cuban operations officer is in charge of the transcribers of the Cuban lines. Most of the transcribers are kept apart from one another as well as from the police department. The station, which provides technical equipment and financing for the operation, deals directly with the chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, who is the police department official in overall charge of the telephone tapping operation. He is usually an army colonel or lieutenant colonel detailed to run the Guardia Metropolitana, the paramilitary shock force of the police. Currently he is Colonel Roberto Ramirez. Usually he assigns lines to be tapped as part of his operations against contraband operations, which also provides cover for the station lines which are political in nature. Torres and de Anda work under the supervision of the chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, although approval in principle for the operation comes from the Minister of the Interior, Internal Security, and the chief of the Montevideo Police Department. The station encourages the use of telephone tapping against contraband activities not only because it's good cover but also because police contraband operations are lucrative to them, and such operations tend to offset fears of political scandal depending upon who happens to be Minister of the Interior at any particular time. Only 7 lines are being monitored right now. They include 3 lines on Soviet targets, 1 on the embassy, 1 on the consulate, and another that alternates between a second embassy telephone and the Soviet commercial office, 2 on Cuban targets, 1 on the embassy and 1 on the commercial office, 1 on a revolutionary Argentine with close associations with the Cubans, and 1 line assigned to the headquarters of the Communist Party of Uruguay. Security is a serious problem with the eventual operation because so many people know of it, former ministers and their subordinates, former police chiefs and their subordinates, current officers in the Guardia Metropolitana and the Criminal Investigations and Intelligence Departments. Copies of the transcriptions prepared for the Police Intelligence Department are considered very insecure because of the poor physical security of the department despite continuous station efforts to encourage tightening. Regular denunciations of telephone tapping by the police appear in the PCU newspaper, El Popular, but without the detail that might require shutting down the operation. Telephone tapping in Montevideo, then, is very shaky with many possibilities for serious scandal. Abbaran. The station's only agent penetration of the Cuban mission is a local employee who began working for the station as a low-level penetration of the PCU. He is Warner, the Cuban embassy chauffeur, whose mother works at the embassy as a cook. About 2 months ago the Cubans fired their chauffeur and the station instructed this agent to try, through his mother, to get hired by the Cubans as their new chauffeur. Paul Burns, the station officer in charge, arranged for a crash course in driving lessons, and suddenly this agent became a very important addition to the operational program against the Cubans. Through his mother's pleading he was hired, and in spite of an accident the first day he was out with the embassy car, he has gained steadily in their confidence. Although he does not have access to documents or sensitive information on Cuban support to revolutionaries, he is reporting valuable personality data on Cuban officials as well as intelligence on security and other procedures designed to protect the embassy and the commercial department. Meetings are held directly between the station officer and the agent, usually in a safe apartment site or an automobile. Ekflut. The only potential double-agent case against the Cuban intelligence service here is Medardo Toro, the Ecuadorian sent to Buenos Aires by the Quito station to report on exiled former President Velasco. Although Toro claims to have established a channel from Velasco to the Cuban government through Ricardo Gutierrez Torrens, a Cuban diplomat believed to be their chief of intelligence in Montevideo, and the Quito station and headquarters as well are extremely interested in monitoring the channel for signs of possible Cuban support to Velasco. Ned Holman, the Montevideo chief of station, continues to avoid handling the case in Montevideo. His reasoning is that we already have more than enough work to do and he is afraid to open the door to still more coverage of exiles. For the time being Toro's meetings with Gutierrez will be monitored through reports sent by Pouch from Buenos Aires. Of Busy/Zernik. The most important counterintelligence case against the Cubans in Montevideo consists of the monitoring of the mail of a known Cuban intelligence support agent. The case started in 1962 when encoded radio messages began from Havana to a Cuban agent believed to be located either in Lima or La Paz. The National Security Agency is able to decrypt the messages which contain interesting information but fail to reveal the identity of the agent who receives them. In one of the messages, Havana Control gave the name and address of an accommodation address in Montevideo to which the agent should write if necessary, including a special signal on the envelope to indicate operational correspondence. The addressee in Montevideo is Jorge Castillo, a bank employee active in the Fidel political front, and the signal is the underlining of Edificio Panamericano, where Castillo lives. Operational correspondence is expected to be written in secret writing. In order to monitor this communications channel, should it be activated, the station has recruited the letter carrier who serves Castillo. Because the letter carrier, a busy one, cannot be told of the special signal on the envelope, since it came from a sensitive decrypting process, the station officer has to review all the mail sent to Castillo, a very time-consuming process. So far no operational correspondence has been intercepted, but headquarters correspondence indicates that successful identification has been made of Cuban agents in similar Zernik cases. Zernik is the cryptonym used for the entire communications monitoring operation against Cuban agents in Latin America. Of blimp. The Soviet embassy here is a large mansion surrounded by a garden and high walls. In order to monitor the comings and goings of Soviet personnel, especially the intelligence officers, the station operates an observation post in a high-rise apartment building about a block away and in front of the embassy. The operators are a married couple who live in the OP as their apartment and divide the work, keeping a log of entries and exits of Soviet personnel, photographing visitors and the Soviets themselves from time to time, photographing the license plates of cars used by visitors, signaling the Afbandi surveillance team by radio in the same manner as the OP signals the Avanan team at the Cuban embassy. The Afblimp OP also serves for special observation of the superior-inferior relationships among Soviet personnel, which requires long training sessions with the Soviet operations officer. Such relationships are vital for identifying the hierarchy within the KGB and GRU offices. The apartment is owned by a station support agent who ostensibly rents it to the OP couple as their living quarters. Afbandi. The new, 1963, surveillance team formed to operate against the Soviets and Soviet-related targets consists of a team chief who is an army major and 5 other agents. The team has 2 sedans and communications equipment similar to that used by the Avanan team, with coordination when appropriate with the Afblimp observation post. The team chief, Afbandi 1, originally came to the attention of the station through the liaison operations with the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service, and after a period of development he was recruited to lead the new team without the knowledge of his army chiefs. The team is currently undergoing intensive training by Ezequiel Ramirez, a training officer from headquarters who specializes in training surveillance teams. His period with the Afbandi team will total about 8 weeks by the time he is finished next month. Avert. For some years the station has owned, through Avert 1, a support agent, the house that is joined by a common wall to the Soviet consulate. The consulate and the Avert house are the opposite sides of the same 3-story building that is divided down the middle. The building is situated next to the Soviet embassy property and backs up to the embassy backyard garden. In the consulate, in addition to offices, 2 Soviet families are housed, including the consul who is a known KGB officer. The Avert house has been vacant for several years and has been used operationally only for occasional visits by technicians with their sophisticated equipment for capturing radiations from Soviet communications equipment in the embassy. When successful, such electronic operations can enable encoded communications to be read, but we haven't been successful so far in Montevideo. Recently there has been considerable indecision about what to do with the Avert property, whether to use it as an additional op, since it allows for observation of the garden where Soviet officers are known to have discussions, whether to use it to bug the consulate offices and living quarters, whether to sell it, or whether to retain it for some unknown future use. For the time being it is being retained for possible future use, although the station strongly suspects that the Soviets are aware that it is under our control. They have, in fact, probably bugged our side as a routine matter of protection. Soviet access agents. The weakest aspect of Soviet operations in Montevideo is the access agent program, Uruguayans or others who can develop personal relationships with Soviet officials in order to report personality information, and, if appropriate, to recruit or induce defection. Although 3 or 4 station agents are in contact with Soviet officers, their relationships are weak and their reporting scanty. Dandy. Part of the station program against the Cubans, Soviets, and other communist diplomatic missions in Montevideo is keeping up-to-date photographs and biographical data on all their personnel. Although the observation posts against the Cubans and Soviets provide good photographs, their use is limited because of the necessity to protect the ops. The Uruguayan Foreign Ministry, on the other hand, obtains identification photographs on all foreign personnel assigned to diplomatic missions in order to issue the identity card that each is supposed to carry. Dandy 1 is a medium-level official of the Foreign Ministry who gives copies of all these photographs to the chief of station as well as tidbits of information. Although efforts have been made to obtain passports of communist diplomatic personnel for a period long enough to photograph them, this agent has been reluctant to take the added risk of lending the passports when they are sent with the application. Nevertheless, his willingness to turn over the Foreign Ministry Protocol Office files for copying in the station is a valuable, if routine, support function. THIRD. One of the activities of the CIA in support of the National Security Agency's code-cracking task is to maintain teams of radio monitors in certain U.S. embassies. Often, but not only where Soviet diplomatic missions exist, CIA stations include a contingent of monitors who scan frequencies with sophisticated equipment and record radio communications which are passed to NSA for processing. The program is called THIRD. Such a team has been operating for some years in the Montevideo station. The monitors also place mobile stations as close as possible to target encrypting machines for capturing radiations, as in the use of the Avert House next to the Soviet embassy here. THIRD teams work under the direction of Division D of the DDP, although locally they are supervised by the chief of station. When Ned Holman arrived in Montevideo, he recommended that the THIRD team be withdrawn for lack of production. Gradually their activities were curtailed, and in recent weeks they have been packing equipment. Several have already departed for other stations, and soon Fred Morehouse, the THIRD team chief, will leave for his new assignment in Caracas. Abdul Sa. Liaison with the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service is in charge of Gary O'Grady, the Deputy Chief of Station, who meets regularly with Lieutenant Colonel Zipatria, the Deputy Chief of the service. Holman also occasionally meets Zipatria and, when necessary, Colonel Carvajal, the Military Intelligence Service Chief. For some years the Montevideo station has tried to build up the capabilities of his liaison service through training, equipment donation, and funding, but with very little success. Even now, their main collection activity is clipping from the local leftist press. The main problem with this service is the Uruguayan military tradition of keeping aloof from politics, as is shown by Carvajal's reluctance to engage the service in operations against the PCU and other extreme left political groups. On the other hand, the deputy chief, Zipatria, is a rabid anti-communist whose ideas border on fascist-style repression and who is constantly held in check by Carvajal. For the time being the station is using the deputy chief as a source of intelligence on government policy towards the extreme left and on rumblings within the military against the civilian government. Hopefully Zipatria will someday be chief of the service. Avalanche. The main public security force in Uruguay is the Montevideo Police Department, cryptonym Avalanche, with which liaison relations date to just before World War II, when the FBI was monitoring the considerable pro-Nazi tendencies in Uruguay and Argentina. In the late 1940s, when the CIA station was opened, a number of joint operations were taken over from the FBI, including the telephone tapping project. Although police departments exist in the interior departments of Uruguay, the technical superiority and other capabilities of the Montevideo police almost always produce decisions by ministers of the interior that important cases be handled by avalanche even when outside Montevideo. As in Ecuador, the Minister of the Interior is in charge of the police, and station liaison with civilian security forces begins with the minister, currently a Blanco politician named Felipe Gil whom Holman meets regularly. Holman also meets regularly, or whenever necessary, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, Chief of the Montevideo Police, Carlos Martin, Deputy Chief, Inspector Guillermo Coppola, Chief of Investigations, Inspector Juan José Braga, Deputy Chief of Investigations, Commissioner Alejandro Otero, Chief of the Intelligence and Liaison Department, Colonel Roberto Ramirez, Chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, the Anti-Riot Shock Force, Lieutenant Colonel Mario Barb, Chief of the Guardia Republicana, the Paramilitary Police Cavalry, and others. Of these the most important are the Minister, Chief of Police, Chief of Intelligence and Liaison and Chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, who supervises the telephone tapping operation. As in Argentina, the political sensitivity of an aid public safety mission for improving police capabilities has precluded such a mission in Uruguay and restricted police assistance to what overall demands on station manpower allow. But whereas in Argentina a non-official cover operations officer has for some years been ostensibly contracted by the Argentine Federal Police to run telephone tapping and other joint operations, in Uruguay these tasks have been handled by station officers under official cover in the embassy. Until January all the tasks relating to avalanche were handled by the Deputy Chief of Station, but Holman took over these duties when Wiley Gilstrap, the deputy, was transferred to become Chief of Station in San Salvador and replaced by O'Grady, whose Spanish is very limited. The station long-range plans continue to be the establishment of an aid public safety mission that would include a CIA officer in order to release station officers in the embassy for other tasks. However, such a development will have to wait until a strong Minister of the Interior who will fight for the public safety mission appears on the scene. On the other hand, Uruguayan police officers are being sent by the station for training at the Police Academy, which has changed its name to the International Police Academy and is moving from Panama to Washington. Of the activities undertaken by the police on behalf of the station, the most important is the vengeful telephone tapping operation. Other activities are designed to supplement the station unilateral collection program and to keep the police from discovering these operations. Apart from telephone tapping, these other activities are effected through the Department of Intelligence and Liaison. Travel control. Each day the station receives from the police the passenger lists of all arrivals and departures at the Montevideo airport and the port where nightly passenger boats shuttle to Buenos Aires. These are accompanied by a special daily list of important people compiled by INE personnel, including those traveling on diplomatic passports, important political figures, communists and leftists and leaders of the Peronist movement. On request we can also obtain the lists of travelers who enter or leave at Colonia, another important transit point between Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Daily guest lists from the hotels and lodgings in Montevideo are also available. The main weakness in travel control is at the Carrasco Airport, which is the main airport for Montevideo but is in the department of Canelones just outside the department of Montevideo, and there is considerable rivalry between the Montevideo and the Canelones police. More important, however, is the lucrative contraband movement at the airport which jealous customs officials protect by hampering any improvement of police control. Thus station efforts to set up a watch list and a document photography operation at the airport have been unsuccessful. Name checks. As a service to the embassy visa office, information is requested constantly from the police department, usually on Uruguayans who apply for U.S. visas. Data from the intelligence and criminal investigations files is then passed by the station to the visa office for use in determining whether visas should be granted or denied. Biographical data and photographs. Uruguay has a national voter registration that is effectively an identification card system. From the Avalanche service we obtain full name, date, and place of birth, parents' names, address, place of work, etc., and identification photos of practically any Uruguayan or permanent resident alien. This material is valuable for surveillance operations of the Avanan and of Bandi teams, for the subversive control watch list and for a variety of other purposes. License plate data. A further help to station analysis of visitors to the Soviet and Cuban embassies are the names and addresses of owners of cars whose license plate numbers are photographed or copied at the observation posts. The police make this information available without knowing the real reason. The same data is also used to supplement reporting by the two surveillance teams. Reporting. The Intelligence and Liaison Department of the Montevideo Police Department is the government's, and the station's, principal source of information on strikes and street demonstrations. This type of information has been increasing in importance during the past few years as the PCU-dominated labor unions have stepped up their campaigns of strikes and demonstrations in protest against government economic policies. When strikes and demonstrations occur, information is telephoned to the station from INE as the events progress. It includes numbers of people involved, degree of violence, locations, government orders for repression, and estimates of effectiveness, all of which is processed for inclusion in station reporting to headquarters, the Southern and Atlantic military commands, etc. At the end of each month INE also prepares a roundup report on strikes and civil disturbances of which the station receives a copy. While contact between the various officers in the police department and the station is no secret to the chief of police, they are described as official liaison. The station also maintains a discreet contact with a former INE chief who was promoted out of the job and now is the 4th or 5th ranking officer in investigations. This officer, Inspector Antonio Pires Castagnat, is paid a salary as the station penetration of the police department, and he is highly cooperative in performing tasks unknown to his superiors. The station thus calls on this agent for more sensitive tasks where station interest is not to be known by the police chief or others. Pires also provides valuable information on government plans with respect to strikes and civil disorder, personnel movements within the police and possible shifts in policy. The overall cost of the Avalanche project, apart from a vengeful telephone tapping, is about $25,000 per year. SMOTH. The British Intelligence Service, MI6, known in the CIA by the cryptonym SMOTH, has long been active in the River Plate area in keeping with British economic and political interests here. The station receives regularly copies of SMOTH reports via headquarters, but they are of very marginal quality. Because of budget cutbacks, the British are soon closing their one-man office in Montevideo, but before returning to England the SMOTH officer will introduce Holman to the Buenos Aires station commander, who will be in charge of MI6 interests in Montevideo. Basically a courtesy arrangement between colleagues of like mind, the SMOTH liaison is of little importance to the Montevideo operational program. Adenvi. The FBI, cryptonym Adenvi, has an office in the embassy in Rio de Janeiro, legal attaché cover, whose chief is in charge of looking after FBI interests in Uruguay and Argentina. Occasionally the FBI chief comes to Montevideo for visits to the police department, and he usually makes a courtesy call on the Montevideo chief of station. Soon, however, the FBI will be opening an office in the embassy in Buenos Aires which will take over FBI interests in Uruguay. Covert action, CA, operations. AVCIP. Apart from Ralph Hatry, the other non-official cover contract officer is a young ex-Marine who is ostensibly the Montevideo representative for several U.S. export firms. The cover of this officer, Brooks Red, has held up well during the 3 or 4 years that he has been in Montevideo, mainly because he has socialized mostly with the British crowd he met as a leader of the English-speaking theater group in Montevideo. Although he originally worked in the Station Phi program, during the past year he was transferred to the CA side as cutout and intermediate case officer for media and student operations. Although time-consuming, handling Reed's affairs inside the station is a joy for O'Grady, the inside officer in charge, by comparison with the plethora of problems constantly caused by Hatry. Of buzz. Because of the large number of morning and afternoon newspapers in Montevideo, Press media operations are centralized in Buzz1, who is responsible for placing propaganda in various dailies. As each newspaper of the non-communist press is either owned by or responds to one of the main political factions of the principal political parties, articles can be placed more easily in some newspapers than in others depending upon content and slant. Buzz1 has access to all the liberal press, but he uses most frequently the two dailies of the Union Blanca Democratica faction of the Blanco Party, El País and El Plata, the morning newspaper of the Colorado Party List 14, El Dia, and the morning newspaper of the Union Colorado y Batlista, La Mañana, to a lesser extent. Buzz1 pays editors on newspapers on a space-used basis, and the articles are usually published as unsigned editorials of the newspapers themselves. O'Grady is in charge of this operation, which he works through Brooks Reed, who deals directly with Buzz1. All told, the station can count on 2 or 3 articles per day. Clips are mailed to headquarters and to other stations for replay. Buzz1 also writes occasional fly sheets at station direction, usually on anti-communist themes, and he operates a small distribution team to get them on the streets after they are secretly printed in a friendly print shop. Television and radio are also used by Buzz1, although much less than newspapers because they carry less political comment. Bloom. Student operations have had very limited success in recent years in spite of generous promotion of non-communist leaders for FEUU offices. Recently the station recommended, and headquarters agreed, that student operations be refocused to concentrate on the secondary level rather than at the university, on the theory that anti-communist indoctrination at a lower level may bring better results later when the students go on to the university. Brooks Reed works with several teams of anti-communist student leaders whom he finances for work in organization and propaganda. O'Grady is also the station officer in charge of student operations. Charm. Labor operations for some years have been designed to strengthen the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, which is affiliated with the Oroticto structure, but we have been unsuccessful in reversing its decline in recent years. A crucial decision on whether to continue support to the CSU must soon be made. If the CSU is to be salvaged, the station will have to replace the present ineffectual leaders, not a pleasant prospect because of their predictable resistance, and begin again practically from the beginning. The fact is that the CSU is largely discredited, and organized labor is overwhelmingly aligned either inside, or in cooperation with, the CTU and the extreme left. Apart from the CSU, station labor operations are targeted at selected unions that can be assisted and influenced, perhaps eventually controlled, through the international trade secretariats that operate in Latin America, such as the International Transport Workers Federation. The most important new activity in labor operations is the establishment last November of the Montevideo office of the American Institute for Free Labor Development. This office is called the Uruguayan Institute of Trade Union Education, and its director, Jack Goodwin, is a U.S. citizen contract agent and the Montevideo IFLD representative. Alexander Zephyr, the station officer in charge of labor operations, meets Goodwin under discrete conditions for planning, reporting and other matters. In addition to training locally at the IFLD Institute, Uruguayans are also sent to the ORIT School in Mexico and to the IFLD School in Washington. Avalon. This agent, A. Fernandez Chavez, has for many years been used for placing propaganda material and as a source of intelligence on political matters. At times when Buzz1 cannot place things the station wants in the papers, Fernandez may be successful because of his very wide range of friends in political and press circles. He is the Montevideo correspondent of ANSA, the Italian wire service, and of the Santiago station-controlled feature news service Agencia or Latino Americano. Although he occasionally meets Holman, his usual station contact is Paul Burns, the CP officer. Avid. Although the political action operations formerly effected through Benito Nardun have largely ended, Holman continues to see Nardun, Nardun's wife Olga Clarachida Nardun, who is very active in the ruralist movement, and Juan José Gari, Nardun's chief political lieutenant. Gari has the major political plum assigned to the ruralists in the current Blanco government, he's president of the State Mortgage Bank. Should a policy change occur and the station return to political and militant action, one place we would start is with Mrs. Nardun and Guri, even if Nardun himself fails to survive his struggle with cancer. Aviator. Holman recently turned over to O'Grady the responsibility for keeping up the developmental contact with Juan Carlos Quagliati, a very wealthy right-wing lawyer and rancher. This man is the leader of a group of similarly well-to-do Uruguayans concerned with the decline in governmental effectiveness and in the gains made by the extreme left in recent years. He is active in trying to persuade military leaders to intervene in political affairs, and would clearly favor a strong military government, or military-dominated government, over the current weak and divided executive. Although the station does not finance or encourage him, an attempt is made to monitor his activities for collecting intelligence on tendencies in military circles to seek unconventional solutions to Uruguayan difficulties. Should the need arise for station operations designed to promote military intervention, Quagliati would be an obvious person through whom to operate. Support agents. As in other stations, we have a fairly large number of support agents who own and rent vehicles or property for use in station operations. These agents, mainly social acquaintances of station officers, are usually given whiskey or other expensive and hard-to-get items that can be brought in with diplomatic free entry, rather than salaries. Tito Banks, a wool dealer of British extraction, is one of the more effective of these agents. As in Ecuador, the station in Montevideo is getting no small mileage from a relatively small number of officers. The station budget is a little over $1 million per year. Major improvement is needed in the access agent program against the Soviets, direct recruitment against the Cubans, higher level penetrations of the PCU, improvement in the capabilities of police intelligence, and greater effectiveness in labor and student operations. Next week I begin to take over all the operations targeted against the Cubans, not all of which are being handled at present by the officer I am replacing, Michael Berger. This officer has had difficulty in learning Spanish and on the whole has been able to work only with English-speaking agents. He's being married to an Uruguayan girl next weekend and afterwards will depart for a honeymoon, home leave, and reassignment to the Dominican Republic. The operations I'm taking over are the following: the Avcask operations against the Paraguayans, the Avidity letter intercept, Ralph Hatry and his problems, unfortunately, the telephone tap transcriber of Vengeful 9, Avendana, the chauffeur at the Cuban embassy, the observation post at the Cuban embassy, the Avenin surveillance team, the Avcask penetration of the MRO, the foreign ministry protocol official who provides photographs and other data on communist diplomats, and the postman who delivers letters to the Zernik Cuban intelligence support agent. I'm also temporarily, I hope, taking over Holman's contacts with Inspector Antonio Pires, our main penetration of the Montevideo Police Department, and with Commissioner Alejandro Otero, the chief of the Intelligence and Liaison Department. Montevideo, March 26, 1964. The ruling Blanco Party is in a deepening crisis right now that illustrates both the complexity and the fragmentation of Uruguayan politics, and the effect these conditions have on our operations. In January, the chief of police of Canelones, the interior department that borders on Montevideo, was involved in a bizarre bank robbery in which the two robbers were gunned down by police just as they were leaving the bank. Press reporting revealed that there was a third member of the gang who had been working for the Canelones police chief and had previously advised which bank was to be robbed, the day and time of the robbery and the hideouts to be used by the robbers afterwards. The police chief provided weapons for the robbers that had been altered so that they would not fire. In the fusillade of bullets fired by the police ambush, a policeman and a passerby were wounded, but the police chief defended such exaggerated firepower, on the grounds that the robbers had first fired several shots at the police. The most ironic note for the murdered robbers was that the Montevideo press had carried several articles during the week before the robbery that unusual police movements in Canelones at that time were due to a tip-off on a probable robbery. Had the robbers read the newspapers, they would have known they were betrayed. An uproar followed this irregular police procedure, producing an investigation in the Ministry of the Interior and a movement to fire the police chief and prosecute him for not having prevented the robbery. Lines are now drawn in the Blanco party between those supporting the police chief, who comes from one Blanco faction, and those supporting Felipe Gil, the Minister of the Interior, who comes from another Blanco faction and who is leading the movement against the police chief. Supporters of the chief, in fact, are charging that the chief had kept the minister fully informed on the case and that the minister is to blame for any unethical procedures. Benito Nardon died yesterday, but almost until the end he was making radio broadcasts in support of the Canelones police chief. According to reports from Juan Jose Gari, there is no quick solution in sight, and so the Blancos continue to weaken, a process that reaches right up to the Blanco NCG majority. The Colorados aren't sitting idly by. The day after I arrived they got a Colorado elected president of the Chamber of Deputies by taking advantage of Blanco splits. Meanwhile Holman's chief project with the minister, establishment of an aid public safety mission in the police, continues in abeyance pending a decision by Gil. Montevideo, April 1, 1964. It's all over for Goulart in Brazil much faster and easier than most expected. He gave the military and the opposition political leaders the final pretext they needed, a speech to the Army Sergeants Association implying that he backed the non-commissioned officers against the officer corps. Coming right after acts of insubordination by low-ranking sailors and Marines, the speech couldn't have been better timed for our purposes. The Rio station advised that Goulart is probably coming to Uruguay, which means Holman's fears about new exile problems were real. U.S. recognition of the new military government is practically immediate, not very discreet but indicative, I suppose, of the euphoria in Washington now that 2.5 years of operations to prevent Brazil's slide to the left under Goulart have suddenly bloomed. Our campaign against him took much the same line as the ones against communist infiltration in the Velasco and Arosmena governments 2 and 3 years ago in Ecuador. According to Holman, the Rio station and its larger bases were financing the mass urban demonstrations against the Goulart government, proving the old themes of God, country, family, and liberty to be effective as ever. Goulart's fall is without doubt largely due to the careful planning and consistent propaganda campaigns dating at least back to the 1962 election operation. Holman's worry is a new flood of exiles to add to the Paraguayans and Argentines we already have to cover. Montevideo, April 3, 1964. My first Cuban recruitment looks successful. A trade mission arrived from Brazil and will be here until sometime next week. An agent of the Rio station had reported that Raul Alonso Olive, a member of the mission and perhaps the most important because he's a high-level official in the sugar industry, seemed to be disaffected with the revolution. In order to protect the Rio agent against provocation and because of the confusion in Brazil this past week, the Rio station suggested that a recruitment approach be made here or in Madrid, which is their last stop before return to Havana. The Avenin surveillance team followed him after arrival, and at the first chance when he was alone they delivered a note from me asking for a meeting. The note was worded so that he would know it came from the CIA. After reading it he followed the instructions to walk along a certain street where I picked him up and took him to a safe place to talk. Headquarters had sent a list of questions for him, mostly dealing with this year's sugar harvest, efforts to mechanize cane cutting, and anyone else he might know was dissatisfied. We spoke for about 2 hours because he had to rejoin his delegation, but we'll meet again several times before he leaves for Madrid. Contact instructions just arrived from the Madrid station. He said sugar production from this year's harvest should be about 5 million tons, and he rambled on at length about the problems with the cane cutting machines, mostly caused when used on sloping or inclined surfaces. What was surprising was that he knows so many government leaders well, even though he wasn't particularly active in the struggle against Batista. I recorded the meeting, which he didn't particularly like, and reported by cable the essentials of what he said. He thinks he will be in Madrid for most of next week, or perhaps longer, so communications training can be done there. Strange he agreed so readily to return to Cuba and for his salary to be kept safe for him by the CIA, but he seemed honest enough. In Madrid he'll get the polygraph, which should help to resolve his bona fides. Montevideo, April 5, 1964. Goulart arrived here yesterday and was greeted with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. The military takeover, in fact, has been rather badly received here in Uruguay because Goulart was popularly elected, and a strong Brazilian military government may mean difficulties for Uruguay over exiles. Already officials of Goulart's government are beginning to arrive, and the Rio station is sending one cable after another asking that we speed up reporting arrivals. Our only source for this information is Commissioner Otero, whose intelligence and liaison department is in charge of processing the exiles. It's clear that the Rio station is going in out to support the military government, and the key to snuffing out any counter-coup or insurgency is in either capturing or forcing into exile Leonel Brizola, Goulart's far-left brother-in-law, who is the federal deputy for Guanabara, Rio de Janeiro, and is now in hiding. Headquarters has begun to generate hemisphere-wide propaganda in support of the new Brazilian government and to discredit Goulart. For example, Arturo Joregi, Secretary-General of ORIT, has sent a telegram pledging ORIT support for the new Brazilian government. This may provoke a negative reaction in places like Venezuela because the CIA's policy before was to have ORIT oppose military takeovers of freely elected governments, not very realistic in view of the way events are moving. Through UFBuzz we're currently promoting opinion favorable to the Venezuelan case against Cuba in the OAS based on the arms cache discovered last year. One of our placements was a half-page paid advertisement in the Colorado Daily La Mañana that came out yesterday. It was ostensibly written and signed by Hadaracit, the representative here of the Cuban Revolutionary Council and one of the propaganda agents of the UFBuzz project. In fact, it was written by O'Grady and Brooks Reed and based on information from headquarters and from station files. The statement relates the arms cache to overall Soviet and Cuban penetration of the hemisphere, including allegations attributed to Rolando Santana, last year's Cuban defector here. Current insurgent movements in Venezuela, Honduras, Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Panama, and Bolivia are described as being directed from Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City, Buenos Aires and Montevideo, not to exclude the Chinese communists who were also mentioned. Montevideo, April 18, 1964. Holman returned from a Chiefs of Station conference with the grudging acknowledgement that we'll have to devote more attention to the Brazilian exiles. The decision was made, apparently by President Johnson himself, that an all-out effort must be made not only to prevent a counter-coup and insurgency in the short run in Brazil, but also to build up their security forces as fast and as effectively as possible for the long run. Never again can Brazil be permitted to slide off to the left where the communists and others become a threat to take things over or at least become a strong influence on them. Here in Montevideo this policy means that we will have to assist the Rio station by increasing collection of information about the exiles. This will have to be through police intelligence for the time being and will be my responsibility since Holman, as I suspected, wants me to continue to work with Otero, Pires, de Anda, Torres and others while he maintains the high-level contacts with the Minister of the Interior, Felipe Gil, and the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez. As a start I have gotten Otero to place his officers at the residences of Goulart and 3 or 4 of the most important exiles, according to the Rio station's criteria, and these officers will keep logs of visitors while posing as personal security officers for the exiles. We'll forward highlights of the reports to Rio by cable along with information on new arrivals with full copies following by pouch. The political currents here are running against the new military government in Brazil and making favorable editorial comment very difficult to generate. The Brazilian government, nevertheless, has begun to pressure the Uruguayans in different ways so that Goulart and his supporters in exile here will be forbidden to engage in political activities. Promoting sentiment in favor of a break in relations with Cuba is almost as difficult here as promoting favorable comment towards Brazil. Not that Uruguayans are fond of communism or well disposed towards the Cuban Revolution. The cornerstone of Uruguayan foreign policy is strict non-intervention because of the country's vulnerability to pressures from its 2 giant neighbors. Since sanctions or collective action against Cuba can easily be interpreted as intervention in Cuba's internal affairs, the station program to promote a break in relations runs counter to Uruguayan traditional policies. Even so, we are keeping up media coverage of Cuban themes in the hope that Venezuelan attempts to convoke an OAS Foreign Ministers Conference over the arms cache will result not only in the conference but in a resolution for all OAS countries to break with Cuba. A few days ago the former Venezuelan foreign minister under Betancourt, Marcos Falcon Bracino, was here trying to drum up support for the conference, but he couldn't convince the Uruguayans to join actively in the campaign. Montevideo, April 24, 1964. We've just had a visit from the new WH Division Chief, Desmond Fitzgerald, who is making the rounds of field stations. Holman gave a buffet for all the station personnel and wives, and in the office each of us had a short session with Fitzgerald to describe our operations. He was pleased with the Cuban recruitment but suspects he may have been a provocation because of his high estimate of the sugar harvest. Instead of 5 million tons, according to Fitzgerald, production this year will probably be less than 4 million. He also encouraged me to concentrate on making an acceptable recruitment approach to the Cuban code clerk here. When we told him that one of our station offices has a common wall with an uncontrolled apartment in the building next door, he ordered that a large sign be immediately placed on the wall reading, "This room is bugged. Rank has its privileges in the CIA too." Fitzgerald was very insistent that the Montevideo station devote attention to supporting the new Brazilian military government through intelligence collection and propaganda operations. Holman has given O'Grady the overall responsibility for Brazilian problems, and the Rio station is going to help by sending down one of its liaison contacts as military attaché in the Brazilian embassy. He is Colonel Camaracina, and he is due to arrive any day. O'Grady will be meeting with him and will assist him in developing operations to penetrate the exile community. In spite of Goulart's popularity here, the NCG voted yesterday to recognize the Brazilian government, which should serve to ease tensions. Also, Goulart has been declared a political asylee rather than a refugee, which is a looser status that would have allowed him more freedom for political activities. Montevideo, May 2, 1964. Headquarters has approved my plan for recruitment of Roberto Hernandez, the Cuban code clerk, and we shall see if luck prevails. I'm using Ezequiel Ramirez, the training officer from headquarters who's just finished training the Ifbandi surveillance team, to make the initial contact. He can pass for a Spaniard or Latin American and will be less dangerous for Hernandez, if he accepts, until we can establish a clandestine meeting arrangement. Today Ramirez begins working with the Avenin surveillance team to follow Hernandez from the embassy to wherever in town the first approach can be made. It's very hard to tell what the chances are, although reporting from Warner, the Cuban embassy chauffeur, has been excellent in providing insight into Hernandez's personality. He not only is having problems with his wife, who has just had a baby, but he seems to be more than casually involved with Mirta, his Uruguayan girlfriend. Because of Mirta, I rejected the girl offered by the Miami station and will concentrate on interesting Hernandez in eventual resettlement, possibly in Buenos Aires. In addition to his duties as code clerk, he is the embassy technical officer with proficiency in photography. Perhaps resettlement could include setting him up with a commercial photography shop. For the moment, however, we will offer him, per headquarters instructions, $30,000 for a straight debriefing on what he knows of Cuban intelligence operations, $50,000 for the debriefing and provision and replacement of the code pads, and $3,000 for each month he will work for us while continuing to work in the embassy. I have a safe apartment all ready to use if Hernandez agrees and will take over from Ramirez as quickly as possible. The other day I cornered Holman and proposed that I could do more with the police work and Cuban operations if I weren't bogged down with the Paraguayans, the Letter Intercept and Ralph Hatry. It was a dirty move because I suggested that Alex Zephyr, the labor officer, could probably take over these operations. Holman agreed and then told Zephyr, who hasn't spoken to me since. He knows all about Hatry's problems and of the drudgery involved in the Letter Intercept. I'll continue to go occasionally at night to Avendana's house in order to discuss problems of the Cuban embassy observation post with his wife. I wouldn't want to miss that experience. The house is a low bungalow set far back off the street in a sparsely populated section on the edge of town and surrounded by thick woods, almost jungle. The house is protected by a high chain link fence and perhaps a half-dozen fiercely barking dogs. Such isolation in this Adamsesque setting is convenient in that Avendana is almost completely deaf and operational discussions are necessarily but insecurely loud when not screaming. Each time I have visited the home I have gone with Hatri, and the picture of these two aging men yelling furtively over their spy work is an interesting study in contradiction. Another operation that I took over has resolved itself. Anibal Mercader, the MRO penetration, decided to seek employment in the U.S. He was hired by a Miami bank and is leaving shortly. I arranged to keep his MRO membership off the station memorandum on his visa application. I don't envy Alex Zephyr for his labor operations. He is going to have to start again, practically from scratch, because the decision was finally made to withdraw support from the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU. Last month the CSU held a congress and the leadership was unable to overcome the personality conflicts that have resulted in continuing withdrawals of member unions and refusals of others to pay dues. The real problem is leadership, and when Andrew McClellan, the AFL-CIO Inter-American representative, and Bill Doherty, the IFLD Social Projects chief arrived last week, they advised CSU leaders that subsidies channeled through the ICFTU or IT and the ITS are to be discontinued. The situation is rather awkward because the CSU has just formed a workers' housing cooperative and expected to receive IFLD funds for construction. These funds will also be withheld from the CSU and may be channeled through another non-communist union organization. Next week Serafino Romualdi, IFLD Executive Director, will be here for more conversations on how to promote the IFLD program while letting the CSU die. One thing is certain, it will take several years before a new crop of labor leaders can be trained through the IFLD program and, from them, recruitments made of new agents who can set up another national confederation to affiliate with ORIT and the ICFTU. Montevideo, May 5, 1964. None of us can quite believe what is happening. Just as planned, Ramirez and the surveillance team followed Hernandez downtown, and at the right moment he walked up to Hernandez in the street and told him the U.S. government is interested in helping him. Hernandez agreed to talk but only had about 15 minutes before he had to get back to the embassy. He was a pale bundle of nerves, but he agreed in principle to the debriefing and to providing the pads. Another meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon. I sent a cable advising headquarters of the meeting and suggesting that they send down the Division D technician right away so that he can work on the pads on a moment's notice. If this recruitment works, as it seems to be working, we'll have the first important penetration of Cuban operations in this region. More anti-Cuban propaganda. Representatives of the Revolutionary Student Directorate in Exile, DRE, an organization financed and controlled by the Miami station, arrived today. They're on a tour of South America hammering away at the Cuban economic disaster. We don't have a permanent representative of the DRE in Montevideo, so arrangements were made by Hadarasset and FBuzz1. Also through FBuzz1 we're generating propaganda on the trial in Cuba of Marcos Rodriguez, a leader of the Revolutionary Student Directorate in the struggle against Batista. Rodriguez is accused of having betrayed 26 of July members to the Batista police, and our false line is that he was really a communist and was instructed to betray to 26 of July people by the Cuban Communist Party. Purpose: exacerbate differences between the old-line communists and the 26 of July people. We're also playing up the Anibal Escalante purge. Both cases are causing serious divisions in Cuba where, according to FBuzz1, the repression is comparable to that under Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin as the revolution devours its own. The internal crisis in the Blanco party over the Cane Loans police case continues to grow. What is at stake, besides the reputations of the principals, is the division of spoils among the Blanco factions, a very delicate balance negotiated with difficulty and easily upset by internal struggle. Rumors abound of an impending cabinet crisis. Montevideo, May 10, 1964. All is not well on the Hernandez recruitment. He made the second meeting with Ramirez, but refused to talk about Cuban operations until he actually saw the money. He doesn't trust us an inch. Zeke set up a third meeting and I went with $15,000, practically all the cash we have right now in the station. Holman was nervous about me taking out all that money, but if we're going to get Hernandez to talk we have to at least show him the money and maybe even give him a little. O'Grady also came along for extra security, but Hernandez didn't show. My plan was to give Hernandez up to $1,000 if he would begin talking and then try to convince him to let me keep everything for him in an agency account until we finally arrange for him to disappear. Otherwise he might be discovered with large sums of money he can't explain. For 4 nights now I've been waiting for him, and if he doesn't show up tonight I'll get Zeke back into action with the surveillance team. Yesterday the Division D technician arrived. He says he only needs the code pads for a few hours in order to open, photograph and reseal them. That's going to be a neat trick. The pads have adhesive sealers on all 4 edges so it's only possible to see the top page. But if we get them copied we'll be able to read all their traffic for as long as the pads last. For me the most important thing is the debriefing on their intelligence operations. Hernandez told Zeke that he knows absolutely everything they're doing here and I believe him. Tonight he's got to show. Leonel Brizola, leader of the far left in the Goulart government and Goulart's brother-in-law, arrived here in exile and the Brazilian government has asked that both he and Goulart be interned. If interned they will have to live in an interior city without freedom of movement around the country, which would make control much easier. As the most dangerous political leader in the old government, Brizola's leaving Brazil is a favorable development. He had been in hiding since the fall of Goulart. The Rio station wants close coverage of him. Montevideo, May 15, 1964. Something is definitely going wrong on the Hernandez recruitment. From the observation post at the Cuban embassy I know Hernandez practically hasn't left the embassy since the second meeting with Zeke Ramirez. For 4 days the surveillance team and Zeke have been waiting for the signal from the UP in order to intercept Hernandez again for another try. According to the telephone tap on the embassy, Hernandez isn't taking many calls either, and the chauffeur reported today that Hernandez hasn't spoken to him lately. I can't give him special instructions because I don't want him to suspect we have a recruitment going on. Nothing to do but just be patient and keep on trying. Another nuisance assignment. The Santiago station has a really big operation going to keep Salvador Allende from being elected president. He was almost elected at the last elections in 1958, and this time nobody's taking any chances. The trouble is that the Office of Finance in headquarters couldn't get enough Chilean escudos from the New York banks, so they had to set up regional purchasing offices in Lima and Rio. But even these offices can't satisfy the requirements, so we have been asked to help. The purchasing agent for currency in this area is the First National City Bank, but the Buenos Aires station usually handles currency matters because they have a class of finance office empowered to purchase currency. As a Class B station we are restricted to emergencies for exchanging dollars for local currency. Nevertheless, headquarters sent down a check drawn on an account in the New York City Bank office, which I took over to Jack Hennessy, who is the senior U.S. citizen officer at the Montevideo City Bank. He is cleared by headquarters for currency purchases and had already been informed by Citibank in New York to expect the check. I gave him the check and he sent his buyers over to Santiago for discreet purchase. In a couple of days they were back. According to Hennessy, they usually bring the money back in suitcases, paying bribes to customs officials not to inspect, and Paul Burns and I went down to see Hennessy for the pickup. When we got back to the station we had to spend the rest of the day counting it, over $100,000 worth. Now we'll send it to the Santiago station in the diplomatic pouch. They must be spending millions if they have to resort to the system, and New York, Lima, and Rio de Janeiro together can't meet the demand. Montevideo, May 20, 1964. The Hernandez recruitment has failed, for the time being anyway. Today he finally left the embassy, and with the surveillance team Zeke Ramirez caught him downtown. Hernandez refused to speak to Ramirez or even to acknowledge him. The key to the operation now is whether Hernandez told anyone in the embassy of his first conversations with Ramirez, and all the signs are negative. Today, in fact, Hernandez turned pale when Zeke approached him. If he had reported the recruitment, he wouldn't be so panicky because his position in the embassy would be firm. Undoubtedly his fright derives from failure to report the first conversations with Zeke, meaning that his initial acceptance was genuine. Ramirez will return to Washington tomorrow and will let Hernandez get back into his old habits before approaching him again. According to his first conversations with Ramirez, Hernandez's political and cultural orientation is towards Argentina or Brazil rather than the US. Perhaps we will enlist help from the Buenos Aires or Rio stations with a security service penetration agent who could make the next approach in the name of the Brazilian or Argentine government. Montevideo, May 23, 1964. Hernandez has panicked, but we'll probably get him after all. This morning I had an emergency call from the Cuban embassy chauffeur, and when we met he reported that when he arrived this morning at the embassy everything was in an uproar. Hernandez left the embassy, he lives there with his family, sometime during last night, leaving behind his wedding ring and a note for his wife. The Cubans believed he has defected and that he's with us, either in hiding here or on his way to the US. From the worry and gloom at the embassy, the chances are that he took the code pads with him. I told the chauffeur to stick around the embassy all day, if possible, he doesn't usually work on Saturday afternoons, and to offer to work tomorrow. Then I got the Cuban embassy observation post going. We usually close down on weekends, and with Holman, O'Grady, and Burns we tried to decide what to do. What we can't figure out is where Hernandez is and why he hasn't come to the embassy. We arranged for the front door to be left open so that Hernandez can walk right in instead of waiting after ringing the bell, and tonight, in case he's waiting for darkness, we'll have a station officer sitting in the light just inside the front door. Somehow we have to give Hernandez the confidence to walk on in. Sooner or later he's got to appear. Montevideo, May 24, 1964. Hernandez is out of his mind. The chauffeur called for another emergency meeting and reported that Hernandez arrived back at the embassy sometime after daybreak. He's being kept upstairs under custody. Several times yesterday and today the charge went over to the Soviet embassy, probably because the Soviets are having to handle the Cubans' encoded communications with Havana about Hernandez. What possibly could have possessed Hernandez to change his mind again? Montevideo, May 26, 1964. According to the chauffeur, Hernandez is going to be taken back to Cuba under special custody. Ricardo Gutierrez and Eduardo Hernandez, both intelligence officers, will be the escorts. They leave Friday on a Swissair flight to Geneva, where they transfer to a flight to Prague. The chauffeur also learned from Hernandez that when he disappeared from the embassy last Saturday he went to see his friend Ruben Pazos and they drove together to the Brazilian border. Hernandez had the code pads with him and planned to defect to the Brazilian consul in Rivera, but the consul was out of town for the weekend. After waiting a while Hernandez changed his mind again and decided to take his chances with revolutionary justice. He told Abbaran 1, the chauffeur, that he'll probably have to do about 5 years on a correctional farm. I wonder. We've decided to make the case public for propaganda purposes and also to try to spring Hernandez loose on the trip home. The decision to publish came after the Minister of the Interior, Felipe Gil, refused to get the Foreign Ministry or the NCG involved. Holman told him that Hernandez had been caught trying to defect to us and asked for official efforts to save him. The most the minister would agree to was a police interview at the airport, in which Hernandez will be separated, by force, if necessary, from his escorts. Through Buzz 1, meanwhile, will expose the case as a sensational kidnapping within the Cuban embassy of a defector trying to flee from communist tyranny. Montevideo, May 28, 1964. The story of Hernandez's kidnapping is splashed all over the newspapers and is provoking just the reaction we wanted. Buzz1 sent several reporters to the embassy seeking an interview with Hernandez and they were turned away, adding to speculation that perhaps only Hernandez's corpse will eventually appear. I've alerted each of the stations where Hernandez's flight will stop on the way to Geneva. So far the stations in Rio de Janeiro, Madrid, and Bern are going to take action. Rio and Madrid will arrange for police liaison services to speak with Hernandez and the Geneva base will arrange for uniformed Swiss police to be in evidence while Hernandez is in transit, although forcing an interview is too sensitive for the Swiss. We hope Hernandez won't get that far. Through the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, we have the interview arranged at the airport tomorrow before the flight leaves. Inspector Antonio Pires and Commissioner Alejandro Otero will both be there, and Hernandez will be separated for a private interview in which our police agents will try to convince him to stay rather than face punishment on return. I'll also be at the airport to speak with him if he shows signs of agreeing to political asylum in Uruguay. Montevideo, May 29, 1964. More propaganda, but Hernandez couldn't be convinced. At the airport, Gutierrez, one of the escorts, tried to resist having Hernandez separated for the police interview. During the scuffle he pulled out a pistol and was forcibly disarmed. Hernandez, however, insisted that he was returning of his own will and eventually he and his wife and child boarded the flight with the two escorts. So far no news from stations along the way. This morning before his departure the Cubans recovered somewhat from the adverse propaganda by inviting the press to the embassy for an interview with Hernandez. Hernandez said he was returning to Cuba because he feared reprisals against his wife and son from certain persons, unidentified, who were trying to get him to betray his country. For the past 20 days, he admitted, certain persons whose nationality he couldn't place were accosting him in the street. They had first offered him $5,000 and later as high as $50,000. Even with this interview, however, press coverage makes it clear that Hernandez is being returned as a security risk, especially in view of the escorts. The recruitment may have failed, but we have certainly damaged the Cubans' operational capabilities here. The only officers they have left now are the commercial counselor and his wife, and the charge who we don't believe is engaged in intelligence work. Suddenly they're cut from 5 to 2 officers and must use Soviet embassy communications facilities until they can get a new code clerk. The propaganda, moreover, may have improved the climate here for a break in relations if the Venezuelan case in the OAS prospers. If we didn't get the pads and debriefing, at least we got good media play and disruption. Perhaps indirectly related to the Hernandez case, we won't know for some time, are two very favorable recent developments relating to Cuban intelligence defections. In Canada, a Cuban intelligence officer, Vladimir Rodriguez, defected a few weeks ago and is beginning to give the first details of the General Intelligence Directorate, DGI, which is housed within the Ministry of the Interior. Headquarters is keeping us up to date on the highlights of debriefings, which must be similar to the first KGB defector because nothing was known until now, not even the existence of the DGI. More closely related to Cuban operations in Uruguay is another attempt to defect by Earl Pérez Freeman, their former intelligence chief in Montevideo, who had defected and then changed his mind in Mexico this past January. Pérez has just obtained asylum in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana where 3 of the 4 diplomats, the MHOF agents, are working for the Miami station. One of these, the charge d'affaires, is being replaced, but through the other 2, German Rosent and Hamlet Goncalves, the Miami station will try for a debriefing on Cuban operations in Montevideo. Over the weekend I'll compile a list of questions based on what we already know and forward it to Miami for use with the MHOF agents. Montevideo, June 6, 1964. The struggle within the Blanco Party has reached a new crisis just as labor unrest also approaches a peak. Beginning on May 21 the cabinet ministers began to resign, one by one, with the Minister of Defense resigning on May 30 and Felipe Gil, the Minister of the Interior, today. From initial concern over the Cane Loans police case, the Blancos have turned to fighting over assignment of government jobs, and rumors are getting stronger by the day that Blanco military officers are organizing a coup against the Blanco political leadership. So far the rumors are unfounded, but we're sending regular negative reports to headquarters based mostly on reports from Gary and Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, who are closely connected with the military officers said to be involved in the planning. Holman is hoping to get a new Minister of the Interior who will be strong enough to push through the public safety mission for the police. As the government grinds to a halt, the unions of the autonomous agencies and decentralized services are getting more militant. 2 days ago they struck for 24 hours for a 45% increase in the budget for the government enterprises, and a 24-hour general strike is already being organized by these unions and the CTU in protest against inflation. Hernandez returned to Cuba, although police agents of the Rio station had another scuffle with Gutierrez when they separated him for an interview alone with Hernandez. Cuban sugar production for this year's harvest was announced, much lower than my Cuban sugar official, Alonso, told me, so Fitzgerald was probably right. Now I'll have to terminate the safe apartment I used with him. No indication from Madrid yet on results of the polygraph. Miami station reported that getting information from Perez in Havana may be more complicated than expected because they want to keep Goncalves and Rosen from working together on the case. For the time being they'll use only Rosen, and he only comes out to Miami or Nassau about once a month. Montevideo, June 17, 1964. The Blancos finally solved their crisis. New ministers were announced and other jobs were realigned among the different disputing factions. The new Minister of the Interior is Adolfo Tejera, whom the Montevideo police chief, Rodriguez, describes favorably. Through the chief, Holman will make an early contact with the new minister using the vengeful telephone tapping operation as the excuse and following with the aid public safety program later. Today practically all economic activity is stopped thanks to a 24-hour general strike, organized by the CTU and the unions of the government autonomous agencies and decentralized services, on account of inflation and other economic ills that adversely affect the workers. Last night, as the strike was about to start, Colonel Rodriguez, Montevideo police chief and the government's top security official, issued a statement denouncing the wave of rumors of a military takeover as completely unfounded. How different from Ecuador, where a general strike is enough to bring down the government. Here traffic circulates freely and almost everyone, it seems, goes to the beach even if it's too cold to swim. Holman, in commenting on the Sunday-like atmosphere, said that Uruguayans are nothing more than water watchers, content to sip their mate quietly and watch the waves roll in. The Brazilian government is keeping up the pressure for action against political activities by Goulart, Brizola and other exiles. Although they have begun to allow some of the asylees in the Uruguayan embassy to come out, which has temporarily relieved tension, they have also sent a deputy here for a press conference to try to stimulate action for control of the exiles. But the deputy's remarks were counterproductive because in addition to accusing supporters of Goulart and Brizola of conspiring against the military government through student, labor, and governmental organizations in Brazil, he also said that Uruguay is infiltrated by communists and as such is a danger for the rest of the continent. The Uruguayan foreign minister answered later by acknowledging that the Communist Party is legal in Uruguay, but he added that the country is hardly dominated by them. Brazilian pressures may create negative reactions in the short run, but sooner or later the Uruguayans will have to take a similar hard line on communism because the country's just too small to resist Brazil's pressure. As an answer, I suppose, to Holman's resistance on covering the exiles, the Rio station has decided to send 2 more of its agents to the Brazilian embassy here, in addition to the military attaché, Colonel Camaracina. One is a high-level penetration of the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, Manuel Pio Correa, who is coming as ambassador, and the other is Lyle Fontoura, a protégé of Pio, who will be a new first secretary. Until last month Pio was Brazil's ambassador to Mexico where, according to the background forwarded by the Rio station, he was very effective in operational tasks for the Mexico City station. However, because Mexico hadn't recognized the new military government, Pio was recalled, and the Rio station arranged to have him reassigned to Montevideo, which at the moment is the Brazilian government's diplomatic hotspot. When they arrive, Holman will handle the contact with PIO while O'Grady works with Fontoura. One way or another, the Rio station is determined to generate operations against the exiles, and PIO apparently is the persistent type who will keep up pressure on the Uruguayan government. Montevideo, June 28, 1964. The Miami station is having trouble getting information out of Earl Perez Freeman, the Cuban intelligence officer who is in asylum in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana. After several attempts at elicitation by German Rosen, one of the Uruguayan diplomats working for the Miami station, Perez accused him of working for the CIA and demanded that the CIA arrange to get him out of Cuba. He told Rosen that he will not reveal anything of Cuban operations in Uruguay until he is safely out of Cuba. One of Rosen's problems is that he is unable to pressure Perez very effectively without instructions from the foreign ministry here. He denied, of course, Perez's accusation of his connections with us, but is reluctant to proceed without some instructions from his government. Holman agreed that I proposed to Inspector Perez that he go to Miami to provide official guidance to Rosen, but without Rosen knowing that Perez is in contact with us. When I spoke to Perez, he liked the idea but cautioned that Colonel Rodriguez, the chief of police, should authorize his trip and coordinate with the foreign ministry. Holman proposed to Rodriguez that he send one of his best officers to Miami to work with Uruguayan diplomats who are in contact with Perez in the embassy, but without revealing either our contacts with Perez or Rosen. As expected, Rodriguez accepted the idea, obtained foreign ministry endorsement, and nominated Perez. In a few days now, Perez will go to Miami to give official guidance both to Rosen and to Goncalves, the other Uruguayan diplomat in Havana working for the Miami station. Ayala Cabota had previously been transferred from Havana and was no longer used by the agency. The Miami officer in charge will be meeting Rosen, Goncalves, and Perez separately, all of which seems cumbersome and inefficient, but we must protect the contact we have with each from being known by the others. In any case, Rosen and Goncalves will have official encouragement for pressure against the Cuban intelligence officer. We've got to get information from him before any break in relations removes the diplomat agents from Havana. The campaign for isolating Cuba is another step closer to success. The OAS announced that sufficient votes have been obtained for a conference of foreign ministers to consider the arms cache case and the Venezuelan motion that all OAS members still having relations with Cuba break them. Still no sign, however, that Uruguay will support the motion or break even if the motion is passed. Propaganda against Cuba continues through the IFBuzz Media Project. Among the many current placements are those of the Canned Propaganda Operation, Editor's Press Service, which is based in New York and turns out quantities of articles against the Castro government and communism in general, much of which is written by Cuban exiles like Guillermo Martinez Marquez. Montevideo, July 15, 1964. The coup rumors have subsided since the general strike last month, but several strikes have continued. Headquarters sent down a strange dispatch that Holman believes is a prelude to getting back into political action operations. According to him, the dispatch, although signed as usual by the division chief, was actually written by Ray Herbert, who is deputy division chief and an old colleague of Holman's from their days in the FBI. In rather ambiguous terms, this dispatch instructs us to expand our contacts in the political field to obtain intelligence about political stability, government policy concerning activities of the extreme left, and possible solutions to current problems such as constitutional reform. Holman believes that Herbert deliberately did not mention political action operations, as opposed to political intelligence collection, but that the message to prepare for renewal of these operations was clearly implied. For preliminary organization, Holman has given me the responsibility for reporting progress and for developing new political contacts. He will increase somewhat his meetings with Mrs. Nardun and with Gari, and soon will introduce me to yet another ruralista leader, Wilson Elso, who is a federal deputy. We will not make contact with the other principal ruralista leader, Senator Juan Maria Bordaberry, because he is already in regular contact with Ambassador Coer, and Holman wants no problems with him. The importance of the Ruralistas is that they have already announced support for constitutional reform in order to return Uruguay to a strong one-man presidency. The other parties are openly opposed to such reform. ******. In addition to the Ruralistas, Holman asked me to arrange with one of the legitimate political section officers to begin meeting some of the more liberal leaders of the Colorado Party, mainly of the List 15 and the List 99. These two factions will be in the thick of the elections coming up in 1966, and they also constitute an attractive potential for access agents in the Soviet operations program. For purposes of political reporting, Holman will also have his new contact with Adolfo Tejera, the Minister of the Interior, with Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, the Chief of Police, and with Colonel Carvajal, Chief of Military Intelligence. For the time being he will refrain from reinitiating contact with Colonel Mario A. Garando, who was Rodriguez's predecessor as Chief of Police and a close station liaison collaborator, because A. Garando is usually at the center of rumors of a move by Blanco military officers against the government. Also O'Grady will meet more regularly with Juan Carlos Quagliati, the wealthy rancher and lawyer who is active in promoting interventionist sympathies among military leaders. In discussing expansion of political contacts, Holman said we have to be very careful to avoid giving the ambassador any reason to suspect that we're getting back into political action operations. When the time comes, he said, the decision will be made in Washington and the ambassador will be informed through department channels. This is bad news. All the work with political leaders in Quito only emphasized how venal and ineffectual they were, and in Uruguay the politicians seem to be even more so. I couldn't be less enthusiastic. I don't want to cultivate senators and deputies, not even for the director. Montevideo, July 20, 1964. Another purchase of Chilean currency at the Montevideo branch of the First National City Bank for shipping by pouch to the Santiago station. This time the finance officer who is in charge of the purchasing operations in Lima and Rio came to Montevideo to assist in the pickup from Hennessy and to count the escudos afterwards. This one was also worth over $100,000 and, according to the finance officer, is only a drop in the bucket. He says we are spending money in the Chilean election practically like we did in Brazil 2 years ago. We've had serious trouble in the Avengeful/Avalanche telephone tapping operation. Avoidance, the courier who takes the tapes around to the transcribers, reported to Paul Burns, his case officer, that a briefcase full of tapes was taken from the trunk of his car while he was on his rounds making pickups and deliveries. Avoidance has no idea whether the tapes were taken by a common thief or by the enemy. Although he claims he has been very careful to watch for surveillance, negative, the chances are that the tapes will be listened to, even if only stolen by a thief, in order to determine saleability. After a discussion with Holman and Burns, I advised Commissioner Otero and Colonel Ramirez, Chief of the Metropolitan Guard, that we had lost some tapes and believe all the lines except the Cuban embassy should be disconnected. Ramirez agreed that the Cuban line should be retained because of our coming OAS meeting and the possibility of a break in relations with Cuba. He is also going to keep several of the contraband lines in operation for cover, although there is no way of denying the targets of the lost tapes. For the time being, avoidance will be eliminated from the operation, although he will go through the motions of a daily routine very similar to normal while continuing to watch for surveillance. The tapes of the Cuban line will be sent over to the station with the daily police intelligence couriers, and we will give them to Tomasz Zafiriadis, who is an Uruguayan employee of the embassy commercial section. He will serve as courier between the station and his wife, Avengeful 3, who transcribes the Cuban embassy line. His wife's sister, Avengeful 5, the transcriber of the PCU headquarters line, will also help on the Cuban embassy line since her line is being disconnected. Using an embassy employee like this is against the rules, but Holman is willing to risk the ambassador's wrath to keep the Cuban embassy line going. Montevideo, July 25, 1964. News is in that the OAS passed the motion that all members should break diplomatic and commercial relations with Cuba, and that except for humanitarian purposes there should be no air or maritime traffic. It took 4 years to get this motion passed, Not only CIA operations but all our Latin American foreign policy has been pointing to this goal. The countries that still have relations, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay, voted against the motion, while Bolivia abstained. Whether Uruguay or any other of these countries honor the motion or not is another matter, but headquarters propaganda guidance is certain to call for an all-out campaign to force compliance with the motion. Perhaps with the vote to break relations, the MHOF agents in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana, Rosen, and Goncalves will be able to get information out of Pérez Freeman. Even with the assistance of Inspector Pires in Miami, the Uruguayan diplomats still were unable to exert enough pressure to force Pérez to begin talking about Cuban operations in Montevideo. We need the information to support the campaign for a break by Uruguay with Cuba through Pérez's revelations of Cuban intervention here. We could alternatively write our own document based on a little fact and a lot of imagination and attribute it to Pérez, whose presence in the embassy is public knowledge. Such a document could backfire, however. If Pérez had actually been sent by the Cubans to seek asylum, this suspicion grows as he continues to refuse to talk, because after the document was surfaced Pérez could escape from the embassy and issue a public denial through the Cuban authorities. For the time being, Inspector Pires will return and we will hold up the false document project until we see how our media campaign progresses without it. Station labor operations limp along with Jack Goodwin and the Eiffel in the lead. This week we had a visit from Joaquin, Jack, Otero, the representative of the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, who worked with me in Quito last year. Otero is now the chief ITF representative for all of Latin America and the Caribbean, and he came to assist in a boycott against meat exports by non-union packing plants. The hope is that his assistance will help strengthen the democratic unions involved. Agency-sponsored trade union education programs through ORIT are being expanded. Through the ICFTU International Solidarity Fund, headquarters is pumping in almost $200,000 to establish an ORIT training school in Cuernavaca. Until now, the ORIT courses have been limited by the space made available in Mexico City by the Mexican Workers Confederation, which is the most important ORIT affiliate after the AFL-CIO. Opening of the Cuernavaca school is still a year or two away, but already the ORIT courses have become an effective combination with the Eiffel program in Washington. As if we don't have enough problems with Argentines, Paraguayans, and Brazilians, now we have Bolivians to worry about. A week or so ago, the new Bolivian ambassador, José Antonio Arce, arrived and the La Paz station asked that we keep up their relationship with him. He has been in and out of various government jobs since the Bolivian Revolution, most recently as Minister of the Interior when he worked closely with the La Paz station. Holman will be seeing him from time to time, probably no more than is absolutely necessary, so that when he returns to La Paz, this important supporter of President Paz Estenssoro can be picked up again for Bolivian operations. Arce's main job here will be to watch the supporters of former Bolivian President Hernan Siles Suazo, and Siles himself if he settles in exile in Montevideo as is expected. Siles aspires to succeed current President Victor Paz Estenssoro in keeping with their custom, since the revolution of 1952, of alternating in the presidency. Paz, however, against the tradition, was re-elected in May and must now contend with Siles's plots against him. The La Paz station is anxious to prevent Siles from returning to the presidency in Bolivia because of his recent leftward trends, and his friendly relationship with the Soviets when he was Bolivian ambassador in Montevideo during 1960–62. As an initial move to support the La Paz station, I have asked Commissioner Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, to make discreet inquiries about Siles' plans among his political friends and to watch for signs that he will be settling here. Montevideo, August 11, 1964. Uruguayan compliance with the OAS resolution on Cuba looks very doubtful. The foreign minister on his return from Washington announced that the NCG will now have to decide whether the OAS resolution should be passed to the UN Security Council for approval before it can be considered binding. This is only a delaying maneuver to avoid a difficult decision, but the most damaging developments are that Mexico has announced that it will ignore the resolution and Bolivia is undecided. Unless Uruguay can be made to seem isolated in its refusal to break, the chances are not good. Moreover, although we have intensified our propaganda output on the Cuban issue through ABUS-1 considerably, it's no match for the campaign being waged by the extreme left against breaking relations, which has been carefully combined with the campaign against the government on economic issues. Today the National Workers' Convention, CNT, formed only a week ago as a loosely knit coordinating organization of the CTU and the government workers, is leading another general strike. Again, most of the country's economic activity has stopped: transport, bars, restaurants, port, construction, wool, textiles, service stations, schools, and many others. The strike was called to show support for continued relations with Cuba, admittedly a political purpose, but not unprecedented in Uruguay. Apart from the strike today, the formation of the CNT is a very significant step forward by the communist-influenced trade union movement, because, for the first time, government workers in the central administration, the ministries and executive, and the autonomous agencies and decentralized services are working in the same organization as the private sector unions of the CTU. With continuing inflation and currency devaluation, the peso is down to almost 23 per dollar now. The CNT will have plenty of legitimate issues for agitation in coming months. Besides the Cuban issue, the CNT campaign is currently targeted on pay rises, fringe benefits, and subsidies to be included in the budget now being drawn up for next year. Montevideo, August 21, 1964. Through the IFBuzz media operation we're getting editorials almost daily calling for Uruguayan compliance with the OAS resolution to break with Cuba. President Alessandri in Chile has done this already, instead of waiting until after the elections. Today Bolivia announced it is breaking in accordance with the resolution, leaving only Uruguay and Mexico still with ties to Cuba. The NCG will surely buckle under such isolation, but getting decisions here is cumbersome. On important matters, the majority NCG members decide their position only after prior decisions within each of the Blanco factions represented on the NCG. Likewise, the Colorado factions must decide. Eventually the NCG meets to formalize the positions taken by each faction earlier and a decision may emerge. In the case of Cuban relations, the foreign minister has yet to present his report on the OAS conference and related matters, even with a month already passed since the conference. For additional propaganda, we have arranged for Juana Castro, Fidel's sister, to make a statement favoring the break during a stopover next week at the Montevideo airport. She defected in Mexico this June and is currently on a propaganda tour of South America organized by the Miami station and headquarters. We'll get wide coverage for her statement, and a few days later still another Miami station agent will arrive, Isabel Cierro Perez, important in the International Federation of Women Lawyers, another of the CA staff's international organizations. She'll describe the Havana horror show and emphasize the Soviets' use of Cuba as a base for penetration throughout the hemisphere. Montevideo, August 31, 1964. The Montevideo Association of Foreign Diplomats recently held their monthly dinner and Janet and I went along with several others from the embassy. By chance we began a conversation with two of the Soviet diplomats and later joined them for dinner. I wrote a memorandum for headquarters on the conversation. One of the Soviets, Sergei Borisov, is a known KGB officer, and Holman later asked me to keep up the contact and see if Borisov is interested. Russell Phipps, our Soviet operations officer, isn't the outgoing type, and Holman is clearly not pleased with Phipps's failure to recruit any decent new access agents. I'll go to the Diplomatic Association meeting next month, but I'm not keen on getting deeply into Soviet operations. Just keeping the telephone transcripts analyzed and the files up to date is deadly dreary and requires far too much desk work. We shall see if Borisov is interested in continuing the contact. He's the consul and lives in the Soviet side of the Avert House. I decided to try another Cuban recruitment with the possibility that the specter of a break in relations might help us. The target was Aldo Rodriguez Camps, the Cuban charge d'affaires in Montevideo, whose father-in-law is in exile living in Miami. Last year the Miami station sent the father-in-law, MPIG-1, down to Montevideo to discover the political views on Castro and communism of the charge and his wife. He felt from his conversation that neither seemed to be particularly ardent communists, although they were clearly loyal to the Cuban Revolution. At that time it was decided not to try for the recruitment or defection of either Aldo or Esther, but to wait for a future date. At my request, the Miami station proposed to the father-in-law that he come back to Montevideo as soon as possible for a more direct approach to his daughter, who appeared to be the more susceptible of the two. If Esther had agreed to defect, we would have made arrangements to evacuate her to Miami, but only after she had had a few days to work on Aldo. The key to Aldo, the charge, is their two young children, to whom he is very attached, and when confronted with their flight to Miami he just might have decided to come along. Unfortunately, this recruitment failed. The father-in-law came as planned and made the initial meeting with his daughter, but she cut him off at the beginning and refused any discussion of defection. After 2 days he went back to Miami, sad and broken, with no idea if he'll ever see his daughter and grandchildren again. Montevideo, September 4, 1964. The main Blanco and Colorado newspapers are carrying a torrent of buzz-sponsored articles and statements calling for the government to heed the OAS resolution. However, maneuvering among the different Blanco and Colorado NCG members and their factions is causing the outlook on the break with Cuba to change almost daily. In the past 3 days there have been a meeting of the NCG Foreign Relations Commission that was scheduled but didn't convene for lack of quorum, new scheduling of debate by the full NCG for September 10, and finally last night an NCG decision to consider the OAS resolution at a special meeting on September 8. So far only 2 of the NCG members have indicated how they'll vote, 1 for and 1 against, and there is a good chance we'll lose. Nevertheless, relations with Brazil are again at crisis point, and the thesis that Uruguay must go along with the majority in order to assure protection against pressures from Argentina or Brazil is gaining ground. If they don't break relations this week, I'll write the Perez-Freeman report right away and will make it public either through Inspector Pires or the Amhof agents, Rosen or Goncalves. The foreign minister, who is against the break, is the first guy I'll burn as a Cuban agent. He probably is anyway. Returns from the elections in Chile today show Eduardo Frei an easy winner over Allende. Chalk up another victory for election operations. Allende won't be a threat again for another 6 years. Montevideo, September 8, 1964. A great victory. 44 days after the OAS resolution on Cuba, the NCG has voted to comply. How the vote would go wasn't known for sure until the last minute, when the NCG president changed his position and carried a councillor from his faction with him. Final vote: 6 in favor of breaking, 5 Blancos and 1 Colorado, and 3 against, 1 Blanco and 2 Colorados. While the councillors were debating, several thousand pro-Cuban demonstrators gathered in Independence Plaza in front of Government House where the NCG was meeting. When the vote was announced, a riot was on, and the crowd surged down the main street, 18 de Julio, breaking storefronts and clashing with the anti-riot Metropolitan Guard and the Mounted Republican Guard. At least 10 police were injured and 26 demonstrators arrested before the water cannons and tear gas dispersed the mob. Somehow many of the demonstrators got back to the university buildings further down 18 de Julio, and right now the battle is continuing there, with stones and firecrackers being hurled from the roof of the main university building. I'm spending the night in the station just in case anything drastic happens that has to be reported to headquarters. Tomorrow we'll see if any of the Cubans can be picked off before they leave for home. Montevideo, September 10, 1964. Rioting continues, mostly centered at the University of the Republic buildings on 18 de Julio. Although some demonstrators abandoned the university during the early morning hours yesterday at the urging of Colonel Rodriguez, Chief of Police, and Adolfo Tejera, Minister of the Interior, new riots began yesterday morning at about 10 o'clock and have continued since. The demonstrators' tactics include, besides the throwing of stones from the university buildings, lightning street riots at different places to throw the police off guard. Shop windows and cars parked at our embassy have also been stoned. During the early hours of this morning, several U.S. businesses were attacked. A powerful bomb exploded outside the First National City Bank, shattering the huge plate glass windows and causing the hanging ceiling in the lobby to fall. Another bomb exploded at the Western Telegraph Company, while an incendiary device started a fire at the Moore McCormick Line's offices. General Electric's offices were also damaged. The Cubans advised the Foreign Ministry that they'll be leaving on Saturday for Madrid. Last night, with Roberto Musso, the chief of the Avenin surveillance team, I tried to talk to the new code clerk by telephone. Musso, using the name of someone we already know is in contact with the code clerk, got him on the telephone and passed it to me. I said I was a friend of Roberto Hernandez, his predecessor, and would like to make a similar offer of assistance. He told me to kiss his ass and hung up, but I'll try again if I have time after I've done the same with the other three, two of whom are new arrivals since the Hernandez episode. The Cubans may have made a serious mistake yesterday, in their haste to tie up loose ends before leaving. They sent the chauffeur, my agent, to send a telegram to Tucumán, Argentina with the message, "Return for your cousin's wedding." This can only be a code phrase, and the urgency attached to sending the telegram led the chauffeur to conclude that someone is being called for a meeting before Saturday. I've passed the addressee and address by cable to the Buenos Aires station for follow-up, and will watch carefully the air and riverboat passenger lists for this and other names of possible Cuban agents. We know nothing about the person this was addressed to, but he is probably involved in the guerrilla activity in the Tucumán area. Montevideo, September 11, 1964. Demonstrators continue to occupy the university and bombings have occurred at the OAS offices, the Coca-Cola plant, newspapers that promoted the break, El Dia, El País, and El Plata, the homes of 4 councillors who voted for the break, and several of the neighborhood clubs of the factions that favored the break. At the university, which is still sealed off by police, minors were allowed to leave, and the Red Cross entered with doctors to distribute blankets and examine the students, who were suffering from cold and hunger. Any who decide to leave, however, will have to be registered, identified, and face possible arrest. Colonel Rodriguez's plan is to trap all the non-students among the 400 or so people occupying the university. Not to be outdone by the students and political demonstrators, the municipal transit system workers struck for 3 hours this afternoon, and the workers of the autonomous agencies and decentralist services staged a huge demonstration at the Legislative Palace. Again, the issue was budget benefits. I've spoken to all but one of the Cubans, and none has been willing to meet me. One of them last night invited me to the embassy for coffee, but I thought it prudent to decline in spite of the freezing wind howling through the telephone booth. When they leave tomorrow, I'll be at the airport just in case, as will Otero, Pires, and other police officers who can take charge if a last-minute defection occurs. Montevideo, September 12, 1964. This morning the demonstrators at the university surrendered and were allowed to leave after fingerprints, identification photographs, and biographical data were taken. 43 non-students were arrested among the 400 who came out. At the airport this afternoon, several thousand demonstrators came together to bid the Cubans farewell. When the police began to force the demonstrators back to a highway some distance from the main terminal building, another riot broke out, followed by a pitched battle. The police won easily, using the cavalry effectively in the open areas around the terminal building, but many were injured on both sides. All the Cubans left as scheduled. Only one remains behind, the commercial counselor, who is being allowed to stay on for a couple of weeks to close a Cuban purchase of jerked beef. Of all the Latin American and Caribbean countries, only Mexico still has relations with Cuba. If Mexico refuses to break, as seems likely, the Mexican Channel could be used for various operational ploys against Cuba. It's even possible that the Mexican government was encouraged by the station there not to break with Cuba. Here we've done our job, but poor O'Grady will be working until the end of the year to send headquarters all the clips on Cuba we've managed to place in the media. Efforts by the Miami station to get information out of Earl Perez Freeman through the Uruguayan diplomats, Rosen and Goncalves, have ended, as these agents are returning to Montevideo. Although Switzerland is taking charge of Uruguayan affairs in Havana, the Uruguayan charge is staying to close the embassy and to transfer the 8 remaining asylees, including Perez Freeman, to another embassy. According to the Miami station, Goncalves is too insecure and frivolous to consider incorporating into other operations, so I've asked them to forward a contact plan for Rosen only. Just possibly he could develop a relationship with a Soviet officer here, but this will depend on a careful analysis of the possibility that he was known by the Cubans to be working with us. No sooner do we get the Cubans out than the Chinese communists try to move in. Only yesterday the foreign minister told a reporter that the Chicoms have asked permission to set up a trade mission in Montevideo and that as far as he is concerned it would be all right. Holman gave O'Grady the responsibility for following this one up, but as in the case of the Brazilians, the details are mine because we'll use the police intelligence office to get more information. Manuel Pio Correa, the new Brazilian ambassador, arrives tomorrow. He is pointedly visiting Brazilian military units along the Uruguay-Brazil border on his way here. Holman will establish contact with him next week. Montevideo, September 16, 1964. In spite of the intensity of station operations against the Cubans and other matters like the Brazilians, and local communist gains in the trade union field, we have a serious morale problem that's getting worse as weeks go by. In most stations, I suppose, the day-to-day demands of work keep personal dissent to a minimum because one doesn't have the time or energy to feud. But here the problem is with Holman, and everyone in the station is affected. The problem is that Holman expects all the station officers to give outstanding performances in their particular areas of responsibility, but he's not willing to exert very much effort himself. Besides that, he is a great player of favorites, and for better or worse he's chosen me as his favorite. He invites me to lunch several days each week and practically insists that I play golf on Saturday afternoons with his crowd out at the Cerro Club, even though I've made it clear I'm not enthusiastic. When we're alone he speaks derisively of the other station officers, especially O'Grady, Phipps, and Zephyr. O'Grady, in fact, has turned into a bundle of nerves under Holman's criticism, which he's sure is the cause of his increasingly frequent attacks of hives. Usually Holman's criticisms are about shortcomings in language or failure to make new recruitments, but sometimes he even criticizes the wives. His attitude would be understandable, perhaps, if his own work habits were more inspiring, but he avoids work as much as possible, and requests from other stations like Rio or La Paz or Buenos Aires seem like personal insults to him. Just the other day when we were playing golf, Holman told me that in fact he was rather relieved when the recruitment of Hernandez, the Cuban code clerk, failed. He said he came to Montevideo for a relaxing last 4 years before retiring and only hoped to keep operations to a minimum and the ambassador happy. If Hernandez had been recruited, headquarters would have bothered us constantly with advice and probably would have sent down experts to tell us how to run the operation. Holman is not only determined to keep operations to a minimum. At night or on weekends when priority cables are received or have to be sent, Holman refuses to go to the station to take action. He either sends O'Grady in to bring the cable out to his house in Carrasco, against all the rules of security, or he has the communications officer bring it out to him. If another officer has to take action, he simply calls that officer to his house. I'm not sure what to do since I'm the only officer Holman thinks is doing a good job, nothing to be proud of. It could even be the kiss of death. Warren Dean told me before leaving Quito that Holman isn't considered one of the more outstanding chiefs of station in the division, but he's apparently protected by Ray Herbert, the deputy division chief, who is Holman's best friend. Montevideo, September 25, 1964. Today the Congress approved the new budgets for the state-owned banks with provisions for a 30% salary increase retroactive to January of this year, plus improved fringe benefits. Political motivation prevailed at the last moment, even though the NCG had previously rejected such generous increases, which is not to say they aren't justified when inflation is taken into account. The main problem is that this increase of 30% will set the standard for demands by all the other government employees, which in turn will accelerate inflation with new budget deficits. The new National Workers' Convention, heavily influenced by the PCU, is also intensifying its efforts to unify the government and private sector workers through a series of rallies and marches in coming weeks, culminating in a mass meeting in early December to be called the Congress of the People, with representation from the trade unions and other popular mass organizations. At the Congress of People they will formulate their own solutions to the problems afflicting this country. Not a bad idea, what with the mess they're in. Relations between Uruguay and Brazil are back at boiling point. Police in Porto Alegre, the capital of the Brazilian state bordering Uruguay, have just discovered a new plot by Goulart and his supporters to foment a communist-oriented takeover. A written plan, supposedly found on a university student, included the formation of terrorist commando units. Earlier, another plot was discovered in Porto Alegre involving army officers loyal to Goulart. Here in Montevideo, the 300 Brazilian exiles have formed an association to help those unable to get along financially. However, at the first meeting considerable discussion was devoted to ways in which the military government could be overthrown, and Brazola's wife, who is Goulart's sister, was elected to the association's governing board. In tracking down the possibility that the Chinese communists will establish a trade mission here, we discovered that permission has in fact been granted, not to the Chinese but to the North Koreans. They have just arrived and are taking a house on the same street as the Soviet legation. Holman asked Taira, the Minister of the Interior, what could be done to keep them from staying permanently, but Taira made no promises. Already headquarters is asking for a program to get them thrown out. Two recent developments of note have occurred in our otherwise stagnated student operations. A new publication aimed at university and secondary students is now coming out. It's called Combate and is published by Alberto Roca. Also, at the Alfredo Vazquez Acevedo Institute, which is the secondary school associated with the university and as such the most important on that level, the student union supported by the station has just defeated the FEUU-oriented candidates for the fifth straight time. Sooner or later our work with this group, the Association of Preparatory Students, is bound to be reflected in the FEUU. Montevideo, September 29, 1964. Montevideo was alive with new rumors this morning that senior Blanco military officers are planning a coup against the government. Cause of the rumors is a dinner given last night by Juan José Gari, the longtime station agent in the Ruralist League and currently president of the State Mortgage Bank, in honor of Mario A. Garando, former Montevideo police chief, who was recently promoted from colonel to general. Among the guests at the dinner were other Ruralista leaders and practically all of the top military commanders from the Minister of Defense down. Holman checked out the rumors with Gari and with Adolfo Taira, the Minister of the Interior, while I checked with Colonel Roberto Ramirez, Chief of the Metropolitan Guard, who was also there. The dinner was simply an expression of homage to A. Garando, but the rumors, entirely unfounded, reveal just how nervous people are that a military takeover may occur, what with the increasing strength of the PCU-dominated unions and the government's incapacity to slow inflation. New strikes are being planned. Holman thinks he has at last got agreement from the Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Taira, for setting up a public safety mission for work with the police under aid. For some time Colonel Rodriguez, the chief of police, has wanted the program, but the delicate question of foreigners working openly with the police has caused Taira to delay his decision. No wonder Taira has now finally decided. He has just testified before the Budget Commission of the Chamber of Deputies that his ministry is too poor to buy paper, the police lack uniforms, arms, transport, and communication, and the fire departments lack hoses, chemicals, trucks, and other equipment. It's not just a question of money and equipment for the police, they are also very poorly trained. Not only are bank robberies frequent, for example, but successful escapes often involve not only stolen cars but motor scooters, bicycles, trucks, buses, even horses. In one recent robbery the getaway car wouldn't start, so the robbers simply walked down the street to the beach and disappeared into the crowd. In August 4 thieves were caught robbing a house on the coast near Punta del Este but escaped to the nearby hills, and after a 2-day gun battle they slipped through a cordon of several hundred police. Their escape car, however, got stuck in the sand and they walked down the beach, robbed another house, were again discovered, but this time escaped in a rowing boat. For 6 days the police chased them in cars, helicopters, and on foot, but they finally escaped completely, carrying their loot on their backs as they rode their bicycles down the main highway into Montevideo. The competence of the avalanche service is similarly limited in its attempts to suppress terrorist activities. Undoubtedly some of the bombings at the time relations with Cuba were broken were the work of the terrorist group led by Raúl Sendic. Last March Sendic returned from several months in hiding in Argentina after an arms theft from a shooting club in Colonia. He arrived in a light aircraft at a small airport near Montevideo, but when discovered he simply rushed past the police guard and escaped in a waiting truck. The following month 4,000 sticks of dynamite were stolen from a quarry, and a few days later enough caps and fuses to explode it disappeared from another site. All the police could report was that these thefts may have been the work of the Sendic band. Building up the police is like labor operations, we're still at the beginning with a long road ahead requiring training, equipment, money, and lots of patience. Montevideo, October 7, 1964. This is the final day of the 48-hour strike in the autonomous agencies and decentralized services. Only the electric company and the state banks have been operating, although the banks have been stopping work for 1 hour each shift in solidarity with the others. Yesterday the striking government workers, CNT unions, and FEUU held a demonstration at the Legislative Palace to demand salary increases equivalent to the 30% won 2 weeks ago by the government bank workers. 2 days ago all the privately owned gasoline stations were closed indefinitely in an owners' strike against the government for a higher profit margin from the state-owned petroleum monopoly, ANCAP, which also has a large number of gasoline stations. As the ANCAP workers are participating in the 48-hour government workers' strike, no stations were open yesterday or today. More strikes and demonstrations coming up. Teachers, the ministries, postal workers, and some unions in the private sector. Montevideo, October 17, 1964. Commissioner Otero and others have had a stroke of luck against the Sendic group of terrorists. 2 leaders of the group, Jorge Manera, an engineer in the electric company, and Julio Mernales, a professor in the School of Fine Arts, were arrested in an unsuccessful bank robbery. They confessed that their purpose was to aid the sugarcane workers of Bella Union and that the focal point for their activities is the School of Fine Arts. Police seized arms and are searching for 2 other members of the group. Otero's leads from these arrests are very important because this is the only active armed group. If he can get good information from the interrogations, we may be able to target some recruitment operations against them. So far they've been completely underground. We've decided to hook up the vengeful lines again on the Soviets and the PCU. I'll also put a line on Prensa Latina and another on the Czech embassy, which has taken over the Cubans' affairs. If the transcribers can manage, I'll also put a tap on the telephone of Sarah Yushak, a young activist in the Fidel political front who has all the marks of being a Cuban intelligence agent. Still no sign of who was behind the theft of the tapes from Avoidance's car. He'll now take over the courier duties again so that we can stop using the embassy employee. Colonel Ramirez, chief of the Metropolitan Guard, is really happy about a vengeful. A few days ago his men, acting on data from telephone taps, intercepted a truck containing 600 transistor radios that had been offloaded from a light aircraft running contraband from Argentina. The 300,000 pesos that the haul is worth will be divided among Ramirez and his men. Meanwhile, the government announced that they simply had no money to start paying September salaries. Even the police and the army, always the first to be paid, have received nothing for September. Nevertheless, the NCG has just approved the 30% increase for employees of the state-owned telephone, electricity, and petroleum monopolies. Montevideo, October 25, 1964. Perez Freeman has been killed trying to escape from the Uruguayan embassy in Havana. The story was carried in wire service reports this morning and said that he had been trying to hold the Uruguayan charge, who is still trying to arrange for another embassy to take over the asylees, as hostage. The Miami station is attempting to check the story but no confirmation so far. If only the Mexico City station had handled his defection correctly in January, we would have all his information and he'd be basking in the Miami sun. Montevideo, October 31, 1964. On the Perez Freeman case, the Foreign Ministry received what is being called the longest cable in its history, some 1,300 groups in code from the embassy in Havana. The Communications Office of the Foreign Ministry, however, was unable to decode it for technical reasons, meaning, probably, that too much effort was involved, so the foreign minister called the embassy by telephone to get the story the charge had put in the cable. Perez Freeman, according to the charge, was the leader of a group of 4 asylees who took the charge hostage and escaped from the embassy in the charge's car. Cuban security forces gave chase, and when the escaping group arrived at a roadblock, Perez Freeman jumped out of the car and was shot running away. The others were taken to the fortress where executions are normally held. I've asked the Miami station to try to verify the charge's version. Hernan Siles Suazo, the former Bolivian president, was caught plotting and was deported by President Paz Estenssoro. He's arrived back in Montevideo and we're supposed to report any signs that he may be returning to Bolivia. Paz Estenssoro is in serious trouble right now, and the La Paz station wants to head off any complications from Siles. Holman continues to meet with José Arce, the Bolivian ambassador, to pass tidbits from police intelligence. Yesterday Arce gave a press conference to assure everyone that the rebellion now underway against Paz Estenssoro is communist-inspired and doomed to failure. He emphasized that Paz has the full support of the Bolivian people and that current problems have been blown all out of proportion, adding that the minority groups opposing Paz are so few in number that they could all be driven off together in a single bus. So far ex-President Siles hasn't moved from Montevideo, but Otero has posted a special security guard for Siles in order to watch him more closely. Montevideo, November 6, 1964. In Bolivia, President Paz has been overthrown by the military and allowed to go to Lima in exile. Ambassador Arce has resigned and has announced that he plans to continue living in Montevideo for a while. Meanwhile, ex-President Siles has started to pack and will be leaving for Bolivia within a few days. Holman's not very happy, though, because rumors are strong that Paz Estenssoro is coming to live in Montevideo, meaning exile watching will continue, only with new targets. Late tonight the budget was finally passed by the Chamber of Deputies, 10 minutes before the final constitutional deadline and after 40 hours of continuous debate. Passage was made possible by a last-minute political pact between the Blancos, who lack a majority in the chamber, and the Ruralistas, Christian Democrats, and a splinter faction of the Colorados. Opinion is unanimous, even among Blancos, that the budget is unworkable because of its enormous deficit and that not even the devaluation of the peso included in the budget exercise, the third devaluation since the Blancos took over in 1959, will allow for printing enough new money to cover the deficit. I've seen my Soviet friends at several recent diplomatic receptions and have become acquainted with a couple of Romanians and Czechs as well. Headquarters has reacted favorably and asked that I develop the relationship further with the Soviet consul, Borisov. Tomorrow night I go to the Soviet embassy as the ambassador's representative for their celebration of the October Revolution. Phipps tells me to expect plenty of vodka, caviar, and singing. Montevideo, November 28, 1964. Relations between Uruguay and Brazil are heating up again, although Goulart's importance is diminishing fast because he has heart trouble and recently underwent an operation. Brazola is the center of controversy now because of recent declarations against the Brazilian government that were published both here and in Brazil. Manuel Pio Correa, the Brazilian ambassador, has filed another official protest against Brazola's conduct. Perhaps more important are the recent arrivals of 2 former high officials in Goulart's government, Max da Costa Santos, formerly a deputy, and Almano Alfonso, former Minister of Labor. Both are far left and Pio has protested against their arrival here, claiming they entered Uruguay illegally and cannot obtain asylum because they had already been granted asylum in other countries following the military coup. The Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Teixeira, is studying the case and Holman is urging him to throw them out. In Brazil, the federal government has been forced to take over the state of Goiás, throwing out the state government because of what is being described as communist subversion there. Yesterday the Brazilian foreign minister blamed the intervention in Goiás, the military government's worst crisis yet, on the activities of exiles in Montevideo. Today President Castelo Branco told the Brazilian Congress that he had ordered the takeover in Goiás in order to forestall a plot led by Brizola from Montevideo. New protests from PIO Korea are certain. Outright military intervention in Uruguay by Brazil is getting closer. We've had several alarming reports lately through the communications intelligence channel based on monitoring of the military traffic in southern Brazil. According to these reports, the Brazilian army is ready at any time to implement a plan to invade Uruguay and take over Montevideo in a matter of hours. Montevideo, December 2, 1964. I have been trying in recent weeks to follow up some of the massive leads on probable agents and operations of the Cubans. Most of these leads have come from telephone tapping, surveillance, letter intercepts and monitoring of communications channels. Several of these cases have interesting aspects. I continue to receive the mail addressed to the Cuban intelligence support agent, Jorge Castillo, through the postman of Busy One. In May the Cubans changed the cryptographic system of their network in Latin America, the Zernik agents, probably as a result of the near recruitment of Hernandez here and of the defection of the Cuban intelligence officer, Amig-1, in Canada. Since then the National Security Agency has been unable to decrypt the messages which continue, nevertheless, to be sent to agents operating in several parts of Latin America. Although I haven't intercepted any mail that would appear to be sent by the Cuban agent believed to be working in Lima or La Paz, I have received some very suspicious letters mailed from a provincial Uruguayan town. Telephone tapping and surveillance of Sarah Yushak, a frequent overt contact of one of the Cuban intelligence officers before the break in relations, revealed that she travels frequently to Buenos Aires, where she sees her cousin, whom the Buenos Aires station has connected with guerrilla activities in northern Argentina and with communist student organizing. Moreover, Sarah has a first cousin, whom she has never seen, who is a State Department Foreign Service officer. Soon I'll ask headquarters to check with State Department security people to see if we might use the cousin to place an agent next to Sarah. Through monitoring of airline reservation communications, the National Security Agency has discovered that the manager of the Montevideo office of the Scandinavian Airlines system, Danilo Trells, is in charge of assigning prepaid tickets for passengers from many Latin American countries on the SAS flights that start several times each week in Santiago, Chile, and arrive after a number of stops in Prague. The prepaid tickets are usually requested by the Prague office of Cubana Airlines and are intended for Latin Americans traveling to Cuba. Because the prepaid tickets are sent as no name, Trells can assign them and assure that the identity of the traveler is protected. What we are trying to discover is how Trells is advised of the identities of the travelers. The answer may be through the Czech or Soviet embassies, which Trells' assistant, Flora Papo, often visits. Papo in fact takes care of the details of this travel support operation, and the Avenin surveillance team has turned up interesting vulnerability data on her. A vengeful telephone tapping on the Montevideo office of Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, seems to reveal what I suspected, that PL is serving as a support mechanism for Cuban intelligence operations now that the embassy is gone. The monthly subsidy for the office is about $5,000, which is wired to the Montevideo branch of the Bank of London and Montreal from the Bank of Canada. The tap also revealed that the total of all the salaries, rent, services of press, wireless and other expenses amount to only about half the subsidy. Headquarters is currently processing clearance for an assistant manager of the Bank of London and Montreal whom I already know rather well and whom I'll recruit for access to checks on the PL account. It would be interesting to discover the recipients of the unaccounted half of the subsidy, but right now I can still only suspect that it is used for intelligence operations. We have a new case officer for operations against the Communist Party of Uruguay and related organizations. He's Bob Reef, who was the chief instructor in communism for the headquarters portion of the JOT course 5 years ago. Reef has a PhD and has spent his entire career in training, but he was able to wangle an assignment in the DDP as part of the Office of Training's cross-fertilization program. A couple of years ago he was to have been assigned to a WH station, but a heart attack delayed him. Hopefully I can convince Reef to take back the former Cuban embassy chauffeur, Abbaron 1, whom I've been unsuccessfully trying to push back into PCU work since the Cubans left. Reef's predecessor, Paul Burns, is returning to headquarters rather discouraged after 4 years here without getting a really high-level penetration of the PCU. In recent months he has spent most of his time struggling with the Pearl audio penetration of the PCU conference room. The bugged porcelain electrical sockets arrived from headquarters some months ago, but when Cave 1, the PCU penetration agent assigned to make the installation, got his next guard duty, he found that the paint flecks were not quite exact. Back in the station the paint was corrected by Frank Cherno, a TSD technician who is setting up a regional support shop in the Buenos Aires station to service Uruguay and Chile as well as Argentina. This new shop will give us much faster service than the Panama station regional support base for technical operations. At last a listening post has also been found. It's a tiny apartment in a building behind the PCU headquarters but located where the carrier current transmitters in the sockets can be picked up. Then if Cave 1 got guard duty again, Cherno came over from Buenos Aires again, and during the course of guard duty the agent was able to replace the original sockets with our bugged ones for testing. Cherno in the LP had transmitters to test the switches, one frequency to turn them on and another frequency to turn them off, and a receiver to test the RF and audio quality. Then if Cave 1 removed our sockets and replaced the original ones, since there was no way to get a message from Cherno back to him if they hadn't worked properly. The testing operation was very risky, both for Cave 1 and for Cherno in the LP. Guard duty at PCU headquarters is always in pairs, and for Cave 1 to slip loose from his colleague and install the bugged sockets was difficult, even though it only involved the use of a screwdriver. Getting Cherno in and out of the LP with the transmitters and receivers was also dangerous because almost all the people around the PCU headquarters are party members and suspicious of strangers. Somehow both Cave 1 and Cherno came out undiscovered, and now Reef will proceed with finding a permanent LP keeper and with the final installation by Cave 1. According to Cherno the signal is excellent. Montevideo, December 4, 1964. Pio Correa, the Brazilian ambassador, is making a loud noise over the two former Goulart government leaders, Max da Costa Santos and Almano Alfonso. Adolfo Teixeira, the Minister of the Interior, recommended to the NCG 10 days ago that they be expelled because they had indeed entered Uruguay illegally. A week later the foreign minister announced that they can remain in Uruguay because their documentation is, after all, in order, according to a Ministry of the Interior investigation. Furious, Pio Correa has filed another protest note asking for their expulsion and Brazola's internment, complaining also that Brazola has several light aircraft at his disposal for courier flights to and from Brazil. The NCG has passed this latest protest back to the Ministers of the Interior and Foreign Relations with an instruction to the latter that the Brazilian government be asked for an explanation of the recent repeated violations of the border by Brazilian military vehicles. 3 aircraft belonging to Brazola were also grounded. Commissioner Otero's Intelligence and Liaison Department of the Montevideo Police, however, have arrested one of Colonel Camarasina's spies, a Navy sergeant who came posing as a student but was caught surveilling one of the exiles. He was charged with spying but set free when the Brazilian embassy intervened. According to Holman, Pio Correa is going to keep protesting until Brazola either leaves Uruguay or is interned, and until a favorable resolution of the Alfonso and Santos cases. Otherwise we can expect Brazilian military intervention. Montevideo, December 18, 1964. A new victory for the station at Georgetown, British Guiana, in its efforts to throw out the leftist nationalist Prime Minister and professed Marxist, Chetty Jugun. In elections a few days ago, Jagan's Indian-based party lost parliamentary control to a coalition of the black-based party and a splinter group. The new Prime Minister, Forbes Burnham, is considered to be a moderate, and his ascension to power finally removes the fear that Jagan would turn British Guyana into another Cuba. The victory is largely due to CIA operations over the past 5 years to strengthen the anti-Jagan trade unions, principally through the Public Service International, which provided the cover for financing public employees' strikes. Jagan is protesting fraud. Earlier this year he expelled Jean Meekins, one of our main labor agents in the operation, but it was no use. Montevideo, December 25, 1964. Christmas in Uruguay is like the 4th of July at home. It's hot and everybody goes to the beach, and it's almost completely secular with the official designation Family Day. Holy Week is similarly changed to Tourism Week and most of the country goes on vacation. How different from Ecuador, where the church is so powerful. I stopped over at O'Grady's house this morning for a little Christmas cheer but ended up commiserating with him over the latest Holman outburst. A few days ago O'Grady and his wife gave a little cocktail party and buffet as a welcome for the new CP operations officer, Bob Reef. Holman didn't hold his drinks very well that night and soon began to lash out at O'Grady and then at Reef and Reef's wife. It was all pretty unpleasant, and now O'Grady's hives are back out in full bloom, in spite of the fact that we all know now that Holman is coming out the real loser. Apparently certain powers in headquarters are not entirely pleased with the station's performance, particularly in the area of Soviet operations, and Holman is to be transferred in about 6 months to Guatemala. His replacement as chief of station will be a man named John Horton, who came to WH Division from the Far East Division along with so many others after the Bay of Pigs invasion. Holman has only just got official notification, but he heard the change was coming some time ago from his protector Ray Herbert, the deputy division chief. Although Herbert was able to salvage the situation somewhat by arranging Holman's reassignment to Guatemala, Holman's bitterness keeps growing. Russ Phipps, the Soviet operation officer, is now almost up to O'Grady's level on Holman's list of persons to blame, but Reef was attacked because he's obviously part of the new crew being assembled by Horton. Clearly Holman resents being edged aside by newcomers from Fay Division because his days in Latin America go back to World War II. What O'Grady and Phipps, and Alexander Zephyr too, are worried about is that Holman's search for scapegoats will seriously damage their careers and chances for future promotions and assignments. A couple of months ago I chanced across the combination to Holman's safe cabinet and out of curiosity began to read some of the secret and formal eyes-only letters that he exchanges more or less weekly with De Fitzgerald, the division chief. I was so shocked at the knives he was putting into everyone but me that I gave the combination to O'Grady. Now he's reading the letters, which only makes his hives worse, and I think he's passed the combination on to Zephyr and Phipps. The dangerous part is that Holman is not so damning in the official fitness reports on the other officers, but that he cuts them so badly in these letters that they aren't supposed to see. Reading these letters, in fact, is highly dangerous, but all these officers are competent and certainly harder workers than Holman. I wonder if we can hold together for these next 6 months without rebellion. Montevideo, January 15, 1965. Some decisions on Brazilian affairs indicate the Blancos are persisting in efforts to elude Brazilian pressures. The NCG voted not to give political asylum to Almano Alfonso and Max da Costa Santos on the grounds that they had come to Uruguay after having received asylum in other countries. However, they were given 90-day tourist visas, which isn't going to please PIO Korea. No decision on Brizola was needed because he promised the Minister of the Interior that he'll be leaving Uruguay no later than January 23. On the other hand, Brizola will be allowed to return to Uruguay, in which case he can request political asylum again. 2 important new exiles are now here. 1. A former Brazilian Air Force officer and one of its most highly decorated men, escaped from a military prison in Porto Alegre and made it across the border. The other is a former deputy who was in exile in Bolivia until ex-President Paz was overthrown, but came here recently for fear the new rightist regime in Bolivia would expel him to Brazil. Both are important supporters of Brizola. In a personal complaint to the NCG president, PIO Korea tried to get action started on the 14 recent requests he has made regarding the exiles. This prompted several notes from the Uruguayan foreign ministry, but resistance continues. The Brazilian press, meanwhile, probably at the government's instigation, has started a campaign to raise the tension by speculating that relations are about to be broken and that commercial pressures are being exerted on Uruguay. For their part, the Uruguayan and Brazilian foreign ministers have denied that relations are about to be broken, while in the NCG a Colorado councillor called for the foreign minister's resignation for his inept handling of Brazilian problems. These Brazilian affairs are a nuisance for me because I have constantly to be checking rumors and requesting special reports from the police on the exiles for Holman or O'Grady to use with PIO Korea, Fontoura, and Camaracina. Who could believe a handful of exiles here could be a threat to the Brazilian military government? Even so, headquarters keeps insisting that we help the Rio station in their operations to support the military. If the military in Brazil weren't so strongly anti-communist, our support for them would be embarrassing. In recent weeks the Brazilians have had an internal crisis going over the question of whether the Navy or the Air Force is to operate the aircraft of their only aircraft carrier, a decrepit cow discarded by the British. 2 ministers of the Air Force have recently resigned over decisions by the President to have the Navy fly the airplanes, but he changed his mind again, and yesterday the Minister of the Navy resigned. Now, it seems, the Brazilian carrier strike force will have Air Force pilots. To make matters with Brazil worse, a few days ago the commercial offices of the Brazilian embassy were bombed, although little damage was done because the bomb was poorly placed. However, written on a wall nearby was the name Tupamaros, which appeared at several other recent bombings. Commissioner Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, is trying to find out who these people are. He thinks they may be the Sendic group. Raul Sendic, the revolutionary socialist leader, who had been arrested on a contraband charge in an Argentine town near the border, was recently released, and may have returned to Montevideo. Inability to curb these bombings illustrates the difference between good penetrations of the CP and related groups and bad ones. In Ecuador a group like this would have been wiped up by now. Nevertheless, RIF doesn't take the bombings very seriously and seems intent on concentrating on the strictly reformist PCU. Montevideo, February 4, 1965. At headquarters instruction, I'm continuing to develop the relationship with Sergei Borisov, the Soviet consul and KGB officer. Last Sunday Janet and I went with Borisov and his wife Nina to the beach. First they came out to our house in Carrasco and then Borisov drove us out to a beach near Solimar. His driving is very odd and made me nervous, practically like a beginner. Not so his chess, of course, where he beat me easily. Phipps tells me that Borisov knows I'm a CIA officer without any doubt, so I wonder sometimes why I bother meeting him. Headquarters says that's just the reason to keep the relationship going, on the chance that Borisov could be disaffected and trying to build a bridge. Holman has asked me to take over complete responsibility for the satellite missions, which include Czechs, Romanians, Bulgarians, Poles, and Yugoslavs. For East European countries we have no elaborate operational procedure such as we do for the Soviets. Headquarters apparently has such high-level penetrations in those countries that the painstaking work of spotting and placing access agents next to them simply isn't justified. Successes in the case of the satellites have come from CIA officers in direct contact with them. As a start, however, I'm going to bring the files up to date on the personnel of each mission, and next week I'll try to get the Foreign Ministry protocol files through of Dandy 1 for that purpose. Then I'll start a photographic album and get reports from headquarters on the new arrivals. Right now I'm not even sure who they all are, because Phipps has been concentrating on the Soviets and ignoring the Eastern Europeans. Last week I made my first visit to the vengeful telephone tapping LP at the Montevideo police headquarters. I took along a visiting TSD technician who wanted to see how the equipment is being maintained. In the operational files I couldn't find the last time it was visited by a station officer, probably some years ago. The room is located right over the office of the Deputy Police Chief on the same floor as Commissioner Otero's Intelligence and Liaison Department. However, there is a locked steel door between INE and the LP. In fact, the normal way to enter the LP section of the floor is by an elevator from the underground garage, for which a special key is necessary. Off the same hallway as the LP are several rooms that I was told are used by the Chief and Deputy Chief as rest quarters. Dionda and Torres, the technicians and LP operators, do an excellent job in keeping up the equipment, but they have an uncomfortable situation with the heat. Those tube-operated rear recorders give off so much heat that the room is stifling in the summer. I promised to get them an air conditioner that they'll install either in a small high window to the inside hallway, or else they'll have to make another opening. The LP has no windows to the street and only the one small window to the hallway, good security but no ventilation. Montevideo, February 7, 1965. Investigation of Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, has got more interesting. Because of procedural agreements, I had to postpone recruitment of my friend at the Bank of London and Montreal until the intelligence chief of his country's service spoke to him and to his superior, the bank manager, whom I also know from the Cerro Golf Club. This cumbersome process completed, I started reviewing the Prensa Latina account. As checks are not returned to the account holder in Uruguay, it was easy to discover that practically all the money is paid out in cash. Legitimate expenses still total only about half of the monthly subsidy, so the rest of the money is clearly going into other activities. The next step is to check the financial reports filed with government offices to see if we have a case for shutting down Prensa Latina for falsifying financial reports or similar irregular procedures inconsistent with the subsidy. Montevideo, February 11, 1965. At last the NCG voted to intern Brizola, an accomplishment that has taken every ounce of PIO Korea's considerable energy and persistence. Typically, however, the NCG decided to let Brizola pick the town where he wants to live, any except Montevideo and no closer than 300 kilometers to the Brazilian border. Now we can begin to relax about these messy Brazilian operations. PIO Korea has done an excellent job bringing the Uruguayans into line over the exiles, which made possible the foreign minister's pleasant visit. Brizola, incidentally, has chosen the beach resort of Atlantida as the town where he'll be interned. Otero will continue the logs by security guards from police intelligence. It's only 35 kilometers from Montevideo, where Brizola could still be fairly active, and right at the limit on proximity to Brazil, 301 kilometers. Final approval for the aid public safety mission was obtained by Holman from Teira, the Minister of the Interior, and last month the first Chief of Public Safety arrived. For the time being we will refrain from putting one of our officers under public safety cover, and I'll continue to handle the police intelligence operation. After the mission gets established through straight police assistance, vehicles, arms, communications equipment, training, we'll bring down an officer to work full-time with Otero's intelligence department. About the best I can do part-time is to keep Avengeful going and increase Otero's subsidy for intelligence expenses. These Montevideo police are getting the public safety assistance none too soon. In another bank robbery just 3 days ago, the policeman on guard got excited and fatally shot one of the customers, mistaking the customer for one of the robbers. Seeing this, the robbers, a man and a woman, rushed out of the bank leaving the money behind. They walked for several blocks and hailed a taxi which took them to the other side of the city. Since they had no money to pay the fare, the robber gave his pistol to the taxi driver in payment. The driver, however, heard of the robbery on the radio and turned the pistol over to the police. On checking the weapon, the police discovered that it was the service revolver of one of their own policemen. He was arrested at home and admitted forcing his wife to go along with him on the robbery. The last time that particular bank had been robbed was in 1963 by 2 women, or men, dressed as nuns who were never caught. New strikes, Montevideo buses and trolleys for payment of subsidies and salaries, port workers for last year's Christmas bonus, city employees for retroactive fringe benefits. Inflation during 1964 was almost 45% and last month reached the 3% per month rate. The blancos are trying to put through another devaluation, while the peso is unsteady and has now slipped to 30. Montevideo, February 25, 1965. I got an important hit on the postal intercept operation against Jorge Castillo, the Cuban intelligence support agent used as an accommodation address for Agent 101 in Lima or La Paz. The letter carrier, of Busy One, offered me a large brown manila envelope the other day, but it was addressed not to Castillo but to Raúl Trachtenberg, who lives in the same huge apartment building as Castillo. I took the envelope because it was sent from Havana and the words Edificio Panamericano in the address were underlined just as they were to have been underlined in correspondence to Castillo. I arranged with of Busy One to keep the envelope for several days in case headquarters wanted to send down a secret writing technician to test the contents. Inside were Cuban press releases and clippings from Havana newspapers. Headquarters answered my cable by sending a technician immediately from Panama. The Buenos Aires regional support technician is a specialist in audio and photo rather than SW techniques, and he was going to try to lift secret writing from the contents. However, we couldn't find a letterpress fast enough, so I had to return the envelope to of Busy One without the test. On checking station files on Trachtenberg, I found a letter that he had written from Havana 2 years ago that was intercepted through the avidity operation. Strangely, the handwriting on the manila envelope was exactly the same as that of the Trachtenberg letter written from Havana, meaning, probably, that Trachtenberg addressed the envelope to himself and, along with other self-addressed envelopes, gave it to a Cuban intelligence officer for later use. Trachtenberg's mail will also be given to me regularly by of Busy One, although Trachtenberg is leaving soon to study at the University of Paris. So far, other Trachtenberg intercepts reveal that his father, he lives with his parents, is manipulating large sums of money in a numbered Swiss bank account. The Bern station advised that the Swiss Security Service will provide data from numbered accounts but insist on all the details and reasons, which headquarters doesn't want to give right now because of the sensitivity of other cases in this same Cuban network. Montevideo, March 18, 1965. Washington. Beltran, the new NCG president, has had plenty of labor unrest in spite of the recent carnival distractions, railway workers striking for the 1964 retroactive pay increases, the interprovincial buses stopped again for back salaries and subsidies, the Montevideo bus and trolley employees also striking for salaries and subsidies, and public health clinics and hospitals struck by employees demanding their January salaries. Today there is no public transportation in Montevideo except taxis, and the Subsecretary of the Treasury just announced that government receipts amount to only half the daily cost of the central administration. We've been trying to find a little relief from the gloomy atmosphere of dissension in the station. Holman's letters to Fitzgerald are getting even worse if that's possible, and each time O'Grady reads the file his hives start up again. Bob Reef, the CP officer, has a way of reading the news of each day's mismanagement by the Uruguayan government with loud rhetorical questioning broken by equally loud and contemptuous guffaws and cackles. His approval of the strikes and other agitation by his target group are shared by all of us, though perhaps for different reasons, as we watch political partisanship prevail over the reforms, land, fiscal, and austerity needed to stop the country's slide. Russ Phipps, who sits on the other side of me from Reef, pores over his surveillance reports, telephone transcripts, and observation post logs, muttering from time to time that's it, not the PCU but the Soviets who deserve the honor of putting this country straight. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reef and Phipps always catch me in the middle because I'm supposed to be building up the police intelligence department and developing political contacts. When things get bad I usually call over beyond Reef to Alex Zephyr, but his morale is so low he can rarely summon more than an agonizing oath. Then I have to call on O'Grady for support because he works with military intelligence, such as it is, and is the most terrorist of all by Holman. The five of us then discuss solutions. Usually Holman is selected to save Uruguay. One plan is to send Phipps over to the KGB chief to request that they defect Holman, with our help if they want it, but if they turn him down, as is likely, well, there's always avalanche. Officers from the Inspector General's staff were just here on a routine inspection. This was the time to get the word back to headquarters about Holman's incompetence, but I don't think anyone opened his mouth. Montevideo, March 31, 1965. The Pearl audio penetration of the PCU headquarters conference room is another step closer. Of Cave 1, again on guard duty, permanently installed the 2 electrical sockets, and final tests by Frank Chernow in the LP were successful. Now the problem is to find a good LP keeper who can monitor the installation and record the meetings. Ideally this person could also transcribe, but chances are that transcribing will have to be done at first by a vengeful 5, transcriber of the PCU telephone tap, who already knows the names and voices. Montevideo, April 6, 1965. The general strike today is very effective. Otero's office estimates that 90% of organized labor is participating. No government offices are open, there are no taxis or buses, no restaurants, no newspapers. The theme is protest against government economic policies, and marches have been loud and impressive, although no violence is reported. Speakers have called for radical solutions to the country's problems, solutions that will attack the privileged classes, where the problems begin. The strike is also being used to promote coming CNT programs, including the preparatory meeting for the Congress of the People that was postponed from last December, and the annual protest march of the sugarcane workers from Artigas in the far north to Montevideo. Recent statistics support the protests. The OAS reported this month that inflation in Uruguay during 1962-4 was 59.7%, higher than Chile, 36.6%, Argentina, 24.4%, and even Brazil, 58.4%. The government is getting uneasy about the CNT successes of late. Adolfo Teixeira, the Minister of the Interior, made a radio speech last night on the rights and duties of citizens in the context of today's general strike. Holman keeps insisting that I develop more political contacts, but I'm keeping the activity to a minimum. Even if we reached a level of effectiveness in political action similar to what we had in Ecuador, we would simply have better weapons to use against the PCU, CNT, and others of the extreme left. What's needed here is intensification of land use, both for increasing export production and creating more jobs, but this can never happen without land reform. If we were to have a political action program to promote land reform, as well as action against the extreme left, some justification might be found in the balance. But these Uruguayan politicians are interested in other things than land reform. Montevideo, April 14, 1965. The government has taken a first step towards suppressing agitation organized by the extreme left. Last week the NCG designated an emergency commission with special executive powers to deal with the drought, now some months old, which is seriously endangering livestock. The commission includes the Ministers of Defense and Interior, and similar commissions have been established in each department under the local police chief, with representatives of the Ministry of Defense, a regional agronomist and a veterinarian. The same day the NCG also decreed special powers for the Minister of the Interior to limit public gatherings to 24 hours. This second decree, which the minister later admitted is to be used against the march of the sugarcane workers, was enacted in a manner designed to confuse it with the special drought measures, and with the hope that it might pass without much comment. The CNT immediately denounced the measure as directed against the sugar workers' march, which prompted the minister's admission, and the Colorado minority NCG councilors unsuccessfully tried to rescind it. Because these decrees allow for restriction of civil liberties, they were presented to the legislature for approval. The Blancos, however, knowing that the Colorados and others would rescind the decree aimed at the marchers, have prevented a quorum from being constituted each day by simply staying away. In passing the decrees, the NCG clarified that they were not adopting emergency security measures as defined in the Constitution, equivalent to a state of siege, and Teixeira has given assurances that his special powers will be used with reason. However, in a public statement 2 days ago, he accused the marchers of taking along women and children as hostages, of not having proper health and educational facilities for children, and of allowing promiscuity dangerous to collective morals. Clearly we have a confrontation building up, aided by press reports coming from the Ministry of the Interior that the march will be broken up before it reaches Montevideo. Right now the marchers are in San Jose, only a few days away, where police are registering them by taking biographical data, fingerprints, and photographs for Otero's intelligence files. If Teira gives orders for the march to be broken up, not too many people will notice because this is tourism week and most of the country is on vacation. From our viewpoint he ought to do just that because the sugarcane workers are led by Raul Sendic, now a fugitive and believed to be the organizer of most of the terrorist bombings in the past year. Montevideo, April 25, 1965. The March of the Sugarcane Workers arrived in Montevideo yesterday, almost unnoticed and with no danger of intervention by the government. Something much bigger has suddenly attracted everyone's attention. One of Uruguay's major banks has failed and been taken over by the Bank of the Republic. The sensation is causing mild panic and fear that other banks may go under, which might not be a bad thing. In this small country there are about 50 private banks, even though the government banks do about 65% of commercial business. The peso has slipped to 39. Montevideo, April 27, 1965. Inspector Pires was assigned to handle investigations into fraud and other crimes related to the bank failure. So far 11 of the officers and directors have been jailed. Today, however, 2 more private banks were taken over by the Bank of the Republic, and for fear of a run on banks in general a holiday was decreed for all private banks. The holiday doesn't make much difference, though, because all the private banks have been closed since the first failure 6 days ago, when the unions struck to demand job security for employees of the bank that failed. Almost unnoticed today was the NCG's lifting of the emergency drought decree of April 8, although the special decree on limiting public gatherings was retained. Montevideo, April 28, 1965. I don't quite understand this invasion of the Dominican Republic. Bosch was elected in 1962 thanks to the peasant vote organized by Sasha Volman. Volman earlier set up the Institute of Political Education in Costa Rica, cryptonym Ziriger, where we sent young liberal political hopefuls for training. Bosch is from the same cut as Muñoz Marin, Betancourt, and Haya de la Torre. He stands for the reforms that will allow for redistribution of income and integration. Rightist opposition to his land reform and nationalistic economic policies brought on his overthrow by the military in 1963 after only 7 months in power. This was another chance for him to turn the balance towards marginalized peasants and to channel income from industry, mostly sugar, into education and social projects. Now, just as the constitutionalists have the upper hand to restore Bosch to power, we send in the Marines to keep him out. Nobody's going to believe Johnson's story of another Cuba-style revolution in the making. There has to be more to the problem than this. For some reason people in Washington just don't want Bosch back in. Uruguayans don't understand either. People here think Bosch stands for the kind of liberal reform that brought social integration to Uruguay. Already the street demonstrations against the US have started. Very depressing. If Buzz 1 is going to look silly trying to place propaganda, headquarters says we must justify the invasion because of a danger to American and other foreigners' lives and a takeover of the constitutionalist movement by communists. Montevideo, May 4, 1965. Headquarters has sent about 50 operations officers to the Dominican Republic to set up outposts in rural areas for reporting on popular support for the Camano forces. The officers were sent with communications assistance and equipment for radioing reports straight back to the U.S. All WH stations were notified to put certain officers on standby for immediate travel, but Holman is not going to let me go, probably because he would have to work a little harder. I would like to go and see for myself. Surely the constitutionalist movement hadn't fallen into the hands of the communists. And this Johnson doctrine. Revolutions that seek to create a communist government cease to be an internal matter and require hemisphere action. Bullshit. They just don't want Bosch back in, and the they is probably US sugar interests. We've had more protest demonstrations against the invasion, some violent. Targets of the attacks: US Embassy, OAS, US businesses. Today 4 demonstrators were wounded by gunfire when police broke up a street march following a meeting at the university. The private banks are still closed, 15 days now, and there's no telling when government employees' salaries for April will begin being paid. Today both the Minister of Defense and the Minister of the Interior publicly denied the rumors of an impending coup. Montevideo, May 7, 1965. Ambassador Harriman came to explain the Dominican invasion and to propose Uruguayan participation in the multilateral peacekeeping force. He spoke to President Beltran yesterday and afterwards held a press conference in which he blamed those 58 trained communists for having taken over the Bosch movement, thereby creating the need for intervention. He admitted, though, that Camano, the leader of the Bosch movement, isn't one of the 58. Then he said the US government is not going to permit the establishment of another communist government in the hemisphere. I can easily imagine the station in Santo Domingo in a panic compiling that list of 58 trained communists from their subversive control watch list. There were probably more than 58, but Camano and the Bosch people were in control, not trained communists. The movement was put down not because it was communist but because it was nationalist. The Uruguayans weren't convinced by Harriman. After he left, the NCG voted not to participate in the peacekeeping force approved yesterday by the OAS. 58 trained communists is our new station password, and the answer is 10,000 Marines. Montevideo, May 12, 1965. Protests, demonstrations, and attacks against US businesses over the Dominican invasion continue. The CNT, FEUU and other communist-influenced organizations are most active in the demonstrations, but opposition to the invasion is a popular issue going all the way up to the NCG. All America Cables and IBM are among the businesses bombed. The CNT is also leading protests against economic policies, and new revelations of corruption in the banking sector are coming up almost daily. Although the Congress passed a special law assuring jobs for the employees of banks that have failed, tension continues, with 3 more banks taken over by the Bank of the Republic yesterday. The Bank Workers Union voted to return to work, but today the government announced that the banks won't open until May 17. The reason is that they can't open until a shipment of 500 million new pesos arrives from London. Coup rumors continue, and yesterday Teheran told the NCG that he believes the April 8 decree limiting public gatherings is unconstitutional. He complained that the only law relating to public meetings dates from 1897, but he promised the NCG a new constitutional decree on the subject for next week. Port workers struck yesterday and judicial branch employees began partial work stoppages for payment of April salaries. Montevideo, May 20, 1965. Financial corruption in Uruguay seems to have no end. Yesterday the NCG fired the entire board of directors of the Bank of the Republic. 19 officers and directors of banks taken over have been imprisoned and investigations are continuing. After being closed for 26 days, the private banks have reopened, but the falling peso, it's down to 41, suggests more scandal to come. On the labor front, strike action for payment of April salaries has been started by government employees in the judiciary, public schools, port, petroleum monopoly, fishing enterprise, postal system, communications, and university. Other strikes are being planned or threatened. Coup rumors are so strong that the Ministry of Defense yesterday issued a denial. The latest rumors relate to speculation in the Brazilian press that Brazilian and Argentine military leaders are watching the increasing strikes and banking scandals in Uruguay closely, and that perhaps Uruguay is becoming a bad risk because of its opposition to intervention in the Dominican Republic and its tolerance of exile activities. Meanwhile, the NCG is considering PIO Korea's latest protest on the exiles' meetings, finances, and infiltration from Uruguay back to Brazil. The PCU has in recent months been planning to host an international pro-Cuba conference to be called the Continental Congress of Solidarity with Cuba, now scheduled for 18 to 20 June. Headquarters is anxious to prevent the conference, so Holman proposed to THIRD that it be prohibited because it might reflect badly on Uruguay in the US, where emergency loans are going to be sought for financial relief, and in Latin America. THIRD immediately saw the connection with Brazilian problems, and promised to take up the matter with the NCG. Montevideo, May 29, 1965. Suddenly we've had a flurry of security moves sparked by controversy over the activities of one of O'Grady's people, Juan Carlos Quagliati, and others of his group. Last night extraordinary police control was established in Montevideo and the interior departments, with special patrols, checkpoints and security guards at radio stations, the telephone company, waterworks, railroad stations, bridges, and crossroads. This morning THIRD said publicly that these measures were taken to help the electric company promote voluntary rationing of power, because of low generating capacity as a result of the drought last summer. The Minister of Defense also denied any special reasons for the police measures, but rumors are stronger than ever of a military move against the government. According to Commissioner Otero of Police Intelligence, what really happened is that Quagliati was arrested after Otero's investigation revealed that he had arranged for the printing and distribution of a distorted version of an article written in 1919 by President Beltran's father, on justification of military intervention in politics. The judge who heard the case refused to take jurisdiction, however, and Quagliati was released pending action by military courts. Quagliati's release caused a wave of ill feeling in the police, while resentment also broke out in certain military circles against the police for having made the investigation and arrest. So far the Quagliati case hasn't been connected with the special security measures, and for the time being O'Grady is going to avoid meeting him. Similarly, when Otero asked me several days ago what I knew about Quagliati, I said nothing. Headquarters is very concerned that a breach is opening up between police and military leaders, but we've reported that the storm will probably pass. According to the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, the crisis is being resolved. At an NCG meeting yesterday before imposition of the special security measures, THIRD asked for permission to ban the Continental Congress of Solidarity with Cuba. Using a report we had prepared on the Congress as his own, the minister said the purpose of the Congress was to raise the question of relations with Cuba once more and to promote foreign ideologies that are incompatible with Uruguayan institutions. He said he wishes to avoid the pernicious proselytizing by trained communist elements who promote infiltration by dangerous extremists, adding that Uruguay already has enough problems without this Congress. The NCG postponed a decision, but chances are good that they'll prohibit the Congress in order to avoid jeopardizing their already difficult prospects for refinancing the Bank of the Republic, which is bankrupt, owing some $18 million to New York banks. The president of the bank has resigned, and the bank has been taken over by the NCG. The peso is now down to 52, and the scandals are moving into wool exporting companies. Montevideo, June 2, 1965. Last night the NCG discussed the Quagliati case with speeches from THIRD and the Minister of Defense. THIRD admitted that the special security measures of last week, which are still in force, were a result of Quagliati's agitation in military circles and of dissension over whether he will be prosecuted or not. Today Quagliati appeared before a military court which refused to take jurisdiction because he hadn't actually entered any military installation. It seems the crisis has passed for the time being thanks to Quagliati's friends among the senior military officers, but resentment continues in the police over the failure to prosecute in both civil and military courts. THIRD's request to the NCG to ban the pro-Cuban Congress went through. They voted to prohibit it on the principle of non-intervention. Headquarters will be pleased. Montevideo, June 4, 1965. Only a few more weeks until Holman is transferred. What none of us can imagine is why he is going to Guatemala, where one of the most serious insurgency threats exists. Surely if he is bad enough to be transferred from Montevideo after only 2 years, he's bad enough not to be sent as chief of station where armed action is underway. About the only success he can claim is getting the public safety program going. After the first 8 officers arrived, Holman gave a couple of dinners to introduce them to the Minister of the Interior and senior police officers. As the station officer in charge of police liaison, I had to go to Holman's house for these dinners, and soon he'll be giving more parties to introduce the new chief of station and say farewell. Strange man this Holman. Surely he can sense his isolation at the station, but he never mentions it. He just keeps on denigrating the other officers. Holman has asked me to take over another operation. This one is an effort, not yet off the ground, to make a technical installation against the embassy of the United Arab Republic on the street behind our embassy and on the floor above the 8 offices. Phipps had been handling this operation without enthusiasm, but headquarters is getting anxious because if successful it will enable an important UAR cryptographic circuit to be read. As part of planning they asked for a floor plan of the embassy, which I got through the Avanon Electric Company agent, and soon a Division D officer will be coming to survey the place. As my office is in the back of our embassy, I can almost look out into the windows of the UAR embassy. I still can't believe the reasons for the Dominican invasion that we're trying to promote through of Buzz 1. Holman says it all goes back to the agency's assassination of Trujillo. He was chief of the Caribbean branch in headquarters at the time and was deeply involved in planning the assassination, which was done by Cuban exiles from Miami using weapons we sent through the diplomatic pouch. The weapons were passed to the assassins through a U.S. citizen who was an agent of the Santo Domingo station and owner of a supermarket. He had to be evacuated though, after the assassination, because the investigation brought him under suspicion. Why is it that the invasion seems so unjustifiable to me? It can't be that I'm against intervention as such, because everything I do is in one way or another intervention in the affairs of other countries. Partly, I suppose, it's the immense scale of this invasion that shocks. On the other hand, full-scale military invasion is the logical final step when all the other tools of counterinsurgency fail. The Santo Domingo station just didn't or couldn't keep the lid on. But what's really disturbing is that we've intervened on the wrong side. I just don't believe 58 trained communists can take over a movement of thousands that includes experienced political leaders. That's a pretext. The real reason must be opposition to Bosch by U.S. business with investments in the Dominican Republic. Surely these investments could have produced even while the land reform and other programs moved ahead. Montevideo, June 17, 1965. We almost just lost one of our principal police liaison officers, Carlos Martin, the deputy chief of the Montevideo Police. Martin is an army colonel, as is the chief, but he is also a chartered accountant and has been supervising the police investigations that have uncovered so much corruption since April. He resigned 2 days ago because a judge denied his request to interrogate one of the convicted officers of the First Bank to fail about lists of payments to high government officials by that bank. The lists are purposely cryptic notes that Martin wants clarified to aid the investigation. Martin's resignation in protest against political suppression of the investigations provoked such a row that the NCG agreed to take up the matter of the lists, and today Martin withdrew his resignation. So far there have been 31 convictions. Montevideo, June 24, 1965. The NCG now has the lists of political bribes paid by the First Bank that failed in April. Names include an important Blanco senator, the vice president of the State Mortgage Bank, a Blanco leader who has just been nominated as Uruguay's new ambassador to the UN, 2 high officers of the Ministry of the Treasury, the person in charge of investigating one of the banks that failed, and a person known only by the initials JJG. This last person can only be Juan José Gari, our ruralista political contact from the Nardun days and now the president of the State Mortgage Bank. Meanwhile, the Bank of the Republic debt has been determined at $358 million, with $38 million currently due. Gold from the Bank of the Republic, perhaps as much as half the bank's holdings, will have to be sent to the U.S. as collateral for refinancing. Such an emotional and humiliating requirement is sure to cost the Blancos heavily. In an important policy decision on the labor front, the Blancos decided to apply sanctions against the central administration employees for a strike on June 17. Justification for the sanctions is that strikes by government employees are illegal, although until now the government had been reluctant to invoke illegality because of inflation and the obvious political consequences. The decision was answered by another strike of central administration employees. This one began yesterday and will end tonight. The issues again are employees' benefits, agreed upon last year but still unpaid, payment of salaries on time, and now the sanctions. The strike is complete, with even the Montevideo airport and the government communications system closed. Other strikes continue in the judiciary, university, and the huge clinics hospital. The peso is down to 69 and one of the Colorado councilors has called for the resignation of the Minister of the Treasury. Montevideo, July 7, 1965. The movement of the revolutionary left, MIR, in Peru has finally gone into action and seems to have had several initial successes against Peruvian police. 3 days ago the Peruvian government declared a state of siege and the military services have been called in to supplement police operations. Hundreds of leftists are being arrested all over the country, but the guerrilla operation seems to be located mostly in the eastern slopes of the Andes towards the Brazilian border. Undoubtedly the Lima station's notebook of intelligence from Enrique Amaya Quintana, the mere walk-in in Guayaquil 2 years ago, is now in the hands of Peruvian military liaison officers. The Continental Congress for Solidarity with Cuba was shifted to Santiago, Chile, after we got the Uruguayans to ban it. Now the Santiago station has gotten the Chilean government to ban it and they'll have to try still another country. More likely it will be quietly forgotten. Montevideo, July 16, 1965. Holman is gone. No one from the station went to see him off at the airport except John Horton, the new chief of station. Already the atmosphere in the station has changed beyond recognition. O'Grady's hives are much better, although he got the bad news that he is going to be transferred so that a new deputy chief with better Spanish can come. Horton speaks almost no Spanish and has already told me he wants me to work closely with him on the high-level liaison contacts like the minister and the chief of police. I suppose this means interpreting for him until he can get along, but anything is better than Holman. Horton is such a contrast, very approachable, good sense of humor, very Anglophile from his years as chief of station in Hong Kong. He's even running a carpool with his chauffeur and office vehicle, picking us all up in the morning so that wives can get around easier. Montevideo, July 23, 1965. Financing for the new government employees' benefits was passed by the Senate last night after days of increasing strike activity in the postal system, university administration, central administration, judicial system, and public health system. Even the Ministry of the Treasury tax collectors were on strike. The financing measure calls for putting out 1.7 billion new pesos, much less than the request of the Blanco NCG councilors, which prompted senators of the NCG president's faction to vote against the bill. This faction had wanted 5 billion in new currency, almost double what is now in circulation. Payments are progressing for June salaries and many of the government employees on strike are now going back to work. The FEUU, however, is organizing Lightning Street demonstrations as a protest against government refusal to deliver some 100 million pesos overdue to the university. The next battle begins in a few days when the Chamber of Deputies starts work on the budget review, in which the government employees' unions will attempt to include salary increases for next year. Inflation during January-June this year was 26.3%, which is one of the reasons why the government backed down on its threat to impose sanctions. Horton is anxious to build up the capabilities of the Police Intelligence Department, making it a kind of special branch for political work along the lines of British police practice. He wants me to spend more time training Otero, Chief of Intelligence and Liaison, and to give him more money for furniture, filing cabinets, and office supplies. As soon as possible, Horton wants Otero put in for the International Police Academy and for additional training by headquarters at the conclusion of the academy course. Before leaving Washington, Horton obtained aid approval for a CIA officer to be placed under public safety cover, and after we get approval from the chief of police and get the officer down here, we will have him working full-time with intelligence and liaison. Physical surveillance and travel control are the kinds of operations that we plan to emphasize from the beginning. Expansion of Avengeful will come later, perhaps, along with recruitment operations against targets of the extreme left, but these changes will follow Otero's training in Washington. In travel control, we will start by trying to set up the often delayed passport photography and watch list operation at the Montevideo airport. The aid public safety program is moving along well. Vehicles, communications, riot control equipment, and training are the main points of emphasis. Until our public safety cover officer arrives, however, we plan to keep the police intelligence work strictly in our office. It's going to be a long and difficult job, and I won't have time to do it adequately because of other work. Somehow we have to make them start thinking seriously on basic things like security and decent filing systems. Headquarters is sending down a disguise technician in order to train the station operations officers in its use. The technician is Joan Humphreys, the wife of the audio technician at the Mexico City station. Equipment will include wigs, hair coloring, special shoes and clothing, special glasses, mustaches, warts, moles and sets of false documentation. Montevideo, August 15, 1965. We have a new Soviet operations officer to replace Russ Phipps, who has been transferred back to headquarters. The new officer is Dick Connolly, a West Point graduate with previous duty in Cairo and Tokyo. Because Connolly can't handle Spanish yet, Horton asked me to help him on an operation that Phipps got going during his final weeks here. The operation is another chauffeur recruitment, this time it's available one, the chauffeur of the Soviet commercial office. Although the agent has Soviet citizenship, he is considered a local employee by the Soviet mission, because he was raised in Uruguay and is the son of Russian émigrés. Phipps used one of the F-Bandy surveillance team members for the recruitment. This agent, F-Bandy 4, is the father of the team chief, an army major. He had some visiting cards printed, identifying himself as Dr. Nikolic, a Buenos Aires import-export consultant. He approached the chauffeur as if interested in assistance in his efforts to promote imports to Argentina and Uruguay from the Soviet Union. In return for inside information on the Soviet commercial office in Montevideo, Dr. Nikolic would pay the chauffeur a commission on all deals. Phipps's interest, however, was to use the chauffeur as an access agent to the Soviets working in the commercial office. 2 are known intelligence officers and 1 is suspect. As the recruitment was made just as Phipps was leaving, F-Bandy 4 turned the chauffeur over to me as a Canadian business colleague working in Montevideo, claiming, as Dr. Nikolic, that he would return occasionally from Buenos Aires and if possible would see him. Phipps also got a new safe apartment site, a miserable basement room in a building on Avenida Rivera a couple of blocks from the Montevideo Zoo. The room has only a small skylight and is extremely cold. Nevertheless, the chauffeur and I are meeting one night each week. His information on the 5 commercial officers and their families plus the secretary, all of whom live in the 7-story building housing the commercial office, is not earth-shaking, but it's better than anything we've had until now from the other access agents. The Tupamaros terrorist group continues to be active, recently bombing the Bayer Company offices and leaving behind a protest note against U.S. intervention in Vietnam. Reef still doesn't think they're important enough to justify a targeting and recruitment program, so I have begun to encourage Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, to concentrate on them. There's no doubt now that this is the group led since 1962 by Raul Sendic, the far-left leader of sugarcane workers who broke away from the Socialist Party.